Morning. Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Warringah. Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Treasurer is right to say that he is worried, very worried, about the cost of energy, especially the prospective cost of gas. For the residents and businesses of Goldstein, it is not just a worry, it is having a real impact on their living standards and on the viability of their enterprises right now. As Fab, a shop owner in Hampton, told me last week, he confronted a 30% increase in energy costs over the past 2 years, and at the same time now shoppers are buying less. I've been surveying the Goldstein community, and the results are as predictable as they are disturbing. 54% of respondents report concern over household bills, 53% are worried about meeting the cost of health and medical expenses, 53% report pressure about the day-to-day cost of living, essentials like food, clothing and transport. As one concerned constituent put it, I've cut back on my grocery costs, but I still have fresh food. I'm also more careful about my power usage and use public transport whenever possible. Voters have been making it clear for some time that something has to give, so I am pleased that the Treasurer is at last warning of the need for greater regulation to force gas prices down. I also note that Ministers Bowen, Husic and King are now emphasising that the ACCC consider options to improve price transparency in the Gas Supply Code of Conduct and whether to make it mandatory. Maybe the gas suppliers will get the message that if they're not prepared to do something voluntarily about price, they will have a solution imposed on them. This is not some kind of theoretical argument. Last week I spoke to a major textile manufacturer, one of just 3 of a kind in Australia, with a staff of around 50 workers. The price of energy for his business is now between 40% and 60% of his value-added costs. It's unsustainable, he says, and if there is no relief, he may need to shut his doors. If the energy suppliers don't get it, there is no alternative but for the government to intervene. If not, jobs will be lost, and any hope for a return to real growth will evaporate. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, on the 30th of September this year, a group of young people were studying for their exams, as many young people in Australia are currently studying for the HSC. But the difference is that these young people were studying at a centre in Kabul. They were Hazara. And as they were studying, a suicide attack occurred. 35 young girls lost their lives. 82 others were injured. I think it's appropriate, although Australia is a long way away from Afghanistan, that this parliament records that it is not a crime to be a young woman studying to go to university. It is not a crime to be born Hazara. It is not a crime to hope for freedom. I've read the diary entries of one of the young girls killed. She recorded her hopes and dreams. Wasn't anything too fancy. She wanted to go to Italy. She wanted to eat pizza in Italy. She wanted to visit Paris and climb the Eiffel Tower. She wanted to study and go to university. These dreams will not be fulfilled. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Hazara people have been through years of attacks, oppression. There was a window of light for Hazara community, particularly females. That window of light has been slammed shut with the return of the Taliban in Afghanistan. In September, an inquiry conducted by our colleagues in Great Britain, British parliamentarians, published a report into the dire situation of the Hazara people. They used a term which is not used lightly and should not be used lightly, would never be used lightly in this House, certainly not by me. That term is genocide. And while it should not be used lightly, it is appropriate. It is an appropriate use of the term of an attempted genocide. Now, there was a time when the Taliban probably didn't care what the West thinks of them. I'm advised that that time has passed and they now care. Well, let me make it very clear, this is unacceptable to the Taliban and to anybody. The Hazara people, Hazara young women in particular, who have the hopes and dreams of an education deserve the protection of their government, not to be killed with the very least, the tacit consent of the government of Afghanistan, and arguably worse. So I'm sure all honourable members in Australia of all persuasions join with me in sending the strongest possible message to the Taliban that whatever Australia can do, as hard as it is, as far as we are away, we will stand with the Hazara people, and we will stand with young women in particular who deserve to have their hopes and dreams and aspirations protected and respected.
Thank you. Member for Hume.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the test for the federal budget handed down last night was whether Labor was going to build on the strength of the economy and improving budget position they inherited to deal with the challenges that Australians face. Sadly, the budget failed the test. Now, just before the election, the Prime Minister told Australians that they will be better off under a Labor government. But in fact, what we've seen from the budget is that by Christmas, the typical Australian family will be $2,000 worse off than before the election. Now, Deputy Speaker, there's no credible plan in the budget to deal with those challenges Australians are facing. Indeed, what we see is a 50% increase in electricity prices, cost of living going up more generally, tax payments and tax rates going up, employment going down, and indeed real wages not going up, in fact going backwards, despite promises from Labor to the contrary before the election. In addition, last night what we saw was critical regional programs being slashed, and right at the heart of that was the Building Better Regions Fund. Now, programs like this are the lifeblood of regional communities. Regional communities like my electorate of Hume, they provide funding to critical infrastructure at a time when regional Australia is seeing a real renaissance, extraordinary position. We're exporting to the world at a pace and a rate we've never done before. We're powering the Australian economy, and people have rediscovered regional Australia through the pandemic, and good on them, more people wanting to live in places like where I live in Goulburn. But the Building Better Regions Fund has supported so many critical projects in Goulburn that supported that growth. $4.4 million for an irrigation scheme, 2.7, which is greening the parks and playing fields around Goulburn, $2.7 million for a new accommodation facility for people with disabilities, Deputy Speaker, $2.5 million to reseal the Wambian Caves Road, opening up a whole tourist opportunity in the electorate, $487,000 to expand recycling operations. These are the sorts of projects that have been slashed in this budget, and there's just a few of them. I'm also calling on the Labor government to clarify what has happened to a critical project to my electorate, the Picton Road and Picton Bypass upgrade. This was locked in the March budget, but there is no mention of it in this budget. We want a commitment from the Labor government that this project will proceed. We'll be working to make sure the state government makes its fair share contribution, but we need it from this government. It was locked into the budget. People in my community, in the communities of Hume, deserve to know whether or not the investments and commitments that were made in the previous budget have been slashed by this government.
Thank you. Member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I can confirm to the member for Hume that the Picton Road upgrade from last year's budget will be honoured in full. At the moment, I would like to take a moment today to celebrate and commemorate the life of Jessica Sparks and share with you all of the incredible contributions that she made. Jess had cystic fibrosis, but there was never a dull moment where she allowed herself to be defined by that. At only 17, Jess was diagnosed with end-stage lung disease and was lucky enough to receive a double lung transplant. I first met Jess following a call from her grandmother, Shirley Sparks.
The division has been called in the House, so the proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We had the introduction of the division, so we're going back to the member for Cunningham, and you'll have the remaining time. Thank you, Member for Cunningham.
So I first met Jess following a phone call from her grandmother, Shirley Sparks, with regard to some Telstra issues the family was having at the time. Obviously, having a working phone is an absolute necessity when you're awaiting a call for a lung transplant. Luckily, that was an issue that Sharon Bird and I were able to help with quite quickly, and Jess got her phone call to say her transplant could proceed. With her new lungs came a new lease on life. 3 minutes is too short a time to list Jess's many achievements, but I will list some of them now, and it's quite a list. She competed in the Australian and World Transplant Games, set up her own non-profit organisation, Spark Life, to raise awareness of organ donation and increase organ donation registrations, launched a new system for transplanting organs in New South Wales. In 2013, she was named the Wollongong Young Citizen of the Year and Illawarra Businesswoman of the Future. In 2014, she received both a Winston Churchill Fellowship to investigate education barriers to organ donation and the Australian Press Council Award for Journalism to work on a special UN study on protecting news sources in the digital age. In 2016, she was named the Chancellor Robert Hope Medalist, which is the University of Wollongong's most prestigious award for academic excellence and leadership. Later that year, Jessica's lungs began to fail again. In an interview with the Illawarra Mercury at the time, she said, "My lungs won't make it to another anniversary. So I want to specially thank my donor family and all donors and donor families for saying yes to organ donation and giving me the great opportunity that has been an extra 7 years of life." She underwent her second double lung transplant, a surgery which very few people have. And despite all of the challenges, the achievements Jess made over her 30 years were more than most people could hope for in 90. But there is no doubt that her greatest achievement was the impact that she had on the lives of every person she met and the happiness and strength that she gave to those closest to her. It would be remiss of me today to talk about Jess without picking up the torch and continuing her advocacy for organ donation. Registering to be an organ donor can be done online through Donate Life. It takes 1 minute but can save up to 7 lives. Jess will always be dearly missed by family and friends, but for all of us lucky to know her, her memory and legacy will live on.
Hear, hear. The people of Mallee are known to be tough and known to be resourceful. In times of crisis, we roll up our sleeves, put our heads down and just get on with it. The past week and a half has shown that to be absolutely true. 9 of my 12 local government areas are impacted by floods in Victoria. That may become 10 even as we speak today, as the flood peak moves on. But the high water has done little to dampen the spirit of the people of Mallee. I've been travelling my electorate to offer my support in these troubling times. But while I've seen the damage and despair that comes with a natural disaster like this, I've also seen the best of human spirit to shine through in some of the people that I've met. People like John McConville, or Mr Donald, as he's known. John is a typical hard worker, and in Donald he seems to have his finger in many pies and on the pulse. He's the kind of person that doesn't command respect, he's simply given it. Because even 5 minutes chatting to him, I know he deserves it. John led a team of workers to build a levee in the township of Donald that saved businesses and homes from becoming inundated. He and his team didn't wait for help, they helped themselves. In Newbridge, amid the sodden ruins of the multi-million-dollar sporting complex, I met 3 ladies, Kay Graham, Colleen Young and Sue Horsley. They are members of the Newbridge Recreation Committee of Management. While the Recreation Reserve was hit hard by the floods, their strength and optimism was inspirational. At Bridgewater's famous Bridgewater Bakehouse, I met the owner, Teresa O'Toole. We stood in her shop surveying the damage to her family's livelihood, and she told me she was committed to rebuild and get back to business. These are only some of the stories from my travels. I visited at least a dozen towns in the space of 7 days, but these are some that struck me as truly representative of Mallee tough. My thoughts remain with those affected by the flooding. We will get through this together.
Thank you. Minister for Aged Care and Sports.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I rise to update the Chamber on recent events in my beloved electorate of Lilley. Over the past week, thousands of Northside families came together to celebrate Diwali, the festival of lights which signifies new beginnings and the triumph of light over darkness. To signify this auspicious occasion, every year our community comes together in Banyo to enjoy sweet delicacies, delicious food stalls and entertainment to celebrate Diwali. I would like to congratulate the Banyo District Community Group on the success of the Banyo Diwali Festival and give a special thanks to the hardworking volunteers Devinder Bains, Randip Johal, Jagchi Kosa, Yatinder Rehal and Harpreet Singh Kohli, who helped with the success of the event. Lilly has a proud manufacturing history as the home of household brands like Golden Circle and Arnott's. This week, Golden Circle is celebrating its 75th anniversary in Lilly. Golden Circle commenced its pineapple cannery production in Northgate in 1947, and you'll be hard-pressed to find a long-term Lilly local who doesn't know someone who worked in the Golden Circle cannery at some point in time. Earlier this year, I visited the Golden Circle workers to walk a mile in their shoes. It has been a big year even, for the Golden Circle workers who carried the company through the pandemic and then the February floods. And in June, the workers took protected action and were able to negotiate a 5.76% pay rise and 13.25% wage increase over the life of their enterprise agreement. I congratulate Kraft Heinz and the employee bargaining representatives from United Workers Union for reaching this agreement. Deputy Speaker, the Toombul Shopping Centre continues to be a hot topic on the north side, and last week I met with the CEO of Mirvac and the State Member for Nudgee, Leanne Linnard, for a long overdue update on the future of the site. During the meeting, Mirvac committed to building retail and ongoing access to public transport and green space in their reconstruction. They have also committed to meaningful consultation with our community through a survey and through drop-in sessions to provide direct feedback on what you would like to see at this site. I will continue to represent our community and keep you updated on future consultation dates. Deputy Speaker, I also want to congratulate Darian Kaptich, a St Pat's alumni and Tagum local, who has won the Senior Men's Division of the Queensland Figure Skating Championships, which took place at Boondall Ice World last weekend, another iconic institution in Lilly. Another Boondall local, Emily Jean Kelly, led in the Senior Women's Division but had to settle for second place, an enormous effort. All of this is a stepping stone towards the Australian Figure Skating Championships, which will be held at Boondall Ice World later this year. Good luck to all competing, and I will see you there.
Thank you. Member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I pay tribute to one of nature's true gentlemen, a local statesman and an all-round good bloke, Mr Hugh Mitchell-Clarke, more broadly known as Mitch. Mitch departed from us on October the 13th, 2022, at the age of 92, leaving behind a legacy of commitment and service to community. He now rests with his beloved wife, Edna. Mitch was a proud father of two sons, Alan and Glenn, and then later in life, he was a proud grandfather of his 6 grandchildren. Mitch was a cane grower in Glen Isla with his father. They farmed the land together from 1950 and enjoyed a rich life with his wife, raising their children there. Later on in life, he handed the farm on to his sons. I knew of Mitch a long time before I knew him personally. Such was his presence and highly esteemed reputation in our community. He served on the executive of the Proserpine District Cane Growers for 21 years. He brought a great deal of passion and understanding to his role. He served on the hospital board for almost 2 decades, and he helped found the Whitsunday Sailing Club. He was a proud National Party member for over 25 years. One of his greatest passions was Rotary, which he served for more than 55 years. He was a member of the Masonic Lodge for over 65 years. He was a man of the land, and he loved the sea. He loved his farm, and he loved where he lived. He loved the Whitsundays. He loved his family. Vale Hugh Mitchell-Clarke, thank you for your sacrifice and unwavering dedication and service to the community of Dawson. A life well lived and a presence dearly missed. Rest in peace, you great man.
I thank the member, and I call the member for Chisholm. Thank you. I rise to pay tribute to Helena Stranard, a remarkable and beloved member of our local Labour family in Chisholm, who died recently. Born Helena Wogowska in Poland, Helena grew up in the city of Poznan. Hers was a loving family of Jewish cultural heritage. The safety of her childhood was cruelly disrupted by the German invasion of Poland. Helena spent time in Auschwitz and Stutthof concentration camps, bearing witness to the darkest of human deeds. Helena lost both her parents in the camps, her mother dying in her arms. Helena was forced to work in the Tod Commando, the death squad, at Auschwitz, a place now synonymous with the most abject suffering. After the war, after an escape from Stutthof that Helena could not quite remember, she came to Australia, boarding a boat in Marseille and built a life here, dedicating her long life to social justice. Helena wrote a book, The Testimony, to not just detail her own experiences of life through one of the world's most horrifying events, but a reflection on what she had learned settling in Melbourne as a refugee. And her story is one of compassion, but also of steely determination. The testimony opens with a quote from Aldous Huxley. "Experience is not what happens to you, it's what you do with what happens to you." Helena took things that happened to her, horrific, heartbreaking things, and turned these into an experience that propelled a life of passionate activism, commitment to her community, and an unwavering focus on justice. Recently, in 2020, Helena gave testimony as a witness in the trial of Bruno Day, a Nazi guard at the Stutthof concentration camp at the same time Helena was a Jewish prisoner. After so many years, justice was finally able to be pursued, and Helena's clear statements were vital to this process. I want to now read Helena's own words about speaking out. "My need to speak out about the things that matter to me is great, and my limited time and capacity to do so a constant frustration. Current social, political and legal reforms lag behind so many urgent human needs. Minority groups worldwide still suffer as a result of ingrained prejudices and racist attitudes and the denial of basic human rights. I hope to honour Helena's memory and legacy by doing my part to do the work in this place that was so important to her. Vale Helena, you will remain an inspiration to all who knew you. We will miss you. May her memory be a blessing." Thank you.
I thank the member and I call the member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. I rise today to applaud the small communities across my electorate of O'Connor that continue to deliver transformative projects under the Building Better Regions Fund. The Minister for Infrastructure and Local Government claims she axed the fund because it was a pork barrelling exercise for the Nationals. But my regional seat of O'Connor is not a national seat, nor are the regional divisions of Durack and Forest that border O'Connor. But the excellent members for those electorates can no doubt vouch for the fund's role in building their communities. So I'll stick to O'Connor, which has 57 local government areas, the most of any electorate in Australia. In O'Connor's largest centre, Albany, the fund assisted commemoration of the centenary of the first two combat convoys of Anzacs, which departed there in November 1914. Albany has a profound connection to the Anzacs, and the centenary was a big deal for both Australia and New Zealand. Further north in the Goldfields region, the fund is helping to restore the Nils Hansen basketball stadium. The stadium was in very poor condition. It desperately needed an overhaul so Kalgoorlie Boulder could have courts comparable to the slick city stadiums in Labor's metropolitan heartland. Minister King thinks Building Better Regions was all about delivering votes for Conservative politicians. If that were the case, why would the program have funded a digital education program in Noangra, which has a population of just 1,215? Or environmental work by the Fitzgerald Biosphere Group in Jerramunga, population 1,160? Or an early learning centre for the children of Muckenbuden, population 550. There are not a lot of votes in these areas, but the Coalition believes that country towns and the shires that surround them deserve the best possible facilities. There was a time when both sides of the political divide championed equity of access for regional communities. Minister King's axing of the fund shows that equity of access is a withering value on her side of politics. Particularly pernicious is the pulling of round 6 of the fund. The Coalition had fully budgeted for this round in May 2021. More than 20 local government authorities and community groups across O'Connor applied by the deadline of the 8th of December last year. But in the lead up to last night's budget, they were told their earnest efforts had been in vain. This means that among many other projects, a cultural centre planned by the Southern Aboriginal Corporation remains unfunded. If the centre had been funded, it would have been a centrepiece of the commemorating of the bicentenary of Albany's foundation in 2026. The bicentenary is important as Albany was the first town where Aboriginal and European people learned to live together on the western side of the continent. Now the clock is ticking and the bicentenary is fast approaching. Last night's budget was Labor's first in 9 years. It's a shame that pulling the rug from under regional Australia will be the budget's legacy.
I thank the member and I call the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last night, the government delivered our first budget in nearly a decade, and I'm proud to say that this is a budget the people of Bennelong voted for. The budget delivers on the commitments we made to the Australian people and the commitments I made to the people of Bennelong. It delivers responsible cost of living relief that doesn't put pressure on inflation. It makes targeted investments to build a stronger and more resilient economy. And it begins the hard yards of budget repair so that we can pay for what's important. For those who are worried about cost of living, for mums wanting to get back into the workforce, and employers that are desperate for skilled workers, this budget is for you. For kids who worry about affording an education, and for those who want to reduce emissions and invest in renewable energy, this budget is for you. Labor's first budget in a decade is responsible, it's measured and provides the security Australians need. It repays hard work and rewards aspiration. It's right for the times and ready for the future. We know there are difficult times ahead, and we're being upfront about the challenges that we face. These are difficult times, and hard choices are required to get the economy and the budget back on track. We can't clean up this mess overnight, but we're working every day to build a better future for Australia. One thing that was raised a lot with me, Deputy Speaker, in Bennelong was cost of living, and I'm proud to say that this budget has over $7.5 billion for targeted, measured cost of living and provides responsible for relief for households in Bennelong. Cheaper childcare and early education, higher subsidies for 1.26 million families in Australia, including 9,800 families in Bennelong. We're expanding paid parental leave, 6 months paid leave by 2026, and important amendments to eligibility for modern families. We've got cheaper medicines, slashing the PBS general co-payment to $30 a script, first time in 75 years, and more affordable housing, delivering Housing Australia Future Fund and a new National Housing Accord, and we're getting wages moving again, supporting a wage increase and minimum wage award for workers, fixing the broken bargaining system and investing in capacity in the economy. We've also got some fantastic local commitments, and I'll close in touching on these. Locals elected me to be a strong voice for Bennelong in Canberra, and I'm proud that our government has listened. $2,000 for the Australian Asian Association in Bennelong to host the Harmony Cup, $20,000 for the Ride Persian community to celebrate Nowruz, their new year, and a street and food festival in Bennelong, a community battery in North Epping, which is just extraordinary. We're working with the state government to widen Epping Bridge, an upgrade in Blenheim Park, and additional university spaces at Macquarie University. This is a budget that delivers for the nation and delivers for Bennelong.
I thank the member. In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded, and I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2022, resumption of debate on second reading and the amendment moved by the member for Fairfax.
The original question was that the bill now be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Fairfax has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm so pleased to be supporting the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Amendment Bill. I was delighted when the previous government introduced legislation to at least get offshore wind starting, although there were many gaps in that legislation that this bill seeks to correct, and to ensure that the essential things are in place for offshore wind projects to be able to start. And I think it's really important to understand why offshore wind is so important. It is part of a suite of renewable energy initiatives and energy initiatives that we have, which are about cleaner, cheaper and more secure energy. And our budget last night outlined our spending on so many of those, which really gives people a sense of hope that we are moving into this renewable energy growth that we know has just been waiting for a decade to be unleashed. For my own electorate, it means really practical things like community batteries for East Blaxland and Hobartville, which will help them significantly reduce their power costs. But also energy efficiency grants for small and medium business. So there's some of the really practical things, but this legislation is about something that people say they want governments to do, and that is think longer term and put things in place that will see us into the future, and that's exactly what this legislation does. I sometimes have to say to people, why am I so excited about wind, offshore wind? And I want to explain that. There is enough wind potential just off Australia's coasts to power our electricity grid several times over. If all the current proposed wind farms were built, their combined energy capacity would be greater than all of Australia's coal-fired power stations combined. Do you know, one of the other key comparisons I think we find is with the United Kingdom. The UK is an absolute world leader in offshore wind. They got onto it long before the previous government even realised it existed, I think. They've got more installed capacity than any other country. And already offshore wind there powers the equivalent of 4.5 million homes annually, generating for them about 10% of their electricity. But at that scale, it's much more impactful for us. And the cost of new offshore wind has fallen there by 50% since 2015, and it is now one of the lowest cost options for new power in the UK. It's cheaper than new gas and cheaper than nuclear power. So this is the opportunity that we are finally seizing in being able to have a proper set of legislation that allows for these offshore wind projects to progress. I mean, interestingly, only last year we didn't even have a process to allow for these projects to be built. And I know for years investors, energy experts, people I worked with in my life prior to politics were waiting and desperate to see a regulatory framework for the offshore wind industry. And that's why the progress we've made in the last 12 months, you know, after much urging for many years by us, has been really heartening. We do have catching up to do, and that's what this legislation will help put in place. Since we came to government, we've taken a few steps in this offshore wind area, and one of those is to outline proposals for the first 6 offshore wind projects, and that includes a 200 turbine wind farm off the Gippsland coast, which will generate jobs as well as electricity. So that's the bonus that we have, and it really helps shore up our national energy security grid. Here's what I want you to think about. Just one rotation of one offshore wind turbine provides as much energy as an average rooftop solar installation generates in a day. Think about that. One turbine, one rotation does what an entire rooftop solar installation does in a day. And that's the scale of it. That's why we have the capacity to be an energy superpower and exporting the excess energy that we create. Anyone who has seen the Energy Minister speak about this will see his passion. And I know my community in the Blue Mountains, who got to meet with him in person in the lead up to the election, saw his absolute commitment to this. And I think what we're demonstrating in these first few months is the pace at which it needs to happen, because sadly nothing has been happening in this space with any sense of urgency or pace for the decade. Of all the proposals, there's the Gippsland one on the coast in Victoria. There's also the Hunter and Illawarra coasts in New South Wales, much more close to home for me. And I think we all recognise that there's a need to really develop these industries in renewables in places where there will be transitioning from the old traditional sources to these newer ones, and I really welcome those. All of the sites, including the one in Western Australia and off Tassie and off Perth and Bunbury, have all been chosen because of the good to excellent wind resources, plus their existing energy generation facilities and their connections to the transmission networks, as well as their locations near ports or industrial hubs. So it's really sensible thinking about where the most practical places are to put it. And this legislation that we're talking about will allow those projects to take the next steps. One of the things that I think is really important in the work that we're doing around the offshore wind power is to think about the way the community gets consulted around it. It will have impacts, and even though these are starting at about 5.5 kilometres offshore, we have to be very mindful of the other environmental and human impacts that they will have, impacts on other people using those waters. So our approach will always be to have genuine, open consultation. And certainly as someone who's been part of a so-called consultation over a new airport in Western Sydney, I have been highly critical of the processes the previous government allowed to happen there, where the consultation was not genuine. It was tick and flick stuff. And as a community member, I will be calling for at every stage open consultation, and I know that's what anybody connected to these projects has a right to expect as well. I think the other part of all of this, Deputy Speaker, is how it fits into the big picture. And now these projects are really exciting, but I can imagine people saying, well, yeah, they're going to take a long time. What's in it for me? How does this actually affect my life as someone who's looking at my power bill and going, oh my goodness, the cost of power has gone up. How am I going to cope with that? We are really aware of the increased costs of power. I think it's very disappointing that the previous government hid those likely cost rises from people, using regulation to hide and keep information from people in the lead up to the election. The news might not be things that people want to hear, but it's really important that we tell it like it is. And then we work through the pathway to resolve and find some relief. And we do this with a view not just for short-term sugar hits, but to get the systems in place in the long term so that we ultimately end up with cleaner, cheaper and more secure energy for many, many years to come. So doing this offshore wind is really key in that whole process. I mean, we're doing it because it gets us fabulous, huge amounts of renewable energy, and that's great for the environment, but it is absolutely vital in bringing additional supply into our electricity market. And we all know that that is a key to getting lower prices. We won't hide from the fact that energy hikes are hurting people. And we'll be upfront about the reasons why. As the Business Council of Australia says, it's the impact of the Ukrainian war, so global forces, but also, as they describe it, 15 years of domestic energy policy chaos. Now, that chaos has ended. This government has already demonstrated that that chaos has ended and that we are putting forward sensible, deliverable and pragmatic energy plans, and really importantly, working with the states, because a lot of the rollout of this happens at a state level. As the Prime Minister and Treasurer have both said in the last 24 hours, we will work through these latest forecasts and expectations of what the prices will be doing around the energy market. We'll be looking at regulatory and other steps that we can take. And I certainly know how much pain is likely to be felt in the homes of people in the Hawkesbury and Blue Mountains in my electorate when they open those bills. And I say to my community, I would really like to hear the circumstances that you're facing so that we are able to understand the different impacts it's having across a wide range of different families and their different situations. That's the only way that we're going to be able to work through and come up with a pathway to provide support to families to get through this time. In the medium and longer term, we know there are many steps that are being put in place, like the community batteries, like the solar banks, like offshore wind and increases in that renewable energy. But we know that there's going to be pain felt between now and then. And I want to share your stories so that we can make sure we put everything in place possible to support people.
I thank the member. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. And as the seconder of the amendment, it won't surprise people to learn that I rise to speak in favour of the amendment to the second reading moved by my colleague in the chamber yesterday. And that's not to say that we don't support this bill. Of course, the amendment doesn't seek to stand in the way of the second reading passing, but does raise a concern which I'll touch on in a minute. But firstly, this bill, I do think, will make it easier for more generation to come into the grid, and God, we desperately need it. So I'm looking forward to seeing something, hopefully with sensible amendments from the coalition passing, because we are in the middle of an energy and electricity crisis in this nation at the moment, and we desperately need more generation, as we are seeing confirmation in the budget last night that Treasury, who are pretty conservative on most things, are suggesting that over the next 2 years electricity prices in this country are going to increase by more than 50%, which is just a devastating revelation for families and small businesses in my electorate across this country. And I really am still coming to terms with how seriously that is going to impact people. What businesses will not be able to survive with a 50% increase in their power bill, and there will be tens of thousands of businesses that just could not possibly. I worked in a business in the wool industry where power was our largest input. There's just no way a 50% increase in their electricity prices are sustainable or competitive, and that is a frightening, frightening outlook for this country. And to hand down a budget and say that's going to happen, and I'm also not doing anything about it, is a particular disgrace, and something that will be heartbreaking to many people in this country, but also something that I think is going to have spectacular political consequences for the government. Because if you say to people your bills are going to go up by 50%, and at the same time as I'm telling you that we're also doing nothing about it, then, you know, in a democracy, you'll face a very serious price for that. And I'm not happy about that. I don't delight in that. None of us in this place want to see that kind of pain meted out against the people of our country. Whether or not it's got political consequences is irrelevant to the people that have got to get that bill. And there'll be families that cancel holidays when they get their next power bill, and there'll be some where one of the members of that family comes home and says, I've lost my job because the business I work at has to cut back because they can't meet that increase in their costs. And that is a heartbreaking future for people that is upon them. And I really am very, very moved and upset about that news last night. Although regrettably it wasn't the greatest surprise, because I think everyone else except the government until last night has been making these points and giving these warnings, whether it's the energy companies, whether it's the major manufacturers, people in industry, small business people, families and households. They make the point that it's tough out there as it is, and that if electricity prices are going up any further, then it'll be the question between viability and not in so many cases. But more than 50% increase is sort of a real kick in the guts. So, look, you know, I'm all for more generation coming into the market. Any new supply could have a minor impact in addressing the challenge that we've got. And so that's fine, as I indicate the coalition with some sensible amendments are happy to see this proceed because we really started creating the framework to provide an ability for people to invest with certainty in offshore electricity generation. And of course, it's very important that we've got a proper framework of regulation in place. And one of the core issues in our amendment that I want to touch on is one that is really important, which is the mechanism in which decisions are made around financial viability of proponents and the fact that, quite surprisingly, there's this ministerial discretion being provided in this bill rather than having a proper impartial agency approach to it. Now, the Acting Deputy Speaker, you'll know better than me an example in South Australia off the coast of Carrickalinga where we have a situation where there was a wave-generating electricity plant that unfortunately came a cropper to some bad weather, and at the moment there's not a long-term resolution to this thing that's just sitting off the coast of Carrickalinga, and it's probably a good example of how important it is that any proponent, any business that is undertaking activities in this space has a proper ability to take responsibility for the infrastructure that they're installing, and that if for whatever reason, maybe it's just end of life and end of a successful investment, that's what we hope for with these projects. But the Carrickalinga example is a good example of where, you know, it's vitally important that people that we as a government are giving permission to undertake these sorts of ventures, that they are held to a full responsibility for any potential adverse consequence like what has happened there in Carrickalinga. And our concern in the coalition is that if the minister's making decisions about the financial viability of these proponents and, you know, is not comfortable in giving that responsibility to an independent agency, then will political considerations come into the mix? But when a politician's making decisions, obviously they will. That's obvious, and I don't suggest a minister wouldn't follow their legislated requirements and their responsibilities as a minister to make decisions in an appropriate way. But if the decision rests with the minister, then they are perfectly entitled to use objectives of government policy, etc., in their deliberations. And if you're frightened of an independent agency taking responsibility over making that decision, then that's because you foresee a circumstance where that agency wouldn't consider the proponent to have an appropriate financial security around what they are intending to do, what they're intending to invest in, and you'd rather a minister make the decision because you don't want a situation where an independent process chooses not to clear that proponent as being appropriate to bear the financial risk of the investment they're making, and you want the minister to therefore make the decision because that will result in a minister signing off on projects that an independent process wouldn't. Now, what is that going to lead to? I mean, if you're frightened of an independent process in overseeing that element of the approvals that are needed to be put in place for these sorts of investments, then that raises massive concerns for us in the coalition. And I don't want to see other situations like in Carrickalinga, and they could be at a much more significant scale, where, for whatever reason, a lower standard is provided to certain proponents of this sort of infrastructure. And if we end up in a situation where, because the lower standard was applied, they do find themselves in financial peril and they are not in a position, because the standard applied to them was lower, to take responsibility for all the things they should if they're undertaking these investments, particularly around remediation and removing the footprint of their activities after those activities have ceased, then we're going to have poor outcomes. And in particular, we're going to have a situation where the government will be taking that responsibility, which should be rightly borne by the people undertaking the investment, who by undertaking that investment, intend to be the ones that make money out of these projects. And so we've got a situation where a centre-left government doesn't want the private sector to have full responsibility for the investments they're making and wants to set a lower standard when it comes to the responsibility that the private sector should bear for the environmental clean-up and outcome from their activities than what those of us on this side of the chamber are proposing. So this is truly bizarre, and it's an example of how weird the energy debate has become in this country, because we should have fundamental principles around these sorts of things. If it was an oil rig, I'm very confident what the Labor Party's position would be on holding those sorts of companies to the highest standards when it comes to determining that they are financially capable of being responsible for all elements of the investment they're undertaking, and particularly the full remediation of what they do out there in the pristine offshore waters of our nation when they've finished undertaking their economic activity. So why we think a lower standard should be put in place, and why a minister should have a political lens put over those decisions, the financial viability of a proponent to properly and adequately be responsible for the activities they undertake offshore, is really bizarre to me, and I think to all members of my party room. So our amendment addresses that point in particular, and I do urge the government to consider what the legacy of this decision could be, maybe not for 5 or 10 years' time, but I really hope that some common sense will prevail over that point, because we don't make it to score any political capital. We want to support what you're looking to do here, which is an extension of the things we were doing in government until 6 months ago. But it's really important that people that are given the opportunities to achieve an economic outcome from whatever they might be doing offshore, and in this case we're talking about electricity infrastructure, that they are held to the highest of standards of being responsible, particularly environmentally, for that activity, and having a low standard of financial oversight over their capacity to do that, I think, is a very poor way of approaching that. So more broadly, of course, we support a proper regime for governing offshore electricity opportunities for the private sector to develop. And in my opening remarks, I made it clear how frightening the outlook is for the energy and electricity situation in this country. And so if anyone out there is looking for other ways to install more generation capacity that feeds into the grid at their cost within the market structures that we have, then I'm all for it, because I'm desperately frightened about the outlook for households and businesses in this nation based on the revelations in the budget last night. I don't think this in any way will be a significant impact in that frightening outlook, but if it can provide any help at all, then that's all well and good. And we continue to make the important points around social licence, about communities that are affected by these projects being properly engaged and listened to and respected. And again, from an extension of the remarks I've just made environmentally, the social licence is equally important. It's vital that we bring communities with us and we take the time to make very sensible, measured decisions about these sorts of activities, because they do have acute impacts. Some good, of course. There is good economic outcomes possible for projects that are happening off the coast of communities, but those communities have to be engaged and they have to be supportive and want these projects, because we shouldn't be riding roughshod over them and their interests either. So I, with those remarks, commend the amendment to the chamber, and do also support the principle of the bill with those points we've made in the amendments, which I think will ensure the ability for this investment to proceed with certainty, but also making sure that the companies that are undertaking these activities are of the highest standard, are taking all the proper responsibility for those investments that they should. I commend the amendment to the House.
I thank the member. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I speak today on the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2022. This bill will help to create an offshore renewable energy sector, a sector that will power job creation in regional coastal communities like the Illawarra, and it will contribute to the development of cleaner and cheaper renewable energy for Australian households and businesses. For the people of Cunningham, the creation of an offshore renewable energy sector represents a great opportunity, an opportunity to create clean energy jobs, an opportunity to grow our local economy and help reduce emissions. The Albanese Labor government is getting on with the job. We embrace a vision of Australia as a renewable energy superpower, and we are moving closer to this vision every day. And I'm really excited about the role that our local area can play in being part of these exciting opportunities. But there is much work to be done before this vision is realised. Over the past decade, there has been too much time wasted, lost opportunities that must now be rediscovered. We have a lot of catching up to do. This bill takes some important first steps towards the creation of an offshore renewable energy sector. Firstly, the bill takes into account recent machinery of government changes and makes some small administrative amendments to the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Act 2021. The changes build on the amazing work already done by the Albanese Labor government and the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, the Honourable Chris Bowen. The government has recently announced 6 potential offshore wind zones, including the Illawarra. Public consultation for an area in the Bass Strait off Gippsland, Victoria has already been announced. The other regions are the Pacific Ocean region off the Hunter, the Southern Ocean region off Portland in Victoria, the Bass Strait region off northern Tasmania and the Indian Ocean region off Perth and Bunbury in Western Australia. Over the next 18 months, Minister Bowen will be seeking the views of the communities from these proposed regions, including the Illawarra. This government understands the importance of listening to local voices. We will listen to local industries, community groups, traditional owners, unions and government stakeholders. We will listen and ensure that locals are given time to consider the effects of offshore renewables on their communities. We will support and empower Australians to have their say. The government is also working on regulations to implement the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Act 2021. Consultation on the first stage of regulations that would establish the licensing scheme has occurred and comments so far have been positive. These regulations will help enable projects like the Star of the South, a proposed 2 gigawatts offshore wind farm off the coast of Gippsland, Victoria, and transmission lines like the Marinus Link to share energy between Tasmania and mainland Australia. It was also only after Labor's pressure that the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Act came into effect in June 2022, a framework that regulates offshore renewable energy infrastructure in Commonwealth waters. Offshore renewable energy has enormous potential in Australia. We have some of the best wind resources in the world, and our government is now unlocking the potential of this valuable resource. We are sending a clear signal that when it comes to new energy, Australia is open for business. The people of Cunningham care about reducing emissions and doing our part to tackle climate change. We also understand the realities involved in keeping the lights on and forging the steel required for infrastructure. An offshore renewables sector will require diverse skill sets in steelmaking, manufacturing, engineering, port and land logistics and many others, skills that the Illawarra has. Our community has a thriving port in Port Kembla, a world-class university hosting brilliant minds in the University of Wollongong, and a manufacturing base with a long history. The ocean off the coast of Wollongong is also a source of strong and reliable wind. Blue Economy's 2021 Offshore Wind Energy in Australia report shares our region's potential when it comes to renewable energy. The report notes that highly developed port facilities, steel mills, fabrication and manufacturing facilities, as well as a skilled workforce, makes Port Kembla a good resource. Wollongong knows how to make things. We have a strong and consistent ocean wind, and we are innovative and hardworking. The creation of offshore renewable energy sector would be a perfect fit for the Illawarra. Our government has also committed $10 million for an Energy Futures Skills Centre at the University of Wollongong and $2.5 million for a renewable energy training facility at Wollongong TAFE. These two investments will help train the workforce needed for the renewable energy jobs of today and tomorrow, jobs that this bill paves the way for. We are already home to groundbreaking organisations working on hydrogen electrolysers, sustainable buildings and renewable energy innovations. And we are ready to tap into the global offshore wind sector. The Renewables 2022 Global Status Report highlights the growing uptake of offshore winds worldwide. In 2021, the total offshore wind generation capacity increased to 54.8 gigawatts. Offshore wind accounted for more than 18% of newly installed wind power capacity and represented nearly 6.5% of total capacity at the end of the year. Countries like the United Kingdom, Germany, the Netherlands, Denmark and Belgium are all harnessing the power of offshore wind. Offshore wind currently contributes around 13% to the UK electricity mix. This is generated by 44 wind farms, totalling over 2,500 turbines. Last year, the UK installed over 2.3 gigawatts of new offshore wind installations, making up 70% of total European installations for 2021. The Global Wind Energy Council Global Wind Report 2022 mentions Australia as a market to watch. The report identifies that with an estimated offshore wind potential of nearly 5,000 gigawatts, our opportunity is huge. However, the report, which was published prior to the election, identified that this opportunity was held back by a lack of federal ambition and incumbent support for fossil fuels. Well, that is no longer the case. The Albanese Labor government is ambitious and getting on with the job. We have a vision of Australia as a renewable energy superpower and growing a strong economy while reducing our emissions. The Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2022 builds on our election commitments. Our Powering Australia plan will encourage growth and investment in regions that have been powering Australia for decades, regions like the Illawarra. Powering Australia will create 604,000 jobs, with 5 out of 6 being in the regions. It will encourage $76 billion of investment and finally bring governments and business together around renewable energy. The economic benefits are immense, and so are the benefits to our planet. We have already legislated a 43% minimum emissions reduction target by 2030 and net zero by 2050. Powering Australia will also increase the amount of renewables in the national energy market to 82% by 2030. This bill helps us to achieve these goals. We are also investing $20 billion to rewire the nation, modernising the grid to unlock potential of offshore wind and other forms of renewable energy, because this government understands the massive opportunities renewable energy provides to Australia and regions like the Illawarra. And with this bill and our other policy initiatives, we are paving the way for Australia to become a renewable energy superpower. It updates the existing Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Act 2021 to reflect machinery of government changes, and it extends the jurisdiction of the Customs Act to lower the risk of that offshore renewables infrastructure is used to smuggle goods into Australia. These minor necessary changes will enable the creation of an offshore renewable energy sector, a sector that will create jobs for Australia, particularly in coastal regional areas, jobs that will enable these communities to continue to power our nation, and jobs that will contribute to an increasingly decarbonised economy, a sector that would be right at home in Wollongong, with our strong manufacturing base, established port infrastructure and the University of Wollongong. The offshore wind sector has already been embraced by countries around the world, and it is increasing year by year as technology improves. This government understands the potential offshore wind as well. Australia has strong and consistent offshore wind resources. This bill is great for Australia, and it is great for coastal regional communities like the Illawarra. It sends a clear message that Australia is open for business when it comes to clean energy, and a message that will help create an offshore renewable energy sector, creating regional jobs, generating cheaper and cleaner energy and lowering our emissions. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Hinkler.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise to talk on the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill and, of course, support the government's amendments. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, as a former Resources Minister, I've had some exposure to offshore structures. And we continue to see from those opposite, and I will give Minister Bowen, the member for McMahon, his due. He is 100% committed to his ideals. He is an idealist, but he is absolutely not a realist. And a realist is what we need in this space, because what we've seen in the budget yesterday, as expected and as we warned the Australian people, is a more than 50% forecast in the price of electricity. Now, what has changed? There's been a change of government, there's been a change of policy, and we have seen brought forward changes in terms of the closure of baseload, coal-fired, reliable and affordable power stations in this country, and that will be paid for by the Australian people. It will be paid for by Australian businesses. Now, the member for McMahon, better known as Blackout amongst my colleagues, Madam Deputy Speaker, he's very well known amongst my colleagues. He got a good run in question time yesterday. I'd say to the member for McMahon, we need to look at some of the history here, and in particular some of the subsidies that have already been provided to intermittent wind and solar. Now, I had some research done by the Parliamentary Library, both on this bill and some previous support that's been provided over a long period of time. And I just want to provide some examples for you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To start with, simply under the RET scheme, which I'm sure those listening would know what that is, the Renewable Energy Target, the LRET alone between the years 2011 and 2016 resulted in $5,166 million in subsidies paid for by either the taxpayer or users. $5 billion. The SRES, the small scheme, between the same period, 2011-2016, $5,485 million, for a total of $10,671 million. To 2016, without the last remaining 6 years, we don't have that data anymore, it would have gone up substantially. In total, the Library says that at least $30 billion in subsidies and support has been provided for intermittent wind and solar and renewable energy. That is an incredible amount of money. You could build significant amounts of actual generation that works for $30 billion without that additional support. So what we see is long-term support for a technology which is now considered mature, but that is not enough for those opposite. They need more to meet their ideals. And we saw the Minister for McMahon announced the 82% Labor renewable energy target, and he said at the AFR Energy Summit it will require 47 megawatt wind turbines every month until 2030, and more than 22,500 watt panels that need to be installed every day, and 60 million by 2030. Now, this is my background, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm an electrical engineer, I'm an electrician by trade. I've got a reasonable understanding of what it takes to do this work. This is not going to happen. It just will not. It is an incredible thing to put to the Australian people, and the results will be an increase in electricity prices. We've seen the budget itself identify more than 50%. Now, the people I represent can't pay their bills now. Can you imagine how they will be situated when the power price goes up by more than 50%? How will industry be competitive internationally when the power price goes up by more than 50%? How will they be competitive when the lights continue to go out? Because the thing about intermittent wind and solar is it provides intermittent lights and power. Now, these are real numbers. Rough and ready, wind turbines produce somewhere in a 30% range for utilisation. So on average, they produce 33% of their installed capacity. So, for example, if they are 3 megawatt across a year, on average they provide 1 megawatt. But in between, at times, they'll provide 3 megawatts, and at other times they'll provide 0, none. And at times where there is none, that means the lights go out. So if you have an 80% reliability on an intermittent supply, then your supply will be intermittent. The lights will go out, industry will leave, and we'll lose jobs. And we've seen even that forecast by federal Labor in last night's budget, that there'll be an increase in the unemployment rate, that we'll continue to see inflation going up, and they have said consistently through the election and up until recent weeks, they will drive up real wages. But the budget says real wages are frozen for 2 years. You simply cannot trust them. If we look at solar panels, utilisation for solar panels in Australia is around 22%, so roughly a fifth. So if you have 5 megawatts, then you'll get on average 1. At times you'll get 5, at other times you'll get 0. This is incredibly bad for the network, because what it means, not only does the load shift up and down, so what the demand is, but you now have the supply moving up and down. That creates huge instability. And in electricity networks, what that means is blackouts, because things trip. You can't maintain consistency for frequency control, for voltage regulation, and a thing called system strength. You have to pay for all those. Now, they are ancillary to existing equipment. They come for free. You get that because, quite simply, it's inherent in spinning capacity. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is just some of the things that are already been happening right around the world. But in terms of offshore wind turbines, I had some data put together, I said, from the library. And what they've said is that the first wind farm decommissioned lasted just 10 years due to malfunctioning turbines. 2 others reached lifespans of more than 20. This is a very new installations in Australia. I've worked on a number of them. And what we know very clearly is whatever you put into the ocean corrodes. It is very difficult to maintain things that are in the sea. Ask any fisherman, ask any trawler operator, ask anyone that is putting things out there. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said earlier, as a former Resources Minister, I've dealt with a lot of offshore infrastructure and assets, and I still recall court cases and others where the claim was that whales will run into them. Now, won't someone think of the whales, Madam Deputy Speaker? We have potentially hundreds of offshore structures. I mean, will the whales magically determine that because of the low-frequency noise from the turbine, they'll avoid it, and yet if it was oil or gas, they'd run into it? This is the type of nonsense that gets put forward by those opposite. Now, in terms of the construction, what we find is, of course, it includes steel, copper wire, electronics, metal gears, lots of oil, because you've got a turbine and spinning components. But a wind turbine blade is 93% composite material, 2% PVC, 2% balsa, 3% metal paint and putty, rough and ready. And this is obviously from the library. Each blade can be between 25 and 100 metres long. And at the end of the life cycle of the asset, it has to be removed and you have to do something with it. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think this might even surprise you. The forecast is that by 2050, a total of 43 million tonnes of wind turbine blades have to be put into landfill. There are very few other options. 43 million tonne. So not only are those opposite filling the ocean with turbines and towers that may or may not last their design life, they are also producing enormous amounts of waste which can't be recycled. Now, the member for McMahon's proposal is that he has changed the decision-making to him as minister. Now, there are very good regulatory authorities for offshore structures which have been in place for decades in NOPTA and NOPSEMA. NOPTA for permits and approvals, NOPSEMA for obviously design. This is what they do. Now, those decisions in this legislation proposed by those opposite are being taken away. They're being taken away and given to the minister. Now, I like Minister Bowen. He's a very interesting individual, but I'm quietly confident he has got absolutely no idea about geotech, about engineering, about design for corrosion, about life cycle, about how to ensure these things are actually looked after and not abandoned and left for the Australian taxpayer at the end of their life, which may be much, much shorter than expected. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is fraught with danger. And if we look at what is happening around the world and locally, as we've heard from other speakers, the proposal now is that we'll see offshore wind farms in the Hunter, Portland, the Bass Strait and Burberry. Well, I can tell you where the load is. It's not there. The load is in Sydney and Melbourne and Brisbane. It is in the capital cities where most people live. So I would say, particularly to those individuals, the member for Warringah in particular, who's very keen on this, some great spots for wind at Manly Beach. It's close to the load. You can move it in nice and tight. You don't have to transmit it. You don't have to build transmission lines all over the country. Get out there and support this. You should be moving these things offshore Sydney because that is where the load is. It makes sense from an engineering and economic viewpoint. It absolutely does. Less transmission means less losses, means less cost, particularly for the taxpayer. It's an incredibly good spot to put them. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we see transmission plans for right around the country as part of the proposal from those opposite. Transmission, whether it's offshore, whether it's onshore. We are now seeing reports of payments proposed of up to $200,000 a tower. Now, for those who might be listening to this discussion, there is a regulated price for transmission costs in this country. It is fixed and it is paid for by consumers. Every single piece of transmission that is installed in this country is paid at a set rate of return and it is paid for by electricity users. It puts up prices. And the concept that you will build thousands, in fact more than 10,000 kilometres of transmission in this country with no impact on cost is wrong. It is absolutely wrong. and it will be paid for by the Australian people, by Australian consumers. We will lose businesses internationally who are no longer competitive. Our great advantage in this country has been the cost of resources, gas and electricity. We have the technology, we have very hard-working individuals, we've got lots of people who are out there investing in Australia, but they are walking away in their droves because they cannot be competitive internationally at these types of prices, and nor will they in the future, particularly if their business is only able to run when it's windy or sunny. Now, the utilisation rate that I've put forward in this presentation is accurate. That's what it is. It's in the 30s and it is in the 20s. So we haven't seen the big elephant in the room yet. This has to be backed up. If you have an 82% intermittent wind and solar delivery system, you must have that 100% backed up or the lights go out. It's not that difficult a proposition, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is very, very straightforward. It will cost a fortune. Even AEMO has said transmission alone is more than $300 billion. We've seen a commitment overnight from the Labor Party for transmission, rewiring the nation, of 40. You're 300 odd short. Then that's just on what's in the AEMO ISP. No matter all of these other things that are being proposed, they do not have enough money. They have not told the Australian people what it will cost, and it will be incredibly damaging to our economy. So those opposite need to get back into the world of realism. Idealism is fine, but the Australian people have seen clearly overnight in the budget that it is all about the ideals of the Labor Party. Because what we've seen, and this is a comment which, to be honest, I was quite shocked about from the Federal Treasurer, in the Australian front page this morning, and that is about they are trying to condition the Australian people. The Australian people need conditioning to get used to these types of budgets. They don't need conditioning, they need help. They need support at a time where cost of living is through the roof. They need support when they are losing their homes. They are sleeping in cars. And yet we see federal Labor's budget not help on cost of living. Proposals are pushed out into the future. They have cut more than $10 billion from regional projects. And I'm sure, Madam Deputy Speaker, you've got some in your area that will impact you. These things drive jobs. They drive the economy. They provide opportunities for employment. That is what matters to individuals who are trying to pay their bills. And what we have seen is increase in cost of living. We saw promises of reduction of electricity prices, and instead they're going up by more than 50%. We saw promises on real wages. Instead we see freezes. We're seeing commitments around infrastructure. Instead they've all been cut. So the Australian people very clearly supported a Labor government. Not in Queensland so much, Madam Deputy Speaker, but around the country, and I accept that. And they are getting a Labor government because it's a Labor government which will be managed by its ideals, not by outcomes. It will do things like conditioning the Australian people, Socialism 101. I just want you to help them. I represent some of the poorest people in the country. They cannot pay, and that has always been the case. We have enormous penetration of rooftop solar in my patch, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the reason for that is they can't pay the bill. They are literally turning off their fridges overnight. They are trying to find ways for savings, and these are Australians in this country. It is outrageous. And yet we see more propositions for more things that don't work that will cost an absolute fortune for the Australian people, and the taxpayer will pay. That's assuming they're still employed. We see that there's going to be increases in unemployment over future forecasts under a Labor government. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we haven't seen anything to do with the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Act. That still has to be approved, and many of these proposals will trigger the EPBC. We saw in the budget last night the Environmental Defenders Office has been funded. Those great bastions who take all of our resources companies to court and shut down their projects, like the Barossa gas project. Will we see them come out and try and save the whales here, Madam Deputy Speaker? Will they take the $2 million plus a year in perpetuity and use it to shut down offshore wind because they're concerned about bird life? And to be honest, they should be. I think this is a really high risk. So these are environmentally poor. And since when were batteries environmentally friendly? It's just incredible. So those opposite, Madam Deputy Speaker, are all noise and no substance. They are all ideals and no reals. They are all costs, and they are certainly not helping the Australian people. And this will continue into the future under this government because it is what they truly believe. Get out and talk to some people who actually have to deliver this stuff. It is not possible, it will not work, and you have not funded it or costed it. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to contribute to debate regarding the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2022. I'm speaking for this bill because the issues of climate change and renewable energy were the top issues that locals in Bennelong raised with me, and ultimately issues they voted for. They voted for a strong voice on climate change to be their voice here in our nation's parliament. They voted for someone to support legislation just like this, legislation that will unlock our nation's renewable energy potential, legislation that will produce emissions-free electricity as we drive down our emissions to our legislated targets and hopefully well above them, Deputy Speaker. Offshore wind is just one way that this government is getting on with the job. After a lost decade of denial and delay, we're getting on with the job of tackling climate change and investing in renewable energy and the economic prosperity that renewable energy delivers. And we know that offshore wind is poised for explosive growth globally. As an island nation, Australia has a coastline of more than 60,000 kilometres with very high wind resources. And with that comes so much potential for offshore electricity. Right now, there are over 10 offshore wind proposals in Australia just waiting to be given the green light by this parliament. We know that offshore wind power is abundant, it's homegrown, provides jobs and it is affordable. These projects promise enormous generation capacity with tens and thousands of jobs in the construction phase, thousands of good ongoing jobs as they're operational, and billions of dollars in investment. Importantly, most of these proposals are sitting alongside our traditional energy regions, and we heard from the member for Cunningham, who's proud to have her area identified as an area where offshore wind can prosper. We already have very strong infrastructure in place in those regions because of the electricity grids that have transmitted traditional power. Our regions have the most to gain from a thriving offshore wind industry. And we heard earlier, but I'll repeat it, one single turn of an offshore wind turbine can provide as much energy as a whole day's worth of rooftop solar. And these turbines can turn 15 times per minute. Around the world, more than 35 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity are already in operation, with expected increases up to 80 gigawatts by 2030 and 2,000 gigawatts by 2050. And just to put all that into perspective, currently Australia's entire national energy market is around 55 gigawatts, with these proposed projects alone generating over 25 gigawatts. We have more offshore wind resources than we could ever possibly use ourselves, and that means there's lots of opportunity for us to export this clean, renewable energy globally. It's deeply regrettable that all the benefits of offshore wind have been delayed for so long because of the inaction of the former government. Credible offshore wind projects have been waiting for more than 5 years for this legislation. We heard it's only after Labor's pressure that the Offshore Electricity Act came into effect in June 22. We finally have a framework for regulating offshore renewable energy infrastructure in Commonwealth waters. The previous government dragged their heels on getting this industry up and running, and there's no doubt we have a lot of catching up to do. This legislation makes some small administrative amendments to the existing Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Act of 2021 to reflect recent machinery of government changes. It also makes some technical amendments and closes a regulatory gap in the Customs Act to ensure full coverage of customs obligations for new renewable energy infrastructure projects offshore. This regulatory framework for offshore renewables will contribute to delivering cleaner, cheaper, renewable energy for Australian households and businesses. And this underpins the acceleration of energy transition and decarbonisation in Australia, exactly what locals in my electorate of Bennelong voted for. Not only are we doing this, but we're seeing a clear signal to the world, to investors, that we're open for business when it comes to new energy investment, giving certainty to the market that our country has been crying out for over a decade. As I've mentioned, there are so many great opportunities for jobs and industry in our lifetime. Opportunities for new traineeships and apprenticeships, for our local manufacturing and supply chains, for our seafarers and for the blue economy workers, and for those who are currently working in traditional resource industries. Not only do we have the capacity to manufacture the parts needed for these wind turbines, but we also have the deep water ports to export wind turbines. There aren't many places in the world where you have the rail infrastructure, the manufacturing capacity, the skills and the deep water ports to produce and export offshore electricity. Australia's share of manufacturing and supply chain activity in most renewable energy sectors is low, but it really doesn't have to be that way. After years of manufacturing decline, imagine all the jobs we can create locally by creating new energy sources like offshore wind, adding those to our current mix. Offshore wind also offers immense opportunity to produce green hydrogen for export. And in my electorate, Deputy Speaker, we have Hyundai, one of the pioneers and leaders in hydrogen technology for transport. And hydrogen produced by offshore wind directly or through the supply of electrolysis located in port facilities is a real game changer. If we can produce hydrogen from renewable energy, we can forge a multi-billion-dollar green industry with tens of thousands of new, well-paid jobs for our regions. Now that this legislation has been introduced, it is time for us to move and to move fast. We don't have a moment to waste. We cannot waste another 10 years like our predecessors. We're taking steps towards our vision of a decarbonised economy and considering where offshore renewable energy infrastructure may be suitable and consulting industry and regional coastal communities about them. The people of Bennelong supported me because they wanted to see real action on climate change, and that's exactly what this bill does. Because too long, Mr Speaker, the conversation in Australia has been skewed toward the costs of climate change action instead of the opportunities of climate change action. When we have a huge amount of work to do to seize these opportunities, we only have 86 months until 2030, and that's not long for the massive transformation that our environment needs. It would be a much easier path if we weren't grappling with a lost decade on this policy, but it means that we have no time to waste. And it also means we need to be all in. Government can't do it all, and nor should we try to. This must be a whole of economy effort, a whole of society effort. And I'm pleased with the progress our government has made so far, but there is so much more to do. You'll recall in the first 26 days since coming to office, the Prime Minister and the Minister for Climate Change and Energy formalised Australia's updated nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement's our 2030 target. In 109 days, we passed the Climate Change Act, enshrining this target into legislation. But as I said earlier, I'm pleased and proud of this, but I'm not satisfied. I'm satisfied because we have so much more to do. And again, only 86 months to achieve that 43% reduction. This bill will help us get there. Our climate change targets will require an energy resolution, and that's why we're targeting 82% renewables in our electricity grid by 2030. Big part of that was a huge announcement that the Minister for Climate Change made last week, the first and biggest investment from our Rewiring the Nation plan that takes us one step closer to achieving our emissions reduction target. It is the biggest energy investment by the Australian government since the Snowy Mountains scheme in the 1940s, and it's called the Marinus Link. 2 undersea transmission cables that will connect mainland Australia to the abundant renewable energy available in Tasmania. This agreement will support their plan to increase renewable generation to 200%. It will improve our energy reliability, cut emissions and create thousands upon thousands of new clean energy jobs all at the same time, unlocking the potential that our land has to to create more renewable energy. And just in conclusion, if you want to take anything from the first few months of this government, it isn't just that we don't want to waste a day, but that consultation and collaboration is a key part of this government's reform process. We took an agenda to the last election which was endorsed by the Australian people. But in implementing it, we know we need to work with every sector in our economy and every part of our community to make sure we strike the right balance. To achieve Australia's emissions reduction target of 43% by 2030, it's estimated that we'll need to install 47 megawatt wind turbines every month until 2030. This is a lot. Is this achievable? We will try our very best, working with industry, working with the regions, working with energy producers, our economy, to do so. We will act rapidly, and after the last decade of inaction on climate and cuts to renewable energy, we're turning things around.
The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Forrest.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on this particular bill. As we know, the Coalition in government passed legislation to enable the development of offshore electricity infrastructure through the Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Bill of 2021, which provided a robust framework, particularly in Commonwealth waters, for this type of development. Now, the majority of this bill has our support. However, to improve the bill even further, I support the amendments moved by the Shadow Minister, the member for Fairfax, in this space. Now, there is a proposal for a particular offshore wind farm in my electorate, off Bunbury and throughout the southwest along Binningup. In looking at this at a presentation recently, it's apparently around 5.5 kilometres currently looking at starting in state waters, and it's a near-shore construction. It will expand into Commonwealth waters over time, and the proposal is for 111 turbines, 15 in state waters and 96 in Commonwealth, producing 1.8 gigawatts of power. Now, construction is expected to take place between 2028 and 2030, and this wind farm operational from 2031. Now, as we know, not sure of exactly the height of the turbines, but we know that now, according to NOPSEMA information, they started off at a particular height and now can be built at up to 250 metres. And I understand the company stated that it has 10 offshore wind projects fully approved, ready to go. And as I know from talking to my colleagues, it's really important that we have the right location for offshore and onshore wind turbines and wind farms. And we've seen some very successful ones of those in the member for Grey's electorate and also in Tasmania. But one of the important parts of this is to really consider the whole-of-life management of the infrastructure, from the logistics, the construction, the maintenance, issues around corrosion and potential collision with vessels, the particular impact on bird life, the issue of fires, mechanical and electrical equipment failure, and potential wind damage. Now, the lifespan of wind turbines ranges from 10, 15 to around 20-year lifespans. So the removal, the recycling, the decommissioning of these is also an issue to be considered at this point, which is what we really want to see throughout this legislation. And in particular, the financial arrangements for licence holders to guarantee the dollars are there for not just the maintenance, but the removal and the recycling. I also am particularly focused on local procurement that might go with this in my electorate. In some instances, I'm aware that there are, in certain areas, where the same crew is used to simply service various wind farms just on rotation, and it may not involve locals. The presentation that I saw recently, in spite of what's been said, once these wind turbines are in place, whether onshore or offshore, and the same with solar panel farms, there are actually very few jobs locally available once they're operational. We see in this legislation that there is a change so that the minister has discretion around the decisions around the financial side of this for the proponents. And certainly robust guarantees need to be in place, whether it's by way of a banknote or a letter of credit. Needs to be an enduring arrangement so that at the end of life of the actual piece of infrastructure, that the actual dollars are there, financed by those who actually built and benefited from this particular infrastructure. I'm also concerned about the national security and sovereignty issues. When I look at the fact that at this time at least 80% of solar panels are produced in China, and that's moving towards 95%. And in the turbine space, China is a major supplier. And some of the information I've received as well around the recycling capability, certainly the turbines that came out of Germany had a higher recycling capability than others. So when you consider the 10, 15 or 20-year timeframes, these are all practical matters that need to be dealt with when these sorts of projects are on the table. I recently saw at the Energy and Climate Summit the need, as we've heard repeatedly, for 47 megawatt wind turbines to be built every month to 2030. So it will be a significant task to manage these and to recycle them over time. And as we know, they could be up to 250 metres high. At the same time, we will need to see 22,500 watt solar panels installed every day, and that's 60 million by the end of the decade. And so NOPSEMA information really talks about how the location of any of whether it's solar or whether it's wind onshore or offshore, the importance of the closeness and proximity to the markets where the demand is, and we know that to be often either industrial or city-based, because that's where the demand is. But in rural and regional areas, we're now seeing the impacts of this, and the most important thing will be the social licence, the community consultation process, and real concerns around the changes in this bill that give the minister the financial security of the licence holders sitting with him and not with the regulator. There is concern that rural, regional and sometimes more remote communities could be steamrolled in this process. We also know of the 28,000 kilometres of transmission lines that will be required onshore, this is a significant impact on rural, regional and potentially more remote communities. The other issue around the new solar farms is, you know, I'm unashamedly a farmer, Mr Deputy Speaker, and there is some significant areas where it is the right place for onshore. There is also the wrong place for onshore wind farms and solar panels. And we know that the sheer size of the area that will be required for both will be significant, which is why I also support the amendments very strongly proposed by the member for Fairfax, the Shadow Minister. Given the ministerial control over the financial arrangements, it's really important that the regional communities are not steamrolled, and that with the installation required here, that they are well consulted and certainly a part of the discussion from day one. And that is a particular part of the amendment that I am very supportive of. That social licence is so critical, and in rural, regional and remote areas, very, very important. It's not okay to say you will just take this whether you like it or not in that space. There is a real need to engage with the community along the way. And I think the issue of the product stewardship, no matter how, the whole of life of these particular pieces of infrastructure is really important. But I am very committed to maximising local procurement, again covered in the amendments. It's important that wherever these, whether it's onshore or offshore, wherever they're located, that the local communities are actually benefiting. The local businesses, the small businesses engaged in this, are actually beneficiaries in this space. And there is a real need for real transparency around each financial security deal approved by the Minister, no question. The community needs to have confidence in that process, that at the end of life for that infrastructure, that there are arrangements in place, well, not only for the ongoing servicing and maintenance, but for the removal and for the recycling, that is in place from day one, to give confidence to the community that they won't be left with assets that are no longer working and there's no funding there to support that work. We really saw last night in the budget a potential increase of 50% in energy bills and 40% increase in gas bills to 2023. What we certainly need is a managed transition as we move through, and it's something that it's the government's job to manage the transition because there is a need for affordable, reliable and dispatchable power. And we saw electricity prices under the coalition falling by 10% for households and small businesses and 12% for industry. And we did see, in spite of what's been said, $40 billion that had been invested in renewables since 2017. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, in supporting the legislation, but in supporting the further amendments to improve this bill and improve the outcome, as I say, it's really important to rural and regional communities that they are part of this process and can have confidence not only in their dealings with the actual companies, but in the whole-of-life management of these particular assets and this infrastructure. And one clear way of doing that is to ensure the financial security side of it and to have clarity over that, but also the social licence to operate in those communities is particularly critical. And there is a real need for our communities to be engaged early and not to be steamrolled in this process, but equally that there is a benefit in those small communities with the production not only of this electricity, but in the management of the process throughout its lifespan, whether that's 10, 15 or 20 years, and that appropriate management, recycling is part of that. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And I thank the member for Forrest for your contribution. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Fremantle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm glad to speak in support of the bill. The Albanese Labor government is getting on with the task of modernising Australia's energy system. That's the long and short of it, and this bill is an instalment in that process. It makes an important contribution to that process. It's a task that has been utterly neglected for the past 10 years, a task that's been utterly neglected at a time over the course of a decade when the world is making a profound shift with respect to the generation and distribution and use of energy. It's a shift that will define the 21st century, and for the last 10 years, Australia, thanks to the previous government, has essentially been asleep at the wheel. We're not going to allow that to continue. We are taking on the long-neglected task of modernising Australia's energy system. We are blessed in this country with incredible natural resources. That's been part of our history. We are also blessed with fantastic human capital, with incredibly talented scientists and engineers. And we're blessed with a community that's always been an early adopter of new technology. I mean, I don't think there's any question that the Australian community over time has actually embraced positive change and embraced a range of technological developments that have been necessary and beneficial. This is the latest one, and it's the most critical for our economy and for our social and environmental well-being. For all of those reasons, we absolutely should be a renewable energy superpower. And if we achieve that potential, which frankly is what the Australian community has every right to expect, then we'll have secured a whole range of benefits. Cheaper energy, less pollution, lower and lower carbon emissions, greater energy security and resilience at a time when we can see other countries suffering from a lack of that kind of independence and resilience. We see that currently in Europe as a result of Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine and the other associated consequences of that action and its response. We will see a new range of renewable energy exports, which will be of enormous benefit to Australia, and a new range of business activity, manufacturing, technology development, offshore installation and maintenance, and all the jobs that are involved in those activities. This Labor government is squarely focused on doing all the things that are necessary to modernise our energy system. We need to significantly increase the proportion of renewable energy in the mix, and we need to do that through a diversity of generation. And that's what this bill goes to, because it's frankly quite bizarre that we do not presently generate 1 watt of offshore wind power, and I'll come back to how bizarre that is on a comparable basis shortly. So we need a diversity of generation as well as an increase of generation. We obviously need investment in associated distribution and storage. And I know, Deputy Speaker, that those are things that you've been engaged with, and I remember that the work of the Energy Environment Committee in the last Parliament looked at some of your contributions to the question of how Australia pursues a low-carbon future, particularly in its approach to energy generation and other kind of industrial developments, and the way that we measure the emissions that are associated with that. So all of those things have been neglected. All of those things are now being taken on. They can't be changed with a snap of the fingers, but they can't be left to gather dust in the corner either, which has been the case. So we saw the Prime Minister just the other day down in Tasmania talking about the Marinus Link. That's a sort of a distribution project that will allow what Tasmania has to offer as a sort of a storage state, really, sort of it will really be one of the batteries of the nation, probably the most significant battery of the nation in the short term, in addition to projects like Snowy Hydro. We need to have the benefit of that. We need to make sure that the whole nation is connected so that renewable energy generation created in one part of Australia can supplement the needs in other parts of Australia, the same with storage. As I suggested before, Australians could be forgiven for wondering why there hasn't been a single offshore wind project located at the hem of our island continent. And there are probably people who assume that perhaps our wind resources, or the reason for that is that our wind resources aren't up to scratch, that the reason we've done well in solar and we've had projects in onshore wind but not offshore wind is perhaps because our offshore conditions just aren't suited to that. But nothing could be further from the truth. Nothing could be further from the truth. We have wind resources that are comparable to the wind resources in the North Sea off the United Kingdom. And of course, the United Kingdom has the greatest amount of installed offshore wind capacity of any nation. I think the UK gets 21% of all its power from wind power, and 10% of that is from offshore wind. So that's the kind of potential that Australia could look at. I think the report by the Blue Economy Cooperative Research Group identified Australia's wind potential at being in excess of 2,000 gigawatts, and we haven't tapped a single watt yet of that, which is strange. If you look at what we could achieve, if you take where we're currently at, about 29% of our generation currently is renewable. I think 9% of that is wind presently. That's all onshore wind, no offshore wind. As I said, if you look at Denmark, 50% of their renewable energy is from wind. If you look at the UK, it's 21%, with 10% being offshore. South Australia has shown the value of wind in that at various times 40% of its energy generation comes from wind, but as yet none from offshore wind. So that's something that we can really benefit from and increase in future. Last year in 2021, globally, wind generation grew 14%. In total additional wind generation, it was the largest amount of new wind power that had ever been added. And just to give a sense of how other countries are approaching the offshore wind opportunities, the United States has a target of achieving 30 gigawatts of installed offshore wind by 2030, and the UK, which currently is the world leader in installed offshore wind capacity, has a target of achieving 40 gigawatts by 2040. If we achieve that, I mean, we will diversify our renewable energy mix. We will bring in some of the cheapest new energy generation into the mix, which will lower household prices. We'll also create new industries and related jobs. Again, that report I mentioned that I think was produced in the middle of last year, the Blue Economy Cooperative Research Group report, suggested that at the low end, by the end of this decade, we'd expect to see about 4,000 additional permanent jobs in offshore wind, potentially as high as 8,000 jobs. That fits in with Labor's overall ambition when it comes to our Powering Australia policy, which estimates that by achieving 82% of renewable energy by 2030, we will create 600,000 new jobs, and 5 out of 6 of those jobs will be in rural and regional Australia. I know that my colleague from Western Australia, the member for Forrest, would be very aware that one of the identified zones is off Bunbury in Western Australia, off the southwest coast, adjacent to her seat. And you know, like everyone who happens to live in an urban area, I'm very mindful of the fact that our economic development should be focused on the needs of rural and regional Australia. That's part of our national community that almost always gets left behind or comes to the party late. We have an opportunity as we make this transition to correct some of those disparities and imbalances. And I think it's remarkable when we look at the potential in this industry to think that 5 out of 6 new jobs potentially will be in rural and regional Australia. On the jobs task, you know, I could talk about the neglect of the previous government under 5 or 6 different subheadings. One of them would be around the lack of preparation for the transition we're making with respect to Australian workers. And despite the fact that the former government made commitments through the Paris Agreement to preparing for transition, nothing was ever done. Nothing was ever done. And we saw a massive dropping away in training numbers generally, and we saw nothing that was aimed at preparing young Australians and Australians in a range of industries undergoing change for that change through training and job transition support. That's in stark contrast to what our partners have done elsewhere, other comparable countries. The American jobs plan that the Biden administration issued had 6 separate initiatives directed at clean energy, electrification, zero carbon manufacturing and those kinds of things. The UK Green Jobs Task Force was squarely focused at that piece. And I'll just quote from that because I think it was really well put in the Green Jobs Task Force report from the UK. It said, as we look ahead to publishing our comprehensive net zero strategy and hosting COP26 in the autumn, we must focus on how we invest in the UK's most important asset, our workforce, so that people have the right skills to deliver the net zero transition and thrive in the jobs it will create. We are taking the first steps to ensure that green jobs are good quality, that they can be accessed by people of all backgrounds and in all parts of the country, and that workers in sectors and industries undergoing change can reapply their skills and expertise towards this new challenge. I mean, that's exactly what we should be doing in this country. I note that the World Economic Forum has looked at that transition question and identified that the top 10 skill sets required in the net zero carbon economy, of those top 10, only 3 are industry specific. So there's a lot of potential to allow people in existing industries to transfer into these new jobs, but government actually has to take on the challenge and be an active part in working with communities, working with unions and ensuring that the educational and training infrastructure or architecture is there to enable that transition to occur. I mean, the reality is there's going to be work in areas like asset and project management, engineering, technical skills, mechanical and electrical engineering, control instrumentation, blade and turbine technologies, marine biology, geophysics, hydrology, oceanography. All of these different areas are going to be involved in the offshore wind industry and other related parts of the new energy transition, and we should be preparing young Australians and workers in affected industries to take the benefit of it. Labor is doing that. That's why we went to the election with the new energy apprenticeship program, and that was delivered on in last night's budget. So the new energy apprenticeship program itself, $95.6 million over 9 years from 2022-23 to support 10,000 people to complete new energy apprenticeships. Exactly what we need to enable people to be part of this exciting change with all the benefits that it will bring. And separate to that, a new energy skills program, $10 million over 5 years from this financial year to support Australia's workforce to transition to a clean energy economy. That is just one of the many things that we have been sadly lacking over the last 10 years. This bill is an instalment in that great project, that great neglected project of modernising Australia's energy system. It is bizarre and inexplicable that a country like Australia, with the best wind resources, including offshore wind resources going around, has not yet tapped a single watt of that potential. And we've shown what our community and what our tech sector and what our energy businesses can achieve in areas like household solar, large-scale onshore solar, all of these other things, yet offshore wind somehow remained a strange and inexplicable blank within the palette of energy options. This bill is an important step towards correcting that. We know we have some 12 projects that are under consideration that will begin to address what has been an aching gap in our portfolio of energy generation options. But we're doing all the things that are related to the transition, and particularly in relation to the workforce aspects of it, because it's not only about more energy and diverse energy generation, more energy resilience and security, lower air pollution as well as lower carbon emissions. It's also about new jobs, new exports, new opportunities for young people and people in industries that are going through change, particularly in rural and regional Australia.
The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Fremantle for that contribution. I'll take it by the fact that he didn't declare Fremantle waters as open for business on wind farms, that maybe he doesn't support them in his electorate, but we'll have to see how that unfolds in the future, because it actually does come to some of the points I want to make in this speech, Mr Deputy Speaker, about this sort of denial of the reality and the actuality of our move to renewable energy in Australia. But I do want to also take issue with his comments now that he's left the chamber, unfortunately, that somehow the coalition had not been doing its job in this effort to assist Australia or take Australia into a transition to renewable energy. In fact, as we well know, our emissions in Australia had fallen by 23% since 2005 levels, and on a trajectory that is to continue under the previous government's policies. Now, $40 billion, for instance, was spent on renewable energy in Australia since 2017. That was under the coalition governments. 6.1 gigawatts have been manufactured in the last 5 years. These are the kind of performance that puts Australia easily in the top 15% of performers in the world when it comes to the transition to renewable energy. That is no mean feat, and it should not be belittled by those on the other side of this chamber. They should speak, if they want to speak, with clarity and transparency and truth on this subject. They should use that last word, truth, and actually stick to the facts and steer away from the rhetoric. In South Australia, and member for Fremantle mentioned South Australia, there is 2,300 megawatts of installed capacity of wind. There are 400 megawatts of installed capacity of solar, large-scale solar, and then there is 1,800 megawatts of rooftop solar. And I have great interest in this in the electorate of Grey. Of those wind farms, just a tick under 2,000 megawatts sit within the electorate of Grey. Close to 75% of the solar capacity, large-scale solar, sit within Grey as well. And there is a lot of interest, particularly in the Upper Spencer Gulf area, of generating more renewable electricity, perhaps converting it into hydrogen, tapping into the wind resource of the far west coast of South Australia with new transmission lines that are under construction at the moment, and will be good for my electorate. In fact, I'll give the wind farm operators a bit of a tick here. They've learned a lot in recent years, I think since they first started, and learned to actually give the landholder a bigger slice of the action. I've had very few complaints from people, landholders, who have wind farms on their property that are in receipt of proper financial recompensation that actually have any problems with having wind farms. The wind farm operators have actually grown to realise that they need community consent and have become more generous with neighbours who might be inconvenienced by the wind farms, and also with the communities generally. But I'm quite in favour. I have no problems with the idea of wind farms generally, and I have no problems with offshore wind farms. And I think it's right and proper that we should have legislation in place that will enable people to build offshore wind farms if that is what they wish to do. But I am kind of mystified, I would have to say. Australia is the 6th biggest country in the world, 7.7 million square kilometres, and interestingly 34,000 kilometres of coastline. Most of that coastline is good prospect for wind farms. Certainly the southern coast of Australia is fantastic for wind farms. You would well appreciate that, Mr Deputy Speaker. And so I'm a little... and one of the things we do know about marine wind farms, if you like, or offshore wind farms, is they are more expensive. And somebody has to pay the bill at the end of the day. So I'm fairly mystified that in a country of this size, that somehow we have to build these wind farms offshore. Now, we all know why that is. It's because of, and I touched on it at the beginning of this speech, it's of this separation of reality and fact. So most people are in favour of renewable energy, but a whole lot of them don't want to see it. They don't want to know about it. They don't want to have to look at it. For instance, Mr Deputy Speaker, I know you come from an Australian rules football state, and I was very keen, I think I'm maybe past my prime now, but very keen on playing half forward for Adelaide. But probably the reality was not, I'd have to say. And so we all want renewable energy, but somehow we don't want to see these monstrosities, as some people call them, next to them. We all want better mobile phone service. You'd be surprised, Mr Deputy Speaker, the number of people who come to me and say, I don't want a mobile phone tower anywhere near me, but I do want service. So we do have this problem in Australia that people are saying, on one hand, I want renewable energy, but I don't really want it. Somebody else has to have it. Otherwise, we would have seen the member for Fremantle standing up and say, I want it off Fremantle Port, but he doesn't. He wants it off my coastline, so where my people have to look at it. And I think that's... I think if we're going to be honest about this situation, people should be honest with themselves, and politicians should be honest with the public, that there is a cost and a result. And that cost may be financial, and it will be financial, but that cost also may be to humanity. Let's wait. I'm indebted to the Minister for Minister Bowen, I don't want to get the title wrong, to Minister Bowen for pointing out to us that we're going to need 18,000 kilometres of transmission towers. 18,000 kilometres. Now, I hope those people building those transmission towers will take a leaf out of the book of those people who build the wind towers and start cutting the landholders and the local communities for a decent slice of the action. But if they do that, it comes at extra cost, and it will go on the power bill in that box that's outside your house and everybody else's house in Australia, well, unless they're not connected to the grid, of course, but to most people, it will come in the price of the product coming down from the power line to them. So that is where the honesty is lacking in this campaign. So this will all come at added cost, and we're seeing. I mean, the government came in, the Labor Party came into government on the commitment to the Australian people that power prices would come down $275 a year under their watch.
Yeah, it's going well.
And I read the budget. I read the budget last night. I'm sure you did, Mr Deputy Speaker. And it actually in telling us they're going up by 50% in the next 2 years. 50%. Now, it's Russia's fault. I mean, that's apparently what the Treasurer said. There are a whole lot of other things at play here. It is not as simple as the invasion of Ukraine. There are a whole lot of other drivers in that electricity price. So let's be honest about it. Let's be honest about the fact that the change, the move from fossil fuels to renewable energy is not a cost saving. It's going to come at a cost. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. What I'm saying is we should be realistic and truthful about where this is heading for Australia. And we should also be truthful about what a 50% increase in our power prices is likely to mean to industry in Australia. I mean, we've heard the government wax lyrical about the idea of growing manufacturing jobs in Australia. Good luck with that. 50% increase in power prices, good luck with growing new manufacturing jobs in Australia. We will be fighting tooth and nail to keep the ones we have already. And I will be fighting for them. I mean, I have 40% of Australia's steel industry in my electorate. They don't need higher electricity prices. I have a significant smelter in my multi-metal smelter in my electorate in Port Pirie. We do not need higher electricity prices. They are all looking at investment in renewables to power these operations, and I'm pleased with that. But don't think, and they know, it doesn't come free. It comes at a cost. So let's be truthful with the Australian public about those matters. Now, that renewables, yes, Minister Bowen tells us, of course, that along with the 18,000 kilometres of new transmission lines, we're going to have 22,000 new 500-watt solar panels installed each day for the next 8 years. And now I actually haven't done the calculation on how many that is in total. I think it's certainly in the millions. 22,000 a day. Gee whiz, there will be a lot of jobs in that. But I think he should tell us where those panels are coming from. And this is an important part of Australia's security. At this stage, 95% of solar panels are coming out of China. I don't know if anyone's looked at the tensions in the Asia-Pacific lately and Australia's economic security, our supply lines, but how strong a position will Australia be in if our electricity system relies entirely on a nation that may have hostile intent for us? And I haven't heard anything from the government, absolutely nothing about where we're going to get these solar panels from. We're also informed that there's going to be 40 wind towers built a month. 40 wind towers a month. Now, considering that I already have around about 2,000 megawatts nameplate capacity wind towers in my electorate, and I've watched them go up and seen how fast they can build, I would suggest that would take just about Australia's whole construction industry. Did you know, Mr Deputy Speaker, there's 1,600 tonne of concrete in one wind farm? That's a lot of concrete, and it emits a lot of carbon, but I don't buy into that argument that somehow wind towers aren't efficient when it comes to reducing carbon, but I think it needs to be realised this is a resource that will need to be removed one day, in fact. But 4,040 a month, I mean, it is an astonishing number, and I just don't know where they were going. Well, obviously, they were going in the sea and they will require more concrete there, I'd have to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, than they're likely to require on land. So I would be very grateful if the government would actually explain not only where they're going to get where the solar panels are going to come from, but not only the solar panels, where they're going to go to when we finish with them. Because I think that's a completely unconcluded area at this stage, is the waste stream coming out of renewable energies that everybody is just ignoring at the moment because we don't have to deal with it in any great scale. Solar panels, I'm hopeful that they'll be able to be recycled, but to what level I don't really know. And certainly the wind farms, I mean, my understanding is at the moment wind farm blades, which are made of fiberglass, are not recyclable. Now, I don't know whether they can be made into something that will be useful, but my understanding is they get torn up to shreds at the moment and buried. And the life of those wind blades is certainly not the life of the tower. They are replaced quite often. So there is a significant stream there that are going to require, I presume, to produce fiberglass fossil fuels to produce those. But once again, all I'm asking for is honesty in this debate, and it is just so lacking on a general basis. People get, as we saw from the government, they get a platitude before the election: we're going to reduce your power by $275, and then afterwards a little bit of honesty crept through from the budget because they had to deal with the Treasury estimates, and oops, it's going up by 50%. So honesty, transparency, let the sun shine in, fellas. That'd be a really good thing, because at this stage I'm not seeing too much of it.
The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Wannon.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. And isn't it timely that we're discussing this bill today, the day after the budget, the offshore electricity infrastructure bill? Because what we saw in the budget last night was something that was quite extraordinary, We saw the government come out and admit over the next 2 years that your electricity bill is going to go up by 50%. 50%. And yet we heard nothing, and we haven't heard it mentioned since the election about the government's commitment to deliver a drop in your electricity bill by $275. Now, it was mentioned 97 times in the lead up to the election. And you would have thought that the Treasurer last night would have been upfront with the Australian people and said, sorry, we can't deliver that $275 reduction in your power bill. But no mention of it, none whatsoever. And no mention that in the budget papers, quite clearly, and we've got the minister here, and he won't mention the word $275, and I'll say it while he's here, $275. So stand up, and because we'd love to hear it, $275. Minister, I'm happy to cede the floor to you. Come on, mention $275. So he was, just so everyone's aware, everyone was there because we've got two members here who heard it. He was mumbling under his breath, $275. Yeah, he will not stand up and say $275. Say it in the parliament, say it on your feet when everyone can hear it. You 97 times you said it, 97 times, and you will not mention it now after the election. Not once. You've been at the dispatch box, I think it was 6-7 times yesterday. Will not mention $275. It shows you, and this is the sad reality, it shows you how duplicitous this government is. And that's the sad reality that Australians have woken up today, and they've seen the budget papers and they've seen duplicity, outright duplicity. And it's a shame, because it's going to be households that feel the pain of that 50% increase. And not only that, it is going to be businesses that also feel the pain of that 50% increase. And the sad reality is, we also saw last night, the budget papers show that the unemployment rate in this nation is going to go up. And one of the reasons that that unemployment rate will go up is because these energy bills continue to go up. And the sad reality is also the budget showed that real wages aren't going to go up like the government promised before the election. They were meant to go up. Real wages will go down. So what we've seen in the budget last night is a government with no plan, no economic plan whatsoever to address the challenges that this nation faces. Now, what about this offshore electricity infrastructure amendment bill? What about this bill? Well, this bill builds on some of the very good work that we did when we were in government. It builds on some of the very good work that we did when we were in government. But it also shows and demonstrates once again that the government has no plan. Let's think about how offshore wind is going to be developed in this nation. Right now, all the contents for offshore wind will be imported. All the blades will be imported, all the towers will be imported, because this government has no plan whatsoever to see how we can have some local components in these offshore wind farms. None whatsoever. And I would say to the minister, while he's here, he needs to think long and hard as to how he is going to assure this is going to happen, because I'm told when he was approached about this, he was completely dismissive about it, completely dismissive. Wouldn't even give the time of day to those who raised it with him. So I'm hoping that that arrogant, out-of-touch, duplicitous approach that we're seeing from this government already will begin to change, and we will start to see them looking very seriously at these issues. What we also know, and the minister, I'm so glad he's here, has told us, is that there is going to be 28,000 kilometres of new poles and wires right across the landscape of this nation. Now, I sadly have already seen what those kilometres of poles and wires look like if they're not done properly, if there's not community consultation, and if, especially in bush-prone areas and also in areas where there is good productive agricultural land, those poles and wires shouldn't be above ground. Those wires should go underground, because at the moment what we're seeing is that those poles and wires are coming in. More often than not, they're using cheap steel that's been imported from China, and they are a blot on the landscape. And not only that, they are being put on roadways next to roads, so they're actually dangerous. They're actually dangerous. They're not being properly regulated, they are not being properly put in place, and they are dangerous. They're eroding, they're already eroding, and our road network is already dangerous enough. So, Minister, 28,000 kilometres of new poles and wires is not going to be accepted by the people of rural and regional Australia, and you're going to have to think very, very carefully about how you are going to do this, because we're already seeing it as a blot on the landscape, and it will only make a bad situation worse if you do not get this right. We also need to think about how you are going to be able to deliver a proper transition when it comes to energy for this nation, because right now you are rushing, and you are rushing in a way which is going to turn the lights out in this nation. Any transition has to be done properly. Any transition has to be done with a careful plan. And we are seeing nothing from this government about how their rush to renewables in any way is going to be done in a way which generates jobs in this nation, which puts downward pressure on energy prices. As a matter of fact, we're seeing the complete opposite. We are seeing a plan which is going to lead to job losses and which is going to see energy prices go up. And this will have a detrimental impact on the Australian people. And worse than that, it will have a detrimental impact on the communities that rely on cheap energy to make sure that they can sustain their livelihoods. So, Minister, you need to absolutely go back to the drawing board to look at what you are doing to this nation. We know that last time you were in government, as a minister, there was complete chaos within the portfolios that you administered. And the sad reality is that we're starting to see the exact same thing again. And that is because you don't have a plan. Now, we had a plan, and the offshore electricity infrastructure bill was part of our plan. And it was part of an orderly transition which would see this nation be able to continue to generate jobs while also dealing with downward pressure on emissions and downward pressure on electricity prices. Now we are seeing the complete opposite. And one of the things that really concerns me more than anything else is what impact this will have on communities in my electorate, and in particular the town of Portland, where we have one of the few aluminium smelters in this nation. One of the few aluminium smelters in this nation. Now, we have to make sure that there is an orderly transition which will continue to see them to be able to access affordable energy that will enable them to continue to provide aluminium, which earns us export income, and provide jobs to our local community. If we do not get this transition right, those jobs will go, and all the benefits that accrue to the local community from that smelter will disappear. Not only that, we have Keppel Prince, which makes wind towers, And if we don't get this transition right, and if the minister can't deliver on his wilder claims of how many jobs are going to be delivered by renewable energy, then what we're going to see at Keppel Prince is those jobs go as well. And I am yet to see any plan from this minister as to how any content in offshore wind will come from Australia. None whatsoever. And I would say this to you, Minister. You need to lose a little bit of the arrogance and go and talk to these people. Sit down with them and work out how you're going to deliver on the jobs that you have promised, because they are not seeing anything and they are hearing nothing from you as to how that is going to take place. So, in summary, Deputy Speaker, it's timely that we've got this bill being debated today, because last night we saw the most extraordinary budget delivered. It was much ado about nothing, apart from one fact: the $275 commitment from this government to take that amount of money off your electricity bill was jettisoned, and what we got instead was a 50% increase in your energy bill coming over the next 2 years. $275 out the door and 50% increase to your energy bill coming over the next 2 years. What a budget. That was the key takeout of the budget. We also know that what we are going to see is 28,000 kilometres of new poles and wire infrastructure across the Australian rural landscape, with no plan on community engagement, no plan on making sure that those wires will go underground where there's productive agricultural land, where we need to for fire safety to protect our local communities. No plan on upgrading the two-phase power that still exists in a lot of rural and regional Australia. So we're going to have lots of new poles and wires and nothing to address the two-phase power that we have across many parts of rural and regional Australia. So there is no plan whatsoever. So the one good thing about this discussion is we now know that the minister has mumbled under his breath $275, and we heard it. So now what we will wait to hear from the minister is him get up and actually say that we will not be proceeding with the $275 cut to your electricity bill that we promised 97 times before the election. We will not be proceeding with that, Minister. That's what we want to hear. $275 mentioned. You mentioned it. You mumbled it under your breath there. You mumbled it under your breath. Let's hear you get on your feet and just admit it to the Australian people. There's nothing wrong with admitting you promised something you can't deliver it. Just get up and admit it. You've admitted that there's going to be a 50% increase in people's energy bills, although I note the Treasurer didn't say that last night. It was just in the budget papers. He didn't say it in his address last night. So hopefully what we're going to get now from the minister is a bit of honesty, a bit of frankness. He's going to come clean with the Australian people. He's going to say your electricity bill isn't going to go down by $275. Instead, it's going to go up by 50% over the next 2 years.
The question is that this bill be the question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I thank all honourable members who have contributed to this debate? I particularly thank honourable members from the government. I also do want to thank honourable members from the opposition. I particularly like it when the member for Hinkler contributes, because he reminds all Australians just how backward-looking the opposition is. He reminds all Australians of why they lost the election. When he gives a rant against renewable energy and talks about how renewable energy can't be recycled and about how bad wind turbines are. I always welcome a contribution by the member for Hinkler in particular, and I'm sure it'll be broadcast throughout electorates throughout the country. Those electorates have voted for a climate government, a government taking action on climate change, whether they voted Labor or Independent. The member for Hinkler is one of our greatest assets, and I always like it when he contributes to this debate. Now, what I also you were just about to say? You were just about to say? Thanks for your contribution. Now, the establishment of the offshore renewable energy sector will promote regional development, enabling investment in Australia's coastal areas, creating thousands of jobs. Mr Deputy Speaker, one of the great things about offshore wind is it creates a lot of energy and it creates a lot of jobs. The offshore wind turbines need strong maintenance because they work very hard. It's very windy, and that means there's ships going out to the wind turbines. It means ports are re-enlivened. And I was interested to hear the honourable member opposite just say we need local content. I welcome his contribution after 9 years of doing absolutely nothing about local content. And local content is certainly something that I've discussed with state and territory ministers and we'll be working on together when we come to detailed licensing arrangements for his information. If he wants to have a serious conversation about local content, then he can have one. But I won't be taking lectures from somebody who sat there for 9 years and watched manufacturing decline in this country, and he was a member of a government which asked the car industry to leave. I was there in the parliament for that. I'm old enough to remember when Joe Hockey was Treasurer. That's how long I've been here, when he got up and he shamed Holden into leaving Australia. This bill does make some small administrative amendments to the existing Offshore Electricity Infrastructure Act 2021 to reflect recent machinery of government changes, which is very sensible and necessary. It also makes some technical amendments and closes a regulatory gap in the Customs Act of 1901 to ensure full coverage of the customs obligations for new renewable energy infrastructure projects offshore. This is all very sensible, Mr Speaker. I do note that the opposition has expressed concern about a change which changes the role of NOPSEMA and the role of the minister. I do not accept the points made by the opposition. It is right and proper that the minister of the day, whomever that minister is, be empowered to reflect and represent the interests of the Commonwealth. And NOPSEMA is a good regulator, but that is not their job. And while they're a Commonwealth entity, they're actually not formally, constitutionally and legally part of the Commonwealth, and the Commonwealth's best interests should be protected by the Commonwealth. Certainly my approach as Minister, if such a decision were to be taken by me, would be to consult and seek advice from NOPSEMA and my department in reaching those conclusions. But it is appropriate that the Minister of the day, whoever that is, have that power, and so I will be opposing the detailed amendment moved by the opposition, and of course I'll be opposing the second reading amendment on the basis that it's ridiculous.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Fairfax has moved, as an amendment, that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to offshore electricity infrastructure and for related purposes.
If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, member for Fairfax. The Federation Chamber will now consider the bill in detail. I understand it is the wish of the Federation Chamber to take the bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to. Call the member for Fairfax.
Deputy Speaker, and I move the amendment circulated in my name. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition supports the vast majority of this bill. At the end of the day, it builds on the Coalition's work in the previous term of government. And given our strong legacy when it comes to record investment in renewables, while also being able to reduce emissions, keep the lights on and, of course, reduce prices, we are very proud to see our legacy built on by this government. As flagged, though, in my second reading amendment, we do have a concern about just one aspect of the bill, and that aspect is reflected in the substantive amendment to which I now speak. And it is an aspect that has the Minister moving to the House, that he gains more power to make determinations with respect to financial securities on offshore infrastructure deals. Our approach was very clear when in government. Our view has not changed. There is a regulator who should have that authority. We therefore disagree with the government's proposal that that authority moves out of the realms of the regulator to the Minister. I acknowledge the Minister's words just now before I speak, that he believes that he would be better placed to make such decisions. And I can understand why the Minister might believe himself to be the best to make such decisions. However, our obligation in this place is to do what we think is right, what is in the best interest of the Australian people and the Commonwealth. Now, I will not repeat the concerns expressed in my second reading speech, other than to note those words, especially the concern that regional Australia has about this government not respecting the need for a social licence on these major, very important infrastructure projects. I appreciate advice that the Minister has provided through to my office on the importance of financial securities. On that aspect, there's no different view from the Coalition. Financial securities are absolutely key. That's not in question here. What's in question is whether or not the Minister himself is empowered to make decisions that should be made by the regulator. We cannot afford, in light of the enormous rollout of renewables that the Minister has planned, we are talking here about 28,000 kilometres of transmission lines, over 22,000 solar panels every single day, 40 wind turbines every month. Now, you can imagine the amount of deals that need to be done and the importance of protecting the Australian people, including potential liability for the Commonwealth, and why, therefore, we need to protect the Australian communities, regional communities, from a Minister who might be emboldened with the authority to make easier terms on these financial securities. And the missionary zeal with which he is already trying to implement his policies that were predicated on economic modelling that last night was disproven in the budget papers by the government itself. Economics that were disproven in the budget papers themselves. It is very unwise to empower this minister, indeed any minister, for this purpose, and that is the reason why I put forward this substantive amendment.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the minister.
Very briefly, Mr Deputy Speaker, to correct the honourable member opposite, I did not say, and I do not believe I am better placed than Notsima. I believe the minister of the day. It's an appropriate reflection of their duties. The powers that we are giving to the minister in this bill are entirely in keeping with the powers that I, as Minister for Climate Change and Energy, have on a very daily basis on things I would sign off and approve. Other ministers in other portfolios would have similar and greater powers. NOPSEMA is an important and respected regulator, but this is not in keeping with their role. This is, as I said before, this is about protecting the interests of the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth's interests should be protected by a Commonwealth minister.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to.
I would like to make the point that the minister now stands and says, it's not about me as the minister, it's not about wanting to give myself more power, it's just whoever the minister is of the day. But there's no complaint from the now minister previously about these powers. No complaint whatsoever. It just so happened when this minister became the minister, he thinks the minister's best placed to make these decisions. Think about that. Here we have a situation where we've got a new minister who decides, I need more power. Never before was he suggesting somebody who acted in this capacity has this power. But now that he is the minister, he wants that power. And this goes to the very heart of why we're concerned about this proposed amendment from the government, Deputy Speaker. It is the emboldenment of power that this minister is after. And now he wishes to rise above it, being on the high moral ground, saying it has nothing to do with who is the minister. This is in the best interest of the Commonwealth. But when he was not the minister, he was silent on this point. This is about him. This is about his agenda. And it is an agenda that has been proven to be flawed. And so I'll take the opportunity, Deputy Speaker, to point out that the minister was asked multiple questions in question time yesterday. At not one point was he prepared to confirm on Hansard record that he will deliver $275 reductions in household power bills. Now, I'm very happy to allow the minister, actually the minister will have an opportunity to get on his feet again after I speak. And what I ask you to do, Minister, is to confirm that you will deliver on your promise of a $275 reduction in household bills for Australians. Because what we found out last night was that the government's economic plan, which said they'll deliver that $275 reduction in household power bills, was wrong. Now, who said it was wrong? In the government's own budget papers. The government's own budget papers have confirmed what the Prime Minister and this minister have not had the courage to say publicly. Despite being asked multiple questions in question time, this minister refuses to state whether or not he stands by his promise of a reduction in power prices. And we found out last night it took Treasury to put it in writing to say power bills are going to go up by over 50%. Now, where did the government get that modelling from? The government got that modelling from modelling it had done, outsourced to, before the election. That same modelling justifies their entire suite of climate and energy policy. So think about that. The minister's entire suite of policies is based on an economic model, which we found out last night confirmed is flawed, entirely flawed. And so when you start talking about over 6,000 jobs coming out of the plan of the new government, Based on which model? The same economic model, which is flawed. Over 600,000, and it's rising, And so, what is the reduction in power bills that the minister? What's the reduction in power bills will the minister commit to? What's the reduction in household power bills will the minister commit to? Silence. This is the problem, right? This is the problem. He knows very well that he has broken. And so let's get back to why I make this amendment, Deputy Speaker. And I had no intention to have this sort of back and forth. But what I'm not going to accept on behalf of the Australian people, especially regional Australia, is this minister pretending he's doing the bidding of the people of Australia. This power should be in the hands of the minister of the day regardless, when we all know very well he was silent on this issue when he was not minister. Once he becomes minister, he wants all the power he can get, and it'll be the Australian people who lose.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the minister.
Thank you, very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to point out that under this government there's one Minister for Energy, and it's appropriate that the power be held by a Minister for Energy. It would have concerned me under the previous government, because we now know that there was more than one Minister for Energy under the previous government. Under the schmozzle, under the absolute governance schmozzle, there were secret ministers who all would have had the power. You know, I concede that would have been less than great governance in relation to that. So I don't wish to detain the House. We'll resist and defeat the amendment. And I invite the honourable member opposite to ask me more questions at 2 o'clock, and I'd suggest he might want to word them better than the ones yesterday.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd just like to make the point that we have the minister in the chamber today. He had every opportunity to stand and rebut the substance of what I put forward, and he just stood yet again and had no substance to rebut what we have put, which only affirms to me that he has no interest in respecting the social licence that can only be gifted by those communities who are impacted by major projects, and with him being empowered with this authority that should lie with the regulator will only embolden his missionary zeal, and the Australian people will lose.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to. There being no further speakers, I'll put the question that the amendment be disagreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. The ayes have it. As it is division required, as it is necessary to resolve this question to enable further questions to be considered in relation to this bill, in accordance with Standing Order 195, the bill will be returned to the House for further consideration. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, Emergency Response Fund Amendment, Disaster Ready Fund Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Page.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Page has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on the Emergency Response Fund Amendment Disaster Ready Bill 2022. In this year's election, Labor made a commitment to improve Australia's disaster readiness by investing up to $200 million a year for natural disaster resilience and mitigation initiatives, as recommended by the Productivity Commission in 2015. And with this bill, we're making a significant step in delivering on that promise. Deputy Speaker, in May 2022, the former Governor of Queensland, Paul De Jersey, did an independent report in response to a decision that was made by the Brisbane City Council. And it's just one demonstration in a capital city of the impact disasters can have on our country. 20,000 homes in Brisbane, 177 suburbs were impacted by Riverine Creek and overland flow from flooding in 2022. That's an astonishing amount, 177 suburbs in Brisbane. Just imagine the impact on the tens and tens of thousands of people. The Brisbane City Council took 60,000 tonnes of flood-impacted belongings away after the flood. 3,000 streets had curbside collection engaged in by the Brisbane City Council workers. In the Brisbane and Ipswich area, there's been close to 20 major floods since 1840. And in my lifetime, 1974, 2011, 2013, 2022. Natural disasters are devastating, they're unpredictable and tragically in this country inevitable, and the full impact of any disaster is not felt straight away, particularly the economic impacts, and the recovery is a very complex process and takes years. So assistance in relation to disaster is not just what a state, a federal government or a council can do at the time, and not just by great community organisations who help out enormously, but it takes a very long time. So any assistance to communities, whether it's in regional areas or capital cities like Brisbane, or regional areas like mine and Ipswich and the Somerset region, which is a regional area, and rural communities, is very timely and important and critical to our flood resilience. In 1974, which I alluded to before, when I was a child, my parents' house was 8 feet underneath the water. It took us years and years to recover. There were 74,000 people living in Ipswich, and 1,500 homes were inundated. In 2011, 170,000 people living in Ipswich. It's close to 250,000 now. 3,000 homes were inundated. Hundreds of businesses were destroyed. In the Somerset region, in that flood, 470 properties were inundated. Over 700 streets in Ipswich in 2011 were inundated. So the impact is enormous. This is something that affects communities, affects individuals and families. So it's particularly important that we get the disaster resilience correct in this country. The cost alone in 2011 in Blair and my community was estimated to be more than $1 billion. And in the last Labor government, for a period of time, I was responsible and had the responsibility under then Attorney General Mark Dreyfus and now Attorney General Mark Dreyfus to be in charge of the flood disaster from the Commonwealth's point of view in the recovery in Queensland and as a result of the 2011 floods. The impact as I travelled around Queensland was simply astonishing. Now, this legislation is warmly welcomed. The Local Government Association has said that millions of Australians will benefit from the new government's $200 million a year disaster ready fund that will help protect high-risk communities from fires, cyclones and floods. It's been supported by the Insurance Council of Australia, who have commented that they've long called for the level of investment and resilience measures to be increased, and they warmly welcome the announcement by the federal Labor opposition then at the time and government now. So there's a lot of work to be done in this space, and as we clean up, as Australians, for example, in Tasmania and New South Wales and Victoria now continue to clean up, our hearts go out to them, because people are not just impacted in loss of jobs, in loss of homes and businesses. People die, and there have been many people who've died in my community since the floods that I can recall in 1974 as a child. The amendments in this bill change the name of the former government's Emergency Response Fund to the Disaster Ready Fund and allow $200 million to be debited from the DRF for natural disaster resilience and risk reduction. It allows the minister to adjust that maximum disbursement amount by disallowable legislative instrument. I think that's a sensible move, to be honest with you. It will facilitate the transfer of responsibility for fund expenditure to the new National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, and streamline administrative arrangements in this space. Under the DRF, up to $1 billion has been set aside over the next 5 years to mitigate potential disaster loss and damage, and this is a fundamental program that is really critical across Australian communities. The specific focus of this particular expenditure in the fund will help Australians deal with future catastrophic weather events. It's vital we invest in these communities. It's vital we reduce harm, the loss of life, property loss, the impact on farms and businesses, the impact on economic productivity. It's really critical we do this. Deputy Speaker, the previous government, I've got to say, put aside $4 billion rather, but not spend it on any disaster resilient program. It's just astonishing. It acted like almost an interest-bearing deposit that grew up to $800 million but didn't spend any money. Simply astonishing to me that they did that in 2019. The purpose was to spend this part of this money and this to be like a future fund, but it never happened. And quite extraordinary that they didn't do so, and I just think it's an absolute dereliction of responsibility that the previous government had undertaken. We're going to put these monies to work to keep Australians safe and to keep properties safe and reduce the cost of repair from natural disasters. I recall after the 2011 floods, Deloitte Access Economics saying if we spent $250 million, we could save $12 billion with respect to the cost to the taxpayer of recovery from floods and natural disasters as well. So, you know, this is really, really important. So committing this money not only does mitigate damage and save lives, but we know for every dollar spent saves at least, you know, up to at least $2, but up to $11 in recovery costs. We're dedicating the DRF to natural disaster resilience and risk reduction. There'll be a clear distinction in terms of the different funding sources for recovery and resilience. The government will honour previous ERF commitments announced, including recovery elements. As part of what we're doing here, it's important to note the recovery efforts will continue on the ground for those, tragically, those rural communities and the country towns and cities that are being affected currently. Arrangements are always in place and dealt with regardless, at one level, regardless of who's in power at a federal level. This particular bill is dealing with one fund, but I know in times of difficulty that governments at all levels and politics should be set aside to deal with disasters in a way that the people expect. Deputy Speaker, my region has been smashed by floods, and it's been the greatest tragedy I've seen in my time in federal parliament to see how my community has been impacted and the loss of life, the damage, how people have been affected. And it takes me back to my childhood when I see just the pain that they experience. I was pleased to see in last night's budget the $4 million that we allocated to Ipswich Showgrounds in Blair. This delivers on a key election commitment that I announced with the Minister for Emergency Management earlier this year. It comes as a result of the initiative of the Ipswich Show Society. This includes $2.5 million for general upgrades as part of the Stage 3 redevelopment of the showgrounds, an important step towards the Ipswich Show Society's ambitious plan for an Ipswich Events and Exhibition Centre. But more importantly, $1.5 million will be allocated from the DRF to improve amenities, which will be utilised by a new emergency relief centre during disasters. This is our major location as an evacuation centre in Ipswich. It's commissioned and run by the Show Society, and they do a mighty job. And during the most recent floods in 2022, they, with council officers, the Red Cross, the Salvation Army and many communitarians with great heart acted to assist people, hundreds of people who were impacted by the floods. These upgrades will include toilets, showers and privacy for locals as part of a purpose-built emergency relief centre for use by the entire region as emergencies strike. Deputy Speaker, Ipswich is the fastest growing city in Queensland and needs adequate infrastructure to support the community, and this project is absolutely critical piece of infrastructure to future-proof Ipswich against the impact of devastating natural disasters. Just last week I met with representatives from the Show Society, Darren Zano and Denise Hanley, to discuss their plans for the showgrounds upgrade, and I know they'll be delighted with the news coming out the budget. The project will help my local community to better prepare for floods and natural disasters. I'm also pleased to see $3 million in the budget to support the Ipswich City Council in flood recovery and resilience projects along the Bremer River and its tributaries. I saw also the council's commitment during the last federal campaign and beforehand to look at the creeks and tributaries into the Bremer River which backlog and flood, such as the Bundamba Creek, the Maihai Creek, Deebing Creek, and a whole range of other creeks, and Woogaroo Creek as well. Last week I had Minister for Water and the Environment, Tanya Plibersek, up to Ipswich, where she met with the Mayor of Ipswich and the Deputy Mayor, as well as council officers and stakeholders who are doing a lot of work in relation to cleaning up the Bremer River and the like. But this $3 million will go towards geoscience, flood gauging, revegetation, eradicating noxious weeds in the area, but also look at issues in relation to PFAS and other issues. So it's really critical because we know that the Bundamba Creek and other creeks flood. We've seen the impact on schools and sporting clubs such as the Ipswich Knights Soccer Club, the Ipswich Men's Shed, Brassel State Primary School, Ipswich State High School, all as a result of these creeks backlogging and the water coming back through the Bremer River. I've got the Somerset Dam and the Wivenhoe Dam, the main water supplies for Ipswich in Brisbane in my electorate. So I'm very pleased to see this $3 million partnering with the $1 million Ipswich City Council will contribute towards flood resilience and recovery. It's part of Labor's Urban Rivers project as well. Just a couple of weeks ago, Deputy Speaker, I was delighted to meet with Ipswich homeowner Dirk de Vos, together with the Speaker, the member for Oxley, and the Queensland Deputy Premier, Stephen Miles, and the Mayor of Ipswich. Dirk's home in Goodna was affected by the February floods and will now be bought back thanks to $740 million under the Resilient Homes Fund, a joint initiative delivered through the Commonwealth and state disaster recovery arrangements I referred to. Dirk and his family are leaving the member for Oxley's electorate. They're moving to Fernvale, a great country town in my electorate in the Somerset region. They're going to start a new life and they're looking forward towards a bright future without fear of rising floodwaters, and Dirk and his family have been through the floods twice. As well as Dirk, I understand that dozens of Ipswich homeowners are now accepting offers for buybacks, voluntary buybacks, with more to follow in the coming months. I'm advised that a further 60 flood-impacted homes in Ipswich have now been identified to proceed to independent property valuations as part of the program. This is a great outcome for those homeowners, and I commend also the Ipswich City Council and the Queensland Labor government. This is a nation-leading program, and I know it's got bipartisan support, and I appreciate that. I want to thank the Minister, I want to thank the Palaszczuk Labor government and the Ipswich City Council for their efforts in working together to support these local residents. So many people in my local area had their homes ravaged by the floods earlier this year, and we can't stop the floods from occurring. But with these proactive initiatives like this and the DRF, we can take steps to reduce their impact. I have worked tirelessly, Deputy Speaker, whether it's under this government and the previous opposition, or indeed under the National Insurance Affordability Initiative that we announced, and I announced with then Prime Minister Julia Gillard in February 2013, to improve the flood resilience in Ipswich, whether it's the bunt that we see near Thaguna, it's the flood issues and road infrastructure in and around Redbank Plains and Redbank Plains Road, or whether it's the sandbagging equipment I got for the Ipswich City Council and the local SES in Ipswich. I've worked hard in those areas because I know the impact that floods and natural disasters have in my community. I applaud the Senator Watts, the Minister, for the work he's doing in this space. This is critical work for my community. If ever a bill was going to impact my community in a positive and beneficial way, it's this particular piece of legislation, and I want to thank him very much for his commitment to the people of Ipswich and Somerset as well.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I concur with the concerns of the member for Page about this particular Emergency Response Fund Amendment, Disaster Ready Bill 2022. The member for Page has been through hell and back and arrived there again with the floods in Lismore, and he has led magnificently in trying times. But it's not just the member for Page, it's particularly the first responders in his community, the ordinary, average, everyday Australians in that community who have risen to the challenges that they've confronted magnificently to do what they can to save lives and livelihoods. And they have been a wonderful exemplar of what being a true Australian is in times of hardship. Lismore has been absolutely smashed by floodwaters and, as we speak, is confronting the grim reality of rising waters again. and it's not just in the Northern Rivers, it's not just indeed in that area of Australia, it's very much inland New South Wales, the eastern states that are currently very concerned about not just the flooding occurring at the moment, but what the weather could hold in coming days and weeks and months. And this particular bill, I'm concerned that it is a little bit like a skit in one sense out of the 1979 classic Monty Python's Life of Brian. What we're doing is changing the Emergency Response Fund to the Disaster Ready Fund. You know, it reminds me of the Popular People's Front to the People's Popular Front. And poor old Graham Chapman, acting as Brian, didn't know which group to join or which group not to join. He certainly didn't want to be a splitter. But, you know, people who are sandbagging their house, getting their business prepared to be as resilient as it can to protect themselves against rising floodwaters, don't care whether it's the ERF or the DRF. They just want to know that this government, this parliament, this nation has their back. And I'm not quite sure whether changing an acronym, changing a name, is indeed something that they are really all that concerned about. And as we speak, people in my electorate are very worried, very, very worried, in fact, particularly in the northern part of the electorate, in and around Forbes, where the Lachlan River is once again causing hurt and hardship to those central western New South Wales communities of Forbes, West Wyalong. The rising Lachlan has broken its banks on all too many occasions in recent years. Indeed, 6 times in the last 12 years, 2010, 12, 16, last year and this year. We had then Prime Minister Scott Morrison and New South Wales Premier Dom Perrottet there in November last year. We had the current Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, the Premier, Perrottet, the New South Wales Emergency Services Minister, she's also the Flood Recovery Minister, Steph Cook, who's from the neighbouring electorate of Cootamundra there as well, and the Federal Minister, Senator Murray Watt, Emergency Management Minister, there last Monday. And I very much appreciated their visit. Most importantly, so did the locals. And the state of the roads in and around Forbes, in and around the Riverina, in and around New South Wales, Victoria, are just shocking at the moment. I'm sure Tasmania is pretty bad too. Brought on by the potholes brought about by just relentless rain. And when you're a council with a low rate base and not much ability to actually increase with rate pegging here in New South Wales, it does make it tough to get the funds to be able to provide not just throwing a bit of asphalt in a pothole, but the maintenance, the upkeep, the improvement, the betterment of those roads, rebuilding the roads in some cases, completely rebuilding them. I mean, it's used to be $1 million a kilometre. I'm sure with the current state of the roads, probably going to even be more than that. And whilst I appreciate the New South Wales government has provided a $50 million package to do just that, I can remember the Local Roads Community Infrastructure program that I put in place when I was Deputy Prime Minister, albeit it could have gone to community infrastructure and some councils chose to do just that. It was around $55 million for just my electorate alone. So $50 million, great start. Not going to patch every hole in regional New South Wales, in the flood-affected areas of New South Wales by any stretch, but it is a good start. This particular bill does change the name, which, you know, as I say, when you are up to your knees in water, doesn't really make much difference. It is a coalition government policy, former coalition government policy with a new name. no additional money being directed to natural disaster events, no new projects until after July 2023. And the difficulty there is people generally have a cynicism about politics and politicians, and this bill doesn't help that. It doesn't help that, particularly when our people, particularly our country people, have been smashed so badly by so many natural disasters, and particularly now with the floods. There's no transparency around how the funds will be distributed. There's no definition, indeed, of what constitutes a mitigation or disaster prevention project. The Minister refers to activities, river gauges and rain modelling as examples, but these are activities of government agencies such as the Bureau of Meteorology. And whilst I'm on the Bureau of Meteorology, could you imagine the condemnation that would have been rained down upon, pardon the pun, not intended, but rained down upon the then coalition government had at the time of a flood. The Bureau decided to change its, its messaging as far as wanting to be called the Bureau rather than BOM. I mean, could you imagine the minister would have been hauled before Senate estimates, would have been pilloried in the public, there would have been a rush to gush of condemnation by the media, Labor would have been calling for the minister's head. Nothing. Crickets. But anyway, we move on. Minister Watt refers to consultation on guidelines to be held with stakeholders. Who are those stakeholders? It's a fair enough question. What are the guidelines? It's a reasonable request. Now, the bill doesn't come into effect until 1 July 2023, so any potential inquiry that probably needs to and should go into this, and I appreciate the bill has been referred to the Senate Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee for inquiry, that won't delay its implementation. Now, I appreciate that the reporting date has been set, 16 November. Submissions close or have closed. I get all that. I understand all that. But we do need to query the intent. We do need to query the provisions within this bill, and that's what the member for Page rightly does with the amendment that he quite reasonably has put forward. I just want to just talk a little about some things that have been said in relation to the politicization of some of these natural disasters, which have been unfortunate. They indeed have. Minister Watt claimed on Twitter in March that the level of denial about the Lismore floods among Morrison's ministers is astounding. None of them are here. They have no idea how absent their government is. Emergency Management Minister Senator Bridget McKenzie had visited several times. I will pay credit to her and give her her due. She had been there. She had been working not just with the local member, Kevin Hogan, but indeed local stakeholders and meeting local people. PM Morrison visited and made a national emergency declaration on March 11, and as I said before, the member for Page stood up, particularly when it was counted. I mean, he always does, but particularly so in this crisis. And I wouldn't want to, as Minister Watt, politicise that situation. Then shouldn't have done it. Wasn't true, and that's unfortunate. The Emergency Response Fund Amendment Disaster Ready Bill, it does dam wall by 10 metres to 95 metres. That will add 650 gigalitres of extra capacity to help flood mitigation. 650 gigalitres is a lot of water. It's more than what's in the Sydney Harbour. Not only would it help flood mitigation, it would also help agriculture. Now, if it's good enough for the state government, New South Wales government, to raise Warragamba wall by 14 metres to help those people in the shadow of that huge piece of water infrastructure, then good enough for them to also do the costings, to do the business plan for Wyangla. And they need to get on with that, and they need to get on with it quick smart. And I know the member for Cootamundra, Steph Cook, is very much an advocate for it. I know that the local mayors, whether it's indeed Phyllis Miller at Forbes, Bill West at Cowra, certainly Brian Monaghan at West Wyalong. I mean, West Wyalong had the Newell Highway cut off for 6 weeks in the 2016 flood. 6 weeks of one of the greatest arterial corridors of commerce in New South Wales, cut off by the Lachlan's waters. And I drove to Forbes only the other day, and the water was lapping up either side of the Newell. It's quite a sight to see, but it could be avoided potentially if Wyangla would be increased. Now, I know the state government wanted a $325 million loan as part of a $650 million towards that project, $650 million towards that project. Well, they got it. Then they wanted a grant. We gave them a grant. Now they come back to the federal government, then federal government, and said, well, it's going to cost a lot more. Okay, so be it. Let's do the costings, and whether it costs $1 or $2 billion, let's get the costings. Let's work out what this is going to save. Forbes used to be flooded once every 7 years, and those figures go back to 1887. Once every 7 years. They've been flooded 6 times in 12 years. Do the maths, do the figures. They don't deserve to have their town sandbagged all the time in readiness for the next flood, which potentially could be, what, next week, next year, year after, probably all of those. And here we are talking about changing an acronym. I mean, it's Life of Brian stuff, it really is. The member for Page has genuine concerns. He's made an amendment. I concur with what he has put forward. We need to be disaster ready. Yes, we do need to. We were, as a coalition government. We put in plans, funding and priorities in place. Does this build on those? Not really. Not really. It just changes the name. Doesn't provide any new funding. We need genuine action. We need bills and legislation that's going to make meaningful action so that people who are sandbagging their homes, who are genuine heroes, such as those in the SES and other first responder organisations, volunteers, don't get too cynical about politics and politicians.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and thanks for offering to extend the time so I can finish some remarks that are important, I think, at this time of natural disaster in our nation and for us in the Territory, as well as we begin a cyclone period that could potentially see up to 11 cyclones during the season. At the outset, I just want to acknowledge all the community groups, first responders that are out there, and just families helping families, mates helping mates around our country at this distressing time. My thoughts and prayers are with you all. However, we also understand as a federal government that you need a lot more than just thoughts and prayers. You need action, and you need a supportive federal government working cooperatively with the states and territories and local government at this time. And so it is a sense of pride that I can contribute to this debate. The Albanese government has started delivering on our commitment, our promise to create a new disaster ready fund to help our communities all around the nation prepare for natural disasters. And despite the previous Speaker's admirable defence of one of his local members, it also has to be said that over the past decade, what we saw from those opposite was a failure to really help Australians prepare for floods, fires and storms. It's hard to think that we had a $5 billion fund sitting there ready to go, and yet it did not spend a cent since it was established in early 2019. And while that fund was sitting there untouched, it was accruing millions of dollars of interest, and interest that could have been spent to help those Australians who had been battered by floods and fires to rebuild their lives and protect their communities. So those opposite, I think it is fair to say, could have done more, but we need to learn from that, and we are. When they did belatedly start offering assistance, they too often, as a federal government, started playing some political games with the states, particularly if they weren't from their political organisation, and that is unfortunate. And dividing people and not showing national leadership in a time of crisis is, I think, partially responsible for the decision the Australian people made in May this year. Now, as so many Australians are experiencing now, floods or even the creeping flood towards your home is devastating for people and for communities. We reflect on our experience in the Northern Territory. We're at Katherine in the Northern Territory with the Katherine River. There's really been 7 big or notable floods in the last 100 years, and my wife Kate was in Katherine for the 2006 floods, and she described it as a feeling of creeping dread. And that's what so many families, including someone I heard on morning TV the other day around Echuca, talked about that creeping dread as the floodwaters crept closer to their houses. It was a big one, though, in Katherine in late January 1998, where a tropical cyclone, as I said, the Territory is entering the cyclone season. It developed in the Gulf of Carpentaria. There was 3 days of steady rain over that Australia Day period in 1998. 4 people died and thousands of people were evacuated. As our Minister for Emergency Management, Senator Murray Watt, has previously said about the arrangements of the former coalition federal government, and I quote, he said it was unconscionable that communities had been left at risk while money was available to keep them safe. And I want to not make a partisan point here, but I do want to thank the Minister for coming to Darwin recently, and we spent some time with the NT disaster response people at the centre, but also want to acknowledge the people at the National Critical Care and Trauma Response Centre who were part of the Northern Territory's response apparatus to natural disasters, both on our homeland and into our region. So the natural disaster funds, should be used to help communities prepare for disasters. And we don't need to be told that they're going to be more frequent. We know that climate change and the La Nina weather systems, a third of which is forming, are going to mean that we're going to have more floods. And we're already dealing across our nation with a really wet country. Down the whole East Coast, but beyond the East Coast as well, the ground is absolutely full with water. And we're going to expect, as I said, an unusually early start to the cyclone season. We've had a lot of rain already. There's going to be a pause this week, but more rain coming after that. And a number of our remote communities have to evacuate every year as those storms approach. And many top-enders also carry the scars of Cyclone Tracy, which honourable members would be aware of, but maybe not aware that almost 50 years ago when Cyclone Tracy hit Darwin, at least 71 people died. All Territorians worry about the future. So I'm delighted, Deputy Speaker, that this Disaster Ready Fund bill will lead to real action in terms of both mitigation and support for those who will inevitably be affected by worsening weather events. This fund will provide up to $200 million per year to invest in mitigation projects like flood levees that are really needed in places like Katherine, cyclone shelters needed throughout the north, fire breaks and evacuation centres in the Northern Territory and around Australia. And our government will not repeat the mistakes of former governments We will prepare with the communities for natural disasters, we'll protect lives and livelihoods, and will hopefully then see much lower damage from floods, fires and cyclones. I will note, Deputy Speaker, that in order to deliver security for natural disaster impacted communities, that the government will also honour the 2022-23 Emergency Response Fund commitments that were announced by the former government. Now, that includes $150 million for the New South Wales Northern Rivers region that are being hammered once again, and the $50 million Coastal and Estuarine Risk Management Program, and it's appropriate that they are honoured, of course. And my heart does go out to the people of Lismore and the Northern Rivers area. They've had an incredibly tough time, still recovering from previous flood events. So I want to acknowledge all of those. It doesn't matter what side of politics they're on, but I want to in particularly acknowledge the work of the former member for Page, who is now a New South Wales Member of Parliament, Janelle Saffin. She's been working with her community through incredibly difficult period, and our thoughts as Territorians are with the people of the Northern Rivers and all around the country where they're facing disaster. We've seen the devastating consequences of not being prepared when natural disasters hit, such like the Black Summer bushfires and the recent floods. As I said, Mr Deputy Speaker, we know there's more to come. We want Australians to be protected as possible to weather those storms, and I'm proud to be associated with this bill. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And the Federation Chamber is suspended until 4 p.m. today.
Thank you. Sorry for the delay. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, Emergency Response Fund Amendment, Disaster Ready Fund Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Page.
The original question was that the bill now be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Page has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to. And I call the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In my electorate of Casey, we know quite a bit about emergency response and disaster resilience. We've experienced more than our fair share of bushfires, storms and other natural disasters. The 2009 Black Saturday bushfires in Victoria caused widespread devastation and the greatest loss of life from fire in Casey in known history. 173 people tragically lost their lives. 414 were injured. More than 1 million wild and domesticated animals were lost, and 450,000 hectares of land were burned. More than 19,000 CFA members worked tirelessly, not just in the immediate emergency, but for the weeks and months to finally extinguish the last blaze. And many thousands of Victorians and millions of Australians came together to support those affected, including in my electorate of Casey, for the weeks, months and years of our physical and psychological recovery. Deputy Speaker, as Australians become more urbanised, the fringes of cities encroach further into the bush, and it is here in the frontier zone between bush and city that bushfires do much of their damage. It was in this edge environment that my local communities of Hillsville and Yarra Glen that the Black Saturday bushfires inflicted the damage that made them some of the most destructive in Australian history. We cannot only measure the destruction in loss of property or even loss of life. From experience, I can confirm that the devastation is much greater. The profound loss of life and injury to family and friends is accompanied by the loss of homes and the memories they contained. Businesses that have been lovingly run for generations, the complete alteration of familiar landscapes, and the sense of foreboding that such a disaster could happen again. I saw how this affected my family, my friends, and my community as the fire-ravaged regions of Casey. Doctors and psychologists reported a rise in suicides among bushfire survivors, along with alcohol and drug abuse and addictive behaviour such as gambling. Deputy Speaker, the importance of the Emergency Response Fund, now to be called the Disaster Relief Fund, cannot be denied. This bill essentially repurposes the Emergency Response Fund, turning it into an ongoing source of funding for natural disasters, resilience and risk reduction, to be known as the Disaster Relief Fund. This bill is little more than a change in acronym, as it will continue to be managed by the Future Fund Management Agency within the Department of Finance. The Emergency Response Fund was set up by the Coalition Government in 2019 as an investment fund intended to grow over time to maximise the Commonwealth's capacity to support states and territories as they respond to major natural disasters into the future. Deputy Speaker, under previous legislation, the government could access up to $50 million for pre-disaster resilience measures and up to $150 million for emergency response and recovery each financial year. The government made an election commitment to revamp the fund to spend $200 million annually on disaster prevention and resilience. It allows the DRF to provide up to $200 million per financial year for these initiatives. In my first speech, I spoke of my commitment to making sure the effects of natural disasters are minimised due to effective resilience planning and preparation. And this bill will ensure the coalitions and my personal promise to my community will continue to support them through the tough times. One such recent example was on the night of the 9th of December 2021. Families hunkered down in their living rooms across the Dandenong Ranges as ferocious winds roared and the crash of trees breaking and falling thundered around them. Even houses that weren't hit by the gigantic trees falling shook with the impact. It was a genuine miracle that nobody was killed. In that one terrifying night, 177 properties were damaged, 76 of which were deemed uninhabitable. Thousands of trees fell across roads and power lines, trapping many in the Dandenongs. Power was cut to more than 6,500 homes, including my own, for 12 days, while phone and internet services also went down across the Dandenong Ranges and surrounding towns. Townships such as Kalorama, Monbulk and Mount Dandenong were hardest hit, with 373 hectares of the Dandenong Ranges impacted. More than a year later, there are still many who have not been able to rebuild or have run into financial or practical obstacles preventing them from returning to their homes. And I've met with many of these constituents, and it's heartbreaking to hear their stories as they're trapped in this situation of not being able to move forward. And one community example is the Mount Dandenong Preschool, which has been operating out of the Olinda Primary School since their old site remains unrepaired and condemned since the storm. The trauma to the children, parents and staff is ongoing, having to see it regularly as they drive past, covered in a tarpaulin and fallen trees. As the local mayor, Jim Child, said recently, it was a crisis that tested us beyond belief, but people in this region are resilient, and we know how to look after each other. This is clear when you see the community groups that responded out of such a tragedy and loss. New community bonds that rose in the form of rescue logs and Treasure in Our Trees, to organisations that are taking those fallen trees to create new habitats for schools, so the children in those primary schools across Casey can have a new environment to play in, but also help them to recover from the trauma that they've experienced, and many more community organisations that banded together at the time and since. An effective emergency management is as much about planning and preparation as it is about response, clean-up and recovery. In Casey, we have unfortunately extensive experience with emergencies. But as is so often the case in Australia, amazing people come together to build resilience, to protect their families, their businesses and their communities. The local Yarra Ranges Council has led this emergency response in Casey, and they've developed a new program called the Resilience Yarra Ranges Project to protect our communities by increasing disaster preparedness, risk management, recovery and future resilience. And I'm very proud, Deputy Speaker, to say that the previous coalition government committed $10 million to this plan to increase our community's ability to mitigate, avoid, withstand and recover from the effects of bushfires, floods and storms. This project is going to be delivered by Council in partnership with other levels of government, recovery departments, along with local businesses and communities. And this project is one that is dear to my heart. One of the first meetings I had when I was successful in becoming the member of Casey was to meet with the Yarra Ranges Council to get an update on this project that is making a difference and will continue to make a difference in the lives of our residents in this important area. And the Resilience Yarra Ranges project includes proactive tree management and clean-up. It includes plant-based resilience planning and buildings. It's about establishing an emergency relief network and evacuation plans. And this one in particular is really important for our communities because we know, and we experienced it in Blacks that day, we experienced it in the June storms, that given the location of our towns and some of the roads that are one way in and one way out, those communities cannot rely on emergency services responses outside of their own town. So it is so important that they have plans for if the emergency comes, but also relief networks that allow them to evacuate before the risk is there if they have that opportunity. And it also allows for a resilient energy precinct. We're doing a program with Monash University in Monbulk to do a microgrid and have the energy there self-sufficient, which again is so important, and we saw it in June. These communities were without power, but they were without access. Emergency services couldn't get in, no one could get out, and we're talking about 100 metres of road completely blocked by trees, and it took significant time, and it's no one's fault other than the reality of dealing with the disaster that we had. But this project will allow those communities to have the power that they need at that time. And crucially, bushfire risk assessments throughout the Dandenong Ranges and Casey, because it is a significant and dangerous bushfire risk. So obviously the Coalition supports programs that effectively promote disaster resilience and risk reduction. Although I must say I do have a few concerns as I look through this legislation. I've not been able to see any information around how the funds will be distributed and no clear definition of what constitutes a mitigation or disaster prevention project. And it's very important that we have that clarity so that this money that we're investing on behalf of our residents and taxpayers is going to make a tangible difference to our communities. I note that the Minister referred to activities such as river gauges and rain modelling as examples, but these are activities of the Bureau of Meteorology, the BOM, not something I would expect the DRF to undertake or to fund. Minister Watt has also mentioned that there will be consultation and guidelines to be held with stakeholders, but cannot say who the stakeholders are or even what the guidelines look like. So again, while this fund and this money is needed and is crucial, it is so important that we get it right, that we're engaging at the community level, because we know in Casey that the community understands their needs better than anyone. So we have to engage like we have through the Resilience Yarra Ranges project with the right stakeholders. We've all seen the devastating floods inundating northern Victoria the last week. And in Casey last week, we had some minor flooding. We were fortunate. We managed to avoid the worst of the damage. Unfortunately, the Yarra Glen football and cricket club rooms were damaged and will need to undergo repair. And just last night, my hometown of Lilydale and the towns of Upwey and Belgrave experienced flash flooding with between 50 to 65 millimetres of rain hitting those towns in about 30 minutes. Left the local SES receiving calls with 12 people trapped in their cars after driving through floodwaters. It's another example of, even in our urban areas, the risk of flood is very real. The power was cut to thousands of homes. Main Street literally looked like a river. And we were lucky, again, to not see any loss of life. But there will be a huge clean-up, and I've spoken to businesses and residents, and I stand by their side and look forward to being able to get home on Friday to see them and support them, because we need to help those businesses that have already had significant challenges in the last 2 years. So I send my heartfelt condolences to those impacted, including my own staff who were impacted but we're back at work today to support the residents and constituents of Casey. As I said, I'm very much looking forward to getting home and supporting them. The government, as we know, needs to be ready and prepared to act when these significant events occur. We still don't know what the long-term impacts will be, not only for the Victoria and the wider community, and the impacts that it's going to have on food prices and long-term recovery. And we talk about food prices, and it's important to know that it's always our most vulnerable that suffer. So we need to make sure that we're protecting life, we're protecting property, and we're protecting our agricultural bowls. In Casey, we were fortunate last week. I spoke to a farmer the next day after the floods hit, and he'd been up all night, literally defending his property through moving water in pumps and trying to do what he could. He said it got to about 30 centimetres before he was lucky. There was about a 30-centimetre gap before the banks of the river were breached. And if that river had breached, his farm and many others in the Yarra Valley would have been destroyed. And we saw heartbreaking footage in Rochester and other towns of farmers about to pick crops. So that impacts them and the wider community, but it also impacts our most vulnerable through increased prices. So just to be clear, this bill doesn't provide additional money. I'll always support additional money for natural disaster events. And I hope that the government, and they've shown it, but they continue to recognise the urgency and importance of real action, because this is something that needs to be bipartisan, and look forward to supporting this bill and continuing to support the residents of Casey and the nation as we continue to struggle with these natural disasters.
I thank the member. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think I need to correct some of the comments that have been made by the member preceding me, and with all due respect, there has been no sense of urgency in dealing with disasters by the previous government, and that's why this bill is so important. There are many in this place who've experienced disasters in the last couple of years. In my community, there's been 4 declared natural disasters in 2.5 years, plus additional floods, because some of those were double floods. And the sense of urgency has been completely lacking in how the previous government managed its funds. Let's be clear, there was $4 billion of funding set aside to help deal with natural disasters and make those communities more resilient. Not a cent was spent, and it earned $700 million in interest. We sat there, my community, watching this fund get richer and richer without investments in our community. So, you know, it goes back even to just before the Black Summer, when the retired fire chiefs from around the country were warning of the circumstances we were facing, using their years and years and decades of experience, and they were ignored by the previous Prime Minister and the previous government. So this is a crucial piece of legislation that will turn something that was just sitting there, not even being used, into something that can make a real difference. And goodness knows, so many of our communities really need for there to be a difference made. This commitment is really about an injection of up to $1 billion over the next 5 years to mitigate potential disaster loss and damage. And it really is coming at a critical time. We know that right now there are people in the midst of floods and have had the threat of floods, and quite frankly, we're going to see the threat of floods for at least the rest of this year in so many parts of the country, including in the Hawkesbury, where my constituents have struggled to deal with the cumulative effects. Knowing that there were things that could have been done. Over the last years, there were evacuation routes that could have been done. There were roads that could have been made resilient.
Order. A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. I call the member for Macquarie in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This fund is going to be a crucial part of our ability to prepare for and reduce the impact of disasters that we know are going to be on the increase. We know that weather will become wilder. We're seeing it before our very eyes, and it is beyond time to have decent investment. So this $1 billion over the next 5 years will allow people right across the country to start putting in place some of the things we need. For the Hawkesbury, it might be things like evacuation routes, rebuilding the roads, putting in levees, doing the sorts of sensible things that are shown to deliver benefits. In the Blue Mountains, where the bushfires ravaged the countryside and the wilderness that we have, there's a range of things that can be done to help ensure people are safer in those sorts of circumstances. And I look forward to working with both the New South Wales Government and my local councils, as well as the community and community organisations, in identifying what the very best things to do will be, the things that will provide us in a very sensible way immediate benefits and potential benefits in a disaster. One of the things I'm very proud that we are going to be delivering in the context of disaster preparedness is upgrades to the North Richmond Community Centre so that it is much more suited to being an evacuation or recovery centre. Now, Birgit and her board there have seen the possibility and the need for improvements for a very long time and have spent a long time working with Council to try and get some improvements. And I'm really pleased that $2.5 million of Commonwealth funding will now go to that centre. That was in last night's budget, so wonderful to see that that money is going to be available to allow for upgrades. And the sorts of things we're talking about, when the Hawkesbury gets warnings of floods, there's not always easy access for people to cross across rivers. They might already be flooded. And on North Richmond side, there's very little infrastructure there. We don't have an ambulance station, we don't have a fire station, we don't have a hospital. There is very poor infrastructure. But what has happened in the past is that services have based themselves in various locations, including at the North Richmond Community Centre, even if it's just for them to be able to sleep and recover between their shifts. So this community centre has already been delivering services in a building that is completely inadequate, an old kitchen, toilets that are something out of when it was first built, not suitable for anybody who needs some sort of disability access. So $2.5 million is going to go a long way to helping them create a place that is not only welcoming but also safe for people if they need to evacuate from their own homes. And Sharon Stevens, who volunteered in the 2021 floods and has been there helping people, appreciates firsthand how inadequate the kitchen area is. Now, this might all seem like relatively small stuff, but I've got to tell you, when you're evacuated from your home, when you don't know how long it's going to be before you can get back there, when there's threat of a dam spilling or a river flooding, then you need somewhere where you can have the basic comforts of being able to go to the bathroom, have a shower, get some sleep and have some food. And I want to thank everybody at North Richmond Community Centre for the work they've done through bushfires, through floods, and I'm so proud that we're going to be able to create a better facility there for the community use. One of the big areas that's going to need to become more resilient is our roads. Across the Hawkesbury and Blue Mountains, in fact, everybody who has had rain damage will say, well, it's our area too, but I'm going to talk about my community and the challenges that they're facing in repairing the roads. A lot of the responsibility falls on council, unfortunately, councils are just not equipped to deal with the size of the problem that they're facing. In the Hawkesbury, they've estimated around $190 million of road damage. And that includes damage that occurred initially in 2021. That was, in fact, even before that, in the 2020 flood, because we had a flood right after the bushfires. Small damage, not repaired adequately, became bigger damage in the 2021 floods, has now blown out, so it is a huge job down at Cornwallis. And roads that completely got washed away in 2021 that are still not repaired, like Greens Road in Lower Portland. These sorts of roads, and the latest to the list is Settlers Road in Lower Macdonald. These are the sorts of things where it's really frustrating to only be able to replace the road to the standard that it was. And so that's why I'm very pleased to see the decision that we've made to ensure people are disaster ready by allowing them to build back better. This has been a real sticking point, and there's now more than $500 million from the Australian and New South Wales governments that has been set aside for this. And in my area, they're entitled to apply for some of the $200 million of Infrastructure Betterment Fund to help recovery efforts focus on rebuilding damaged and destroyed infrastructure in a more resilient way. Now, it makes sense to all of us. You don't just build it back to the standard it was, because guess what? The next flood, it's going to wash away again. And we do have roads that have suffered that extreme heat during the Black Summer bushfires, and then they've had extraordinary rain. So across the electorate, we have the seals from the roads have just disappeared. And this Betterment Fund gives both the Hawkesbury Council and the Blue Mountains Council an opportunity to identify places where they can build back better. It's what they've been asking for. They have both had very good meetings with the Minister for Local Government, and I'm very pleased that we can show we've been listening to the needs that they have. When I talk about roads, I've mentioned the Hawkesbury and the $190 million that they have identified. And of course that will be available under the existing joint arrangements. So there's already joint arrangements, but I'm pretty sure that over time we're going to be able to do better for those so that it is a smoother process. Right now it feels like there's a bit of a blockage to some of it that happens. The money's there and waiting, but there's a process councils have to go through. They have to have enough people to be able to help them do the paperwork and the essential things they need. And I look forward to us over time being able to support them even better so that they can access that funding and don't have to sit around saying, oh, there's a problem with the money at a state level. Let alone any of their subsequent issues. Now, at this point, what councils are telling me is they're waiting on the states. The states seem to indicate that they're waiting on councils to go through a process. So these are some of the things that I hope we can get in and streamline. It's worth us getting involved to streamline these processes and have discussions about it. How can we help to make this better? When we talk about roads, the Blue Mountains is, I don't want to say equally impacted, because their damage bill, including repair of roads and 66 landslides, exceeds $400 million. And this is an area where it's the storms that have done it, and that has led to flooding. What both councils are finding is that every time it rains, they get set back. They're struggling to get contractors who have the availability when they need it, because when it stops raining, everybody wants them. The materials, I understand, are an ongoing challenge. And even though they fixed, for instance, in the Blue Mountains, they fixed 7,000 square metres of local roads, which is the same amount they did in the entire previous financial year, and they've done that just in a month post-floods and storms. There is still a huge amount to do. Just to put the challenge that the Blue Mountains faces into perspective, the Mayor says that council staff are in the process of implementing 10 years' worth of roadworks in 12 months, just to get back to where we were. And the Mayor says that councils right across Eastern Australia, he acknowledges, are experiencing similar issues. So these are the things that our fund has the opportunity to head off at the pass. We've got an opportunity to invest so that there is much greater resilience in what we do. There's another area that I think this fund can really make a difference, and that is on the cumulative toll that the disasters take on infrastructure, for instance. And I'll just give one example of what some of the farmers and landowners in my Hawkesbury community are finding now. They're saying that after 2 years of rain and floods, fences are now rotting. And that's not just a panel here and a panel there, but the foundations of their buildings are becoming unstable. There's been a cumulative process. So it isn't only the community, big community assets that we need to be thinking about. We need to be thinking about what can we do to help people make their own assets more resilient. That when we give them funding to rebuild their homes after a flood, that we make sure they're able to do it to make their homes more resilient. And I'm very much looking forward to bringing my community together. There's a group of people who've been through successive floods, and they've learnt from those floods. They've learned how to redo their kitchens so that there's less damage to repair next time, with hard surfaces, not replacing gyprock with gyprock, but using better materials. I had actually organised to bring them together with help from the experts from Suncorp, who also have a lot of expertise in this area. But ironically, a flood meant that no one's head was in a place to think about rebuilding. People were just thinking about getting through the next few hours. So I look forward to bringing my community together in the new year to be able to share their experiences. You know, it isn't just governments who have the answers on this. It's the people who've experienced it time and time again, who are learning rather than repeating the same mistakes. And as a community, my Hawkesbury community knows we can learn from each other. Although I will be grateful to have the Suncorp building experts there too, with the work they've done, particularly in Queensland, around cyclones and flood-resistant homes. But there's a lot we can do for ourselves. So I absolutely welcome finally, we're going to get to see this significant fund being used and put to good use, rather than sit languishing as it has done for years. I remember when we first voted for this fund, we supported the government on this fund, even though they took money away from university assets to do it. But we said this is needed, and it's needed now. Now, that was years ago. Not a cent's been spent, it's earned interest, but that has not helped my community. And I'm very pleased to see tangible action from the Albanese government.
I thank the member. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak in favour of the amendment moved by the member for Page. And can I start by acknowledging what he's been through in his community over the last few years, particularly the town of Lismore. I lived for a couple of years in Alstonville, which is not far from Lismore, so I know the area very well, and Lismore has been absolutely belted a couple of times in a row. It's been really tough for that community, lives, livelihoods, enormous damage to infrastructure, and the member for Page, of course, has been an exemplary leader and supporter to his community through all those challenges, and we do really wish the best for the Northern Rivers area of New South Wales in not just the recovery that they're going through, but also, I never thought I'd say this as a South Australian, because we should never complain about the rain, but if more of that could be falling on the other side of the Great Dividing Range for the next few months, I think both the people of Lismore and the people of Adelaide would appreciate it in equal measure. So the amendment that he's moved is absolutely coming from a place of very deep experience, and I know other members have had experiences of natural disaster in their electorates at the moment and in recent times, but certainly the member for Page would have to be at the top of the list of local members that has been dealing with enormous impact of natural disasters within his community over the last 12 months. And so best wishes and congratulations to him on what he's done for his community, and I certainly support the amendment that he's moving to this second reading question. The second thing I wanted to say is that it really reflects the great thing about this parliament is that we bring together people from, of course, every corner of this nation, and there's not too many countries in the world that have such a diversity geographically than Australia, whether to have within one country tropical forests, snow, deserts, and everything in between. Maybe apart from the United States, I can't think of any other country that has all of those, that great variety of geography. And of course, we have an unbelievably various climate associated with that. And as a member from Metropolitan Adelaide, I don't have a lot of great or direct experience in the impact and the recovery from things like hurricanes or tropical cyclones. And equally, we have our own types of natural disasters in South Australia that aren't necessarily felt in other places. And drought is one that shouldn't be forgotten when we're having this discussion, because even though some natural disasters occur in a great instancy, drought is one of the most consistent impacts that we have in this country, and it has enormous impacts that are completely akin to the types of things that occur to communities from other natural disasters such as floods and the like. In my own electorate, we've certainly had serious rain events in the years gone by, and my electorate is in the Torrens catchment, and we have had flash flood events that have led us to develop local plans to better manage the impact of short, significant rain events through the Hills Face and the Mount Lofty ranges, which has caused a lot of damage to property in years gone by, and also the Brown Hill Creek catchment, which comes out of the Mitcham Hills. Councils, including from my electorate, have worked together really well to develop plans that need to be invested in to deal with the risks of once in 10 year, once in 50 year, once in 100 year. We now talk in terms of once in 1,000 year events, and certainly we've undertaken some projects in that catchment, but there's a lot of work to be done to complete that project for not just the residents of my electorate, but for a number of other electorates in Adelaide, to deal with the risk of a once in 100 year event, which would cause a lot of significant property damage, and always the risk of worse, including loss of life, when these sorts of weather events occur. So obviously I'm very happy to be in support of the next iteration of changing this fund to help invest in communities like my own in the sort of resilience that we need to be doing to prepare communities and mitigate the risk of these very significant natural disasters and weather events. And we are certainly seeing some significant ones at the moment, and that is, of course, on the rainfall side of things. I mentioned in the start of my remarks that, of course, in South Australia we should never complain about the rain, and whilst it's been a terrible misfortune for communities in the Murray-Darling Basin catchment that have had these serious weather events and flooding events like northern New South Wales, Moree in particular, and of course we've seen in the recent month in Victoria, Shepparton, Echuca and other towns along the tributary rivers, and now of course the Murray itself. And coming into South Australia, there are significant flooding risks in the Riverland in South Australia, Renmark and the like. But of course, whilst we hope that there is not significant damage to communities and to agricultural production and other economic activity, it is pleasing to see such significant flows that are breaking records when it comes to the Murray-Darling Basin, and particularly within South Australia. I think we're almost at 80,000 megalitres a day crossing the border, and we've got a good chance of breaking records that go back to the early 90s, and in fact even back. Event that is great for that system. But it does underscore that we are always going to be dealing with unpredictable weather patterns, risks of bushfire. Drought, unfortunately, will return as it is a certainty that we will have droughts to deal with and contend with into the future, despite what we're experiencing right now on the other side of the coin. And so this does, of course, put in place an ability for the Commonwealth to be investing with local communities in a whole range of measures that will help them better prepare for these events. And, of course, the previous Morrison government established this fund, as has been acknowledged, and, of course, in the election campaign we also made. They've indicated that announcements that have been made so far, I think it's not until next financial year that any new decisions related to this mechanism will be entered into. We don't have the detail about what they might be, but we do know that the announcements and commitments we've made to communities impacted significantly are going to be honoured by the new government. So this is an area we should be working together in, and I'm pleased that the Coalition, of course, is supporting this bill, and I respect and support the member for Page's amendment to this bill for the reasons that I outlined at the beginning of my contribution. But nonetheless, I think that when it comes to supporting our communities to deal with these significant events that they are going to face into the future, we should be doing it with a sense of unity, and I anticipate this will be supported through the Parliament without dissent. And so with those comments, I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Eden Monaro.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise today as the member for Eden Monaro to update our communities about election commitments, in particular the Disaster Ready Fund, which will help our communities prepare for future natural disasters. As a former mayor of the Bega Valley Shire Council during the Tathra fires, the Yankees Gap fire and the Black Summer bushfires, and as a local member now watching over the recovery, the experience of leading my communities really drives me to demand a strengthened disaster management response in regional Australia. The Disaster Ready Fund seeks to curb the devastating impacts of natural disasters by investing in important disaster prevention projects. Our communities deserve a better, more coordinated approach, and the Albanese government is committed to recovery, but it is committed, more importantly, to preparedness, to resilience and to mitigation in our communities. I'm relieved this bill will transform the former government's Emergency Response Fund into a dedicated, ongoing source of funding for natural disaster resilience and risk reduction initiatives. This government, through the Disaster Ready Fund, will provide up to $200 million per year to invest in mitigation projects like fire breaks, flood levees, cyclone shelters and evacuation centres around the country. And when I travel my communities across Eden Monaro, from Batlow to Cobargo, Braidwood to Kaya, I know from listening to locals who are still struggling with the hurdles and the mental toll of recovery that the importance of an ongoing funding source for disaster resilience and risk reduction is going to be much appreciated. My heart really does go out to everyone affected by recent floods, to those who've lost loved ones, to those who've lost their homes, their possessions and their livelihoods. Over the last few weeks, I've spoken with mayors from disaster-impacted councils in New South Wales, in Victoria and in Tasmania. And when I've spoken to them, they've talked about the devastating toll it's taken on communities, the impact of communities who are facing the loss of loved ones, the mental toll and the tiredness that some communities are facing after multiple floods in the space of only a few months, the toll that a 1 in 100-year flood takes on them at any given stage, but when you've received 4 1 in 100-year floods in the last 2 years, the toll that it takes on the community, and the compounding cumulative impact of those tolls to communities, both mentally, physically and financially, is really tough. Mayors have told me that rebuilding roads is going to be difficult and complex. They've told me that some of their recreational assets are not covered by insurance any longer, and they've told us that accessing supplies is incredibly difficult and hard. And we know when disaster hits in more than one area at one given time, there is a stretch on our contractors. They actually lose competitive advantage because they no longer have multiple contractors bidding to rebuild the road. They might be left with one. The recovery is going to take time in a lot of these areas. And I know nearly 3 years on from the Black Summer bushfires, Eden Monaro lost over 1,000 homes. But the memories are still very real, and we know that there are a lot of people who are still waking up with that deep and lasting trauma from that time. We're not strangers to natural disasters in this country. For anyone who's grown up outside any of our major cities, extreme weather events are part of our lives. But what we've seen with devastating floods and what we saw with the Black Summer bushfires is that these disasters are intensifying and they are causing more damage than ever. We can't stop natural disasters, but we can prepare for and prevent the worst. And we could and should learn from the past. I recently met with the Bega Aboriginal Land Council, an amazing organisation, on the importance of cultural burning practices. In the lead up to the Tathra fires in March 2018, this group of individuals did cultural burning on part of their land outside of Tathra. It is the only parcel of land that was not burnt during the Tathra fires. We need to listen to communities. We need to strengthen coordination, and we need to invest in disaster prevention projects to ensure we're ready for what is to come next. Over 3 years, the former Morrison government's Emergency Response Fund didn't complete a single mitigation project, and they failed to release a cent in recovery funding. We know it earned them $800 million in interest, though. It did leave us dangerously unprepared for the increasing natural disasters which we are seeing now. We know that we have to prepare for natural disasters because we want to be able to protect lives and livelihoods and lower the cost of damage in our communities. Additional funding for natural disaster recovery efforts will also continue with this government. It will continue through Commonwealth and state government disaster recovery funding arrangements. So repurposing this fund to deal with mitigation and resilience is not going to stop the recovery process. But we do know that for every dollar spent in mitigation, we know it will save up to $11 on recovery funds. I'm really proud to be part of a government that is implementing the Disaster Ready Fund. It also builds on last night's announcement that an additional $3 billion will be set aside for disaster recovery. We know that although we've experienced a number of floods this year, that there are probably going to be many more to come over this summer, and this government is already preparing for that. I'm incredibly proud that this government has put in place a special envoy to natural disaster as well. Our Minister Murray Watt, is doing an amazing job in responding to communities, in getting assistance out fast, in mobilising ADF support, in getting dollars out the door to communities most impacted, and by standing shoulder to shoulder with local government to say we will be there to support you, and we know how important community recovery is. The establishment of the Special Envoy to Disaster Recovery adds further to that commitment, because we are seeing more and more disasters happen across the country, and we do need to make sure that we are prioritising those communities most impacted at a time of their darkest days. In the creation of our new single agency, the National Emergency Management Agency, is also a step in the right direction to streamline not only response but recovery. For far too long, we have seen natural disasters occur in this country where we have tried to reinvent the wheel of recovery processes. I'm incredibly proud that this government has listened to communities that have been through natural disasters and said, we've heard you, we want to streamline the process and we want to make it easier for you. Local governments have told the former government time and time again that they needed to make it easier for local governments to apply for funding, to get it out the door quick and make a simple acquittal process. And we are now a government listening to that sector and saying, we will work on that with you. Our communities that have been through significant disaster don't or can't change it. We can't change what we went through, but we do want to know that our lived experience counts for something. The change in policy by this government shows that we were listening. It shows that we were prepared to make a change for the betterment of communities right across this country. Simple things like actually implementing recommendations from the Royal Commission into the Black Summer bushfires, this government has committed to. This government, as part of this election, also committed to dealing with mobile phone black spots along transport corridors, especially those that we know are going to be impacted by natural disaster time and time again. And I'm incredibly proud that I'm part of a government that has said to communities, we've heard you, we ask you to look at a phone, we ask you to look at an app to tell us where fires are coming. We ask you to follow weather reports, we ask you to heed the warnings, but sometimes when you're leaving an area, you can't actually access that. It's because we didn't have any mobile phone service and there was no resilience in our telecommunications network, so that when mains electricity went out, our telephone communication died. This government is righting those wrongs. This government is implementing recommendations from that Bushfire Royal Commission. This government is listening to communities, because for us, all communities matter, especially those that have been through significant trauma through natural disasters. And again, I want to say we're with you to all of those flood-impacted communities across 3 states at the moment: New South Wales, Victoria and Tasmania. We know that it is taking a toll not only on your communities but on your livelihoods. We know that agriculture is significantly impacted across the country. We know that it is going to take time to get the recovery right, and we're with you each and every step of the way. Thank you.
I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in favour of the bill, but also to identify some implementation concerns to be considered, which partially align with the amendment proposed by the member for Page. I'm pleased that the Australian Government is recognising the impact of climate change on the frequency of extreme weather events. and acknowledging that pre-disaster mitigation is essential in moderating the severity of post-disaster recovery. Natural disasters in Australia have devastating financial and social impacts on individuals, families, local communities, businesses and governments. Australia's 2019-20 Black Summer bushfires were the worst on record, burning through 24 million hectares of land, claiming lives and destroying homes and livelihoods. The subsequent Royal Commission into National Natural Disaster Arrangements in 2020 recognised the contribution of climate change to that event, and that the 2019-20 bushfire season may have provided only a glimpse of the type of events that Australia may face in the future. The floods in south-east Queensland and New South Wales at the beginning of this year were one of Australia's worst recorded flood disasters. Damage from the floods cost more than $1.5 billion, and as of the 8th of March, $282 million in disaster payments had been paid to flood victims, but it still wasn't enough. Right now, the East Coast is experiencing continued significant flooding, with more expected to come. Climate change is here, and we are seeing the devastating effects. I commend the government for acknowledging that Australia's disaster resilience response needs specific funding, and acknowledge that this is a Productivity Commission recommendation in its report into natural disasters, which is supported by local government and disaster relief bodies. But this will only be the start. A recent Deloitte report said natural disasters cost the Australian economy $38 billion per year on average, representing about 2% of Australia's GDP in 2020. Even under a low emissions scenario, if timely action sees emissions start to fall and reach zero by 2100, this cost will rise to at least $73 billion annually by 2060. This puts the current $200 million commitment into perspective. This report suggests that scaling up investments in both physical resilience, such as infrastructure, and community resilience, such as preparedness programs, will be required to reduce the significant anticipated costs from natural disasters, even under a low emissions future. We need to improve coordination and targeting of investments to avoid the impacts on some of the most vulnerable areas in Australia. The $200 million commitment represents 0.5% of the annual cost of natural disasters. It will need to be allocated carefully to create the most impact for the investment, and the amount committed will need to be scaled up commensurate with impact. I note that the funding limit will be reviewed every 5 years. I urge the government to review this more regularly given the scale of the impact. But it's a good start, and I look forward to watching the space closely and holding government to account. I also commend the government for committing $50 million this year for the Coastal and Estuarine Risk Mitigation Program to reduce the impacts of natural disasters and coastal hazards, such as storm surges and coastal inundation. But this commitment finishes at the end of this financial year, and the effects of climate change continue to destroy our dune ecosystems. We need to do more to protect these coastal areas. Protecting our coastline is essential for Australia's quest to build resilience and prepare for natural disasters. I urge the government to make an ongoing allocation for coast care funded from the Disaster Ready Fund. In my electorate of Curtin, there are more than 15 kilometres of coastline stretching from Leighton Beach in the south to Trigg Beach in the north. The estimated cost to government of managing the 55 identified erosion hotspots could be $110 million over the next 5 years. And so much of this work is being done by passionate community volunteers. Along the stretch in my electorate, we have a number of very active coast care groups, including Cottesloe Coast Care, Cambridge Coast Care and Stirling Natural Environment Coast Care. These groups are made up of passionate members who care about our community and our environment. I've visited them and seen firsthand the effects of climate change on our dunes and beaches and the work they're trying to do to counter that impact. While applications for the Coastal and Estuarine Risk Mitigation Program have already closed, I spoke with Cottesloe Coast Care about how funding our coastline would protect our natural habitat and assist our community. Since 1996, Cottesloe Coast Care has raised funds for fencing to protect fragile sand dunes and to build access walkways to the beach. But the bulk of Cottesloe Coast Care's work is revegetation to increase fore-dune physical resilience and to improve biodiversity. Volunteers hand-remove invasive environmental weeds, collect seeds of local plant species and restore areas, planting, hand-weeding and watering about 100,000 plants in total. More than half of Cottesloe's degraded coastal dunal system has been restored by these efforts. Cottesloe Coast Care has raised funding in excess of $300,000 over 25 years for dune restoration projects, which has been matched by the town of Cottesloe. But so much more can be done. I asked Cottesloe what they could do with federal government grants if the Coastal and Estuarine Risk Mitigation Program were an ongoing program. A grant of $100,000 would fund 2 years of on-ground activity, allowing revegetation of a hectare of degraded coastal land. It's estimated that 5 to 7 hectares of degraded coastal dunes remain on Cottesloe's foreshore. A grant of $1 million would allow the rapid completion of the restoration of Cottesloe's fore dunes to nearly original condition, providing physical stability. This work adds to the beauty and amenity of the dunes, but importantly, it allows nature to protect itself from natural disasters. Dune vegetation is the best protection against erosion. We need a sustainable, equitable and efficient funding model to enable the implementation of coastal hazard risk planning, and this could be part of the Disaster Ready Fund. I'd also like to raise some concerns that the bill does not include any details about how this new resilience fund will be allocated, and it seems to confer broad ministerial powers on how to allocate funds without any parliamentary oversight. The bill does not include any details about how projects competing for disaster mitigation funding will be prioritised. I have no doubt there will be disaster mitigation projects proposed all over the country that greatly exceed $200 million. And the varied examples of eligible projects presented by my fellow members show the challenges in defining disaster mitigation. I assume that projects will need to be prioritised according to the value of the mitigation benefit. But is this a financial value, a property value, a life value? And what criteria will be used and who will make these decisions? The lack of clarity about prioritisation criteria and eligibility criteria will create challenges and potentially produce suboptimal outcomes. In conclusion, I support this bill, given that it addresses the specific need to fund disaster resilience efforts. But I strongly urge the government to firstly include coastal hazard management in the funding allocated to the Disaster Ready Fund, and secondly to review the quantum of Disaster Ready Fund, given that it represents only 0.5% of the annual cost to the country of natural disasters. And thirdly, commit to transparency in relation to the allocation of the Disaster Ready Fund, both on the definition of disaster mitigation and the criteria that will be used to prioritise projects. Thank you.
The question is that the bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As we speak today in this place, once again, communities are sandbagged, houses are underwater, crops are ruined and families are grieving. Lismore residents have had to face the risk of being flooded again for the third time this year. Communities across New South Wales and Victoria have been dramatically affected. Residents of Maribyrnong in Melbourne are cleaning up, if they've even been able to get back into their homes. And we were warned. We've been warned for years, and we've not listened. For that, we are culpable. I truly hope this legislation is a turning point for common sense, for pragmatism, for action, and for taking note of expert advice. Because we knew that climate change would mean natural disasters of greater severity and frequency. Our own experts have reams of data on this and the advice we need. I've recently witnessed the extraordinary air monitoring work and the greenhouse and carbon emission modelling at the CSIRO in Aspendale, just on the fringe of Goldstein, for example. For decades, governments have neither listened nor heard the warnings. Climate policy has been politicised and weaponised. Talking about climate change during so-called natural disasters has been dismissed. Apparently, it hasn't been the right time. Ordinary Australians across the country have paid the price for this willful blindness. And in many ways, community concern about this inaction has put me here to make this speech today. Few Australians, city or country, coastal or inland, urban or rural, remain untouched by the impact of our changing climate. People in Goldstein and elsewhere want action, real changes to reduce carbon emissions. But unfortunately, due to our tardy action, the impact of climate change will be baked in for some time, and we already know what that looks like. houses underwater, properties burnt out, flora and fauna unlikely to recover, biodiversity reduced, our future prosperity at risk. Methane growing exponentially, in part due to increasing rotting vegetation and increased rain and flooding in the tropics, for example. So far, properties in some places in North Queensland have been rendered uninsurable. And as I said, Lismore and parts of Brisbane have been underwater twice or more in the past year. The black summer of 2020-21 cost lives, ruined futures, destroyed houses, fences and livestock. 2 years on, some of the affected people are still living in tents. Urban areas like Goldstein also see an impact, particularly in the form of increasingly severe erosion on the shores of Melbourne's beautiful bay, as more severe storm activity occurs with ever-increasing frequency. This is something we can now expect, plan for and risk manage. Indeed, we must. Yet management remains fragmented. Multiple departments, stakeholders and levels of government work at cross purposes or remain unaware of what the other is doing. Wheels are reinvented, money is wasted, responsibility is not taken. Half the time, no one even knows whose responsibility the particular issue is. In Goldstein and along Port Phillip Bay, 60+ organisations have a stake in Bayside management. Dozens of community organisations, councils, state government departments and more. They tell me they want support to become more cohesive. This is a facilitation role that the federal government can play, helped through this kind of funding in the Disaster Ready Fund. The previous government barely talked the talk on this subject, let alone walked the walk, declaring disaster response to be largely a state responsibility. After the horrifying Black Summer, a disaster we were warned about, by the way, it took too much time to deploy the military to assist. Former New South Wales Fire Chief Greg Mullins told me it would happen months before it did. Again, we were warned. Over and over again, we have seen flood and fire victims struggle to get access to relief assistance and their government benefits. The old Emergency Response Fund had $4.8 billion in the kitty, but it was not responsive. And the emergency was that people in need couldn't get what they needed when they needed it. People in distress didn't get the money they needed. All it did was earn the government interest on the money allocated. With this legislation, we must do better, much better. We must prepare vulnerable communities for the acts of nature that appear inevitable, and we can no longer say that we didn't know. The Bureau of Meteorology is warning us that we are in for another La Niña summer. Many parts of Australia are already sodden in ways they have not been for decades, and we don't have much time. This $200 million earmarked for disaster resilience and risk reduction needs to be actively deployed expeditiously to have maximum impact, and realistically, it is just a start. It's time to improve coordination, planning and cooperation. The Commonwealth grant rules and guidelines must be used to ensure this money is spent well, expeditiously and, most importantly, where it's most immediately needed. But we're also at the point where we need to become more realistic and more strategic about what's ahead. Part of that is managing risk. How we will do that and with what kind of emergency workforce is something we must also begin to consider. While our Defence Force has always jumped to the task, dragging our forces away from training and deployment every time we have a disaster is not a long-term solution, with more frequent disasters predicted. We must consider developing a national disaster response force with training and resources to match if we are to manage the challenges we know are coming, just as we must take seriously giving vulnerable communities the tools for resilience. The events of the last year, in particular, have demonstrated that we have no more time to wait. This legislation is a step in the right direction, but the money versus the cost of the damage is just a drop in the warming ocean. It's a reminder too how much more there is to be done. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for their contribution. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Kingsford Smith.
Thanks, Speaker. Firstly, can I offer our thoughts to those communities that are once again afflicted by flooding and are dealing with the consequences. And I want to pay tribute to and thank the volunteers, the council workers, the emergency personnel and community that are on the ground doing incredible work day and night, preparing for the flooding disasters that we're seeing and cleaning up. And we've already seen that the new National Emergency Action Management Agency has had to work collaboratively with all levels of communities and government affected by these floods that we're experiencing at the moment. Now, it turns out, Speaker, that the climate scientists are right. They've been warning for some decades now that we will experience an increase in the severity of severe weather events, particularly in Australia, around flooding associated with increased rainfall and bushfires associated with the summer months. And that's exactly what is playing out. And unfortunately, many communities and many individual households and business have experienced that in having to deal with the flooding. Now, we all know that there is a cost associated with climate change. The previous government and those opposite have denied that. They've said that there's no cost associated with climate change, that you can get on with removing emissions trading schemes, you can get on with trying to remove the Clean Energy Finance Corporation and all these organisations that were devoted to trying to encourage an increase in renewables and reduce emissions so Australia did its bit to tackle climate change, that there was no cost. We didn't have to worry about it. But the economists and the climate scientists were saying, no, there will be a cost associated with climate change, and the longer you kick the can down the road, the more the cost will be. Well, guess what, Speaker? Communities that are afflicted by flooding at the moment are feeling that cost right now. And Australians over the last decade have been feeling that cost, particularly in the bushfires, where we've still got people living in temporary housing, and the floods that we saw earlier this year, particularly around the Lismore area, where people still haven't been able to rebuild their homes. That is the cost of climate change. And that cost is only going to grow. The Insurance Council of Australia last year estimated that the cost of natural disasters in Australia over the 2019-2020 period was $5.19 billion. That cost is going to grow. They expect that every year the average cost of natural disasters in Australia will be $18.2 billion, growing to $39 billion by 2050. The cost of climate change is going to be felt by Australians, and it's going to grow. And it will be principally felt through individuals, families and companies' insurance premiums. When you think about the notion of insurance, you are costing in a risk. You are looking at what the risk is going to be, and you are factoring in a cost to insure people for that. And what we've seen is that the risk is going to increase. That is the cost of climate change, because it's going to feel its way into all of our insurance policies, not just people who are living in flood-prone areas or areas that are going to be increasing in their danger in terms of cyclones and bushfires. And each year that cost is going to grow. Now, the Productivity Commission has had a look at this issue, and they've said that historically in Australia, what we've done as a government and as a people is overinvest in post-recovery of disasters and underinvested in mitigation. Now, we all know you can't stop the weather. You can't stop the fact that we're probably going to have many more floods, many more bushfires and cyclones in the north of Australia. But what you can do is prepare communities to ensure that you reduce that risk of those extreme weather events doing damage, and thereby reduce the cost to communities and the flow-on costs to people's insurance policies into the future. And that is exactly what this bill is about. The approach of the previous government, when it came to their emergency response fund, was that all of the money associated with it was either spent on post-recovery, on clean-up, rather than mitigation, and anything that wasn't spent was invested in markets to earn interest. Well, what's the point of that when you've got an increasing risk of damage associated with climate change and you're not spending the money allocated to the fund that has been specifically allocated to ensure that the government invests in mitigation infrastructure. And so we've seen that underinvestment, and we've seen the damage that's been done to communities where we know there are natural floodplains, where we know there is a risk of flooding, and we know there is a risk of cyclone. And the government's had to play catch-up. And they're playing catch-up in a number of ways. The former government had to play catch-up. And they played catch-up in a number of ways. We've got the reinsurance pool in the north of Australia, the cyclone reinsurance pool. Time will tell whether that will work, but it's a $10 billion guarantee backed by the government, because insurers are pulling out of that market because they know that the risk is too high. And you can't insure against something that's almost going to be a certainty. And then we had their disastrous approach with the Emergency Response Fund and not investing in mitigation infrastructure. Well, the Albanese Labor government accepts that climate change is occurring. We accept the advice of climate scientists and economists who say that the cost associated with climate change is going to grow unless you invest in mitigation infrastructure. And that is exactly what this bill does. It ensures that the government establishes a disaster ready fund, investing up to $200 million a year, matched by the states and territories, on disaster risk reduction and mitigation. Now, the CSIRO has found that for every dollar spent reducing disaster risk, we will save between $2 and $11 on disaster recovery and reconstruction. And the new government is also committing $38.3 million over 4 years from 22-23 for Disaster Relief Australia, a veteran-led group doing wonderful work so that they can scale up their organisational capacity and operations, providing a significant increase of close to 5,000 additional volunteers for their existing disaster volunteer workforce by covering the uplift costs associated with recruitment, deployment, equipment and training. But this government's approach will be in complete contrast to the climate change denial and the lack of investment in mitigation infrastructure from the previous government. Instead of spending money solely on clean-up and recovery, this government will, of course, support communities when that occurs, but we will invest up to $200 million a year in the mitigation infrastructure to avoid and future-proof communities and individual families and businesses into the future. And we're talking about things like building levees. I was fortunate to go to Roma in central Queensland a few years ago, where they had problems with flooding in the past. And generally, the river there would overflow quite regularly and inundate houses and businesses. And insurers were pulling out of that market because the risk was too great. And they weren't going to lose money on what was becoming an ever-increasingly risky proposition. So the Gillard government, and with the Campbell-Newman government in Queensland, co-invested in the building of a levee. And the levee has had a fundamental difference to the risk of flooding in Roma, but also to insurance premiums, because that risk is now mitigated and insurers are moving back into that market, and households and businesses are able to access insurance at a reasonable cost. And that is a classic example of government working at a state and federal level to build mitigation infrastructure, to protect communities from the risk of climate change, and to ensure that that money is being wisely invested. And that is exactly what this fund is about. It's about building those levees. It's about building those culverts. It's about providing the opportunity for people that live in fire-prone areas to future-proof their homes, to ensure that they can reduce the risk of monumental damage associated with bushfires. There's also some great work going on in the north of Australia through the university sector up in Cairns and Townsville, where they're developing homes that will be cyclone-proof into the future, because they know that the risk is going to grow and grow and grow, and that will have a cost for households and businesses with their insurance policies. So this is something that government in Australia should have been doing a decade ago. But we've had that wasted opportunity under the Abbott, Turnbull and Morrison governments, where the denial of climate change and the fact that they put all of this on the back burner and kicked the can down the road meant that the climate scientists and the economists were right, that the longer you delay, the greater the cost. And communities are now feeling that cost, and governments, particularly the federal government, has had to intervene in markets, particularly in the north of Australia with the cyclone reinsurance pool, and back insurers to ensure that the risk is reduced and that you can have insurance maintained in those markets. Now, if there had been some foresight by the government and some planning, then potentially they wouldn't have had to do that. But because this government ignored the advice of those experts and kicked the can down the road, we've now got those significant costs that are being undertaken, and unfortunately, those costs are going to grow and grow and grow. The increasing threat of severe weather is likely to increase, and the risk of damage, particularly to critical infrastructure, is going to grow. That's why Australia needs a disaster ready fund, so that we are building that mitigation infrastructure to reduce those impacts, particularly of cyclone, flood and bushfires, on communities and households and businesses into the future. And it demonstrates that this government takes the threat of climate change seriously and will do whatever it takes to ensure that we can, where possible, protect communities and the livelihoods of Australians.
I thank the member for his contribution. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support this bill, noting that it implements a central election commitment by Labor at the last election, an election commitment that was well received by our communities in McEwen. The implementation of this policy will see a vast improvement in our disaster readiness by investing up to $200 million every year to build resilience and prepare for and reduce the risk from future natural disasters. And we are acting where the last government failed abysmally. Who could forget the billions of dollars apparently committed to the former government's emergency response fund, sitting in the bank, earning interest, but doing absolutely nothing for communities suffering through disaster? In 3 years, the ERF did not complete a single mitigation project or release 1 cent in recovery funding. Instead, it hurt the government $800 million, taking it to nearly $5 billion all up, but nothing to show for it, not a thing. At least they were consistent over there. All announcement, no delivery. But I can assure you that Labor will deliver. There is an urgency in getting this done, as we have seen the devastation caused by the recent flooding happening along the east coast of Australia. Communities like the ones that I have and the ones that you have as a neighbouring MP are suffering through the impacts, but what's been really great is we've had a government that's been responsive and getting there and helping. We have no doubt that some of the effects of the recent flood events could have been mitigated if the last lot had done their jobs and protected local communities with the fund they'd created but never used. But no one's surprised they couldn't get their act together, which is why Labor is moving quickly to put this bill through, so we can not only manage the recovery but also look forward to the future. This is a matter that is incredibly important for our electorate of McEwen and for me personally, having seen the impacts of these recent flooding events that have happened across our electorate. We are doing our best to support those that have been affected. I was able to get to one of the worst hit communities in the electorate last week in Darrell-Gwym. Darrell-Gwym, as I know you're aware of, is a small little hamlet that has both Deep Creek and Boyd's Creek running through it. While the community has withstood many flood incidents from either one or the two creeks over the past 30 years, this was different. This time both creeks had flooded and it was nothing like the community had seen before. It was described by Vicky Spedding, a Darrell-Gwym local, to my team as so big and fast and loud that it had a real fury to it, with other residents talking about the roaring water that came past and through their homes. While these times can be incredibly traumatic and distressful for residents and their families, we can see the community embody the best of the Australian spirit. In Darrell, 2/3 of the community had been impacted with the local primary school flooding and many properties becoming unsalvageable. One particular property will remain in my memory And that was Jonah Neville West's home, which was scarred with the water and debris marks that were almost 6 foot above the ground. And outside they had this beautiful weatherboard home and gardens, but it was the damage inside that was where you really see the impacts of the floods. Bowed doors and walls from the rush of the water flood, mud and debris strewn amongst their belongings and family possessions that can never, ever be replaced. Here the family are quick to thank everyone who helped, especially the Wallen Footy Club, whose young men arrived armed with brooms and shovels to clear the thick mud that was left behind. Another example is how the local community gathered to protect the only business in Darragh, which is, of course, Darrawit Valley Cider. The community came together to protect the blossoms for next year's crop, with Mark Serafino crediting local volunteers to Star Weekly, saying the community volunteers came in, they took the debris off on what could have been a job that would have taken weeks, and it was done in 2 days. So what that means is it gives them a chance to have the next crop come through and lessen the impacts that they are facing with their business. And I did note today that they're going to be reopening again next week. That is the strength and the resilience of the people that we represent throughout our region. So despite this devastation in the region, Darragh Valley Cider is going on. So Mark and Jenny's resilience is second to none. An example of this kind of community spirit really spurred me on when I had the fight to make sure the residents of Darragh were able to receive all funding available to other flood-affected communities. And I'll tell you what, it was in stark contrast to what we've seen previously, because the Minister for Emergency Management, Murray Watt, and the Minister for Government Services, Bill Shorten, working with me to make sure that this community could receive the support they needed. And a real credit should be acknowledged to Vicky Spedding and Christine Craig for their dedicated efforts in helping the community navigate the assistance through federal, state and council resources. With businesses and residents receiving the fund incredibly quickly, with Darragh Valley Cider saying they received federal funding within 15 minutes of entering the claim. That is the speed that it happened. And I think back to the time on the 2014 Kilmore fires, when the previous government did not, and Minister Keenan at the time, and I had very strong words with him in the Parliament, because they didn't even set an agency up to help us. The communities were left for dead, and I remember his words clearly to me. Oh, sorry, we only contacted government members. That was the way communities were treated under the former mess called the LNP government. From Ash Wednesday to Black Saturday through floods and storms, we have seen the worst of what our environment has to offer. Our community knows that we can do better protecting ourselves from these disasters and bouncing back from them, but you need support to do that. And this government is committed to reducing the trauma, the damage, the loss of life we see all too often during natural disasters by involving communities in that work. Like recently in Nillumbik Shire, where I was pleased to be able to, along with my good friend and neighbour, the member for Jagajaga, to announce a disaster risk reduction programs that will help our communities be better prepared. There are both the Victorian and the federal governments have invested in these things. The Nillumbik Community Connectors program. So the cornerstone of this project is the Nillumbik Community Connectors, which includes a series of workshops and skill building activities that will empower local community members to identify risks related to storm, heat waves and other disasters. Participants will co-design a community-led plan that includes triggers for when and how council should share information before, during and after heat waves, storms and other emergencies. The community connectors will be able to represent the ideas and suggestions of the local community for how these disaster risks can be reduced, and these projects and initiatives will be supported by council and agencies. The program fosters community ownership and leadership of place-based disaster risk reduction efforts. What a great community-based program that will be. In addition to that, we also announced funding for an emergency management exercise. So this will culminate in a storm scenario where emergency management involves council, emergency management agencies including the Nillumbik Emergency Management Planning Committee and the Nillumbik Community Connectors. So what this will do will build upon the improved connections and capability developed through the project while strengthening collaboration between community, council and the agencies in all phases of the emergency through planning, through preparedness, response and recovery. The exercise will be key to building disaster-resilient communities that are aware of local risks and invested in preparedness and risk mitigation. Two great initiatives there in Nillumbik, the sort of investment we need right across our electorate and across the country. And no doubt that is why investing up to $200 million per year on resilience projects was recommended by the Productivity Commission in the 2015 report into National Disaster Funding and is supported by insurers, local governments and disaster relief bodies. This investment in resilience will go a long way to underpin the good work already being done in our communities, not only protect lives and property, but also reduce the impact on taxpayers when it comes to the aftermath of disasters. It's the fence at the top of the hill rather than the ambulance at the bottom approach. It will also ensure that the National Emergency Management Agency has the appropriate powers and arrangements in place to administer payments from the DRF. I know how much support a program like this has in the communities, across our community, our electorate, but I was also pleased to see that it's supported by the ALGA and the Insurance Council of Australia, and Labor is going to deliver on this commitment. I know our communities will benefit greatly from this program because it's so important and we've been through it. But we only get through it because we work together and we stick fast and stick strong. And one of the great things that you see when we've gone through things like Ash Wednesday, Black Saturday, the Kilmore fires, the Macedon storms we had last year and this year, these ever-increasing and severe storms and the impacts they have is the way that our communities band together. And it doesn't matter rain, hail, sleet or snow, people will be there helping, there supporting. But the one thing that has always been missing is a federal government that's actually been committed to addressing the problems caused by climate change, but also to make sure that risk mitigation was in place. And that's why this is so important that we get this through and get this through very quickly. And that's why I'll be supporting this bill and commend it to the House.
I thank the member for his contribution. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Griffith.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Australia is in the middle of shocking climate-fuelled natural disasters, in particular the terrible floods affecting so much of this country at the moment, and indeed floods that deeply affected my electorate of Griffith earlier this year. Indeed, we know it's only going to get worse as the globe continues to heat up, driven by the expansion of coal and gas that is driving this climate crisis. But of course, with more fires, floods and storms to come with ever greater frequency as a result of climate change, of course the Greens welcome any money spent on mitigation of natural disasters. But let's put this into context. The Insurance Council of Australia has said just for coastal protection, we need an extra $30 billion of large-scale investment over the next 50 years. That's $600 million a year. But then also compare it to the $40 billion spent on fossil fuel subsidies in the budget, or the fact that there is literally extra money in the budget to open up the Beetaloo gas basin, which will produce many more times emissions than Adani, further driving the climate crisis. It actually includes an extra $1.9 billion to facilitate the export of that gas out of the Northern Territory. We know that the expansion of coal and gas mining is driving the climate disaster. So why is the government doling out billions of dollars that will literally accelerate the climate crisis while only giving $200 million to mitigate the consequences of that crisis? Let's be clear about the impacts of Labor's plans to expand coal and gas mining, because we know, the scientists have told us, that 95% of Australia's coal has to stay in the ground to avoid dangerous global warming. Climate change means more of our rainfall coming in the form of intense downpours, more moisture in the atmosphere and more energy for storms, all of which ramp up the risk of flooding. Under 2.5 degrees of warming, the most devastating cyclones are projected to occur as twice as often as they are today. The number of people suffering extreme droughts across the world could double in less than 80 years. By 2030, fire seasons could be 3 months longer in areas already exposed to wildfires. In Western Australia, for example, this would add up to 3 months of days with high wildfire potential. In 2019, we saw what a devastating effect bushfires can have on Australia. Australia will experience already, this is already locked in, on the heating that's already going to happen. Australia will experience 1 in 50-year storm surges every year by the year 2050. No matter what we do. So the frustrating thing is that this bill provides no new money for natural disasters. It simply shuffles a little bit of extra cash into disaster preparation at the cost of funding for recovery. When the next flood, bushfires or cyclones hit, that clean-up money will have to come from somewhere else. $200 million for climate mitigation disasters and $40 billion to accelerate climate change really demonstrates the broken priorities of this budget. What's worse is that ultimately it will be ordinary people who will pay for the expansion of coal and gas, the fueling of the climate crisis, and the more frequent natural disasters that will follow. Not the coal and gas corporations that are in fact driving this crisis. It'll be ordinary people who will pay through higher insurance premiums, higher grocery bills as floods disrupt food production and drive up prices. They'll pay to clean up. They'll pay in the emotional devastation that comes with the loss of homes, communities, and sometimes, tragically, loved ones. Indeed, I've seen firsthand in Brisbane the floods this year, the devastating effects it can have on local communities. As we mobilised our volunteers to help clean up after the devastation, it struck me how deeply unfair it is that all while this was happening, coal and gas corporations were reporting record profits. Deeply frustrating in particular because I spoke to people like single mums who were having to sleep on couches because they couldn't afford the rent for a new place after their old place had flooded. Meanwhile, people like Gina Reinhart and Clive Palmer are recording record profits. I met and helped so many families who lost everything, families who didn't have insurance, families who were forced to sleep on friends' couches. They did it incredibly tough. But it really should be the coal and gas corporations who should pay. If we properly tax coal and gas as we phase them out over the next 10 years, we could build a sovereign wealth fund of hundreds of billions of dollars. Countries like Norway around the world who have properly taxed their resource industry and now have a sovereign wealth fund of over $1 trillion. Imagine what we could do with that. In that way, we mitigate natural disasters by finally tackling climate change, phasing out coal and gas, and investing tens of billions of dollars in protecting our communities from the natural disasters we already know to come. Thanks.
What do you want me to do? So the Federation Chamber resume in 5 minutes.
Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast knows a thing or two about disasters. We have had multiple drought, bushfires, floods, all in the last few years. The bushfires were nothing short of horrific. They burned most of my electorate, destroying hundreds of homes, millions of animals, devastating the environment and devastating lives. We are still dealing with the aftermath of those bushfires today. People are still without homes, they are still dealing with the trauma, and the environment is still in recovery. Sometimes it is hard to see a silver lining. But in this instance, I do like to think that the positive to our devastating experience is this Disaster Ready Fund. You see, Deputy Speaker, in the weeks following the bushfires in early 2020, I took Labor's entire shadow cabinet to Batemans Bay so that they could see firsthand what had happened. And I brought along Warren Sharp, the then Director of Infrastructure at Eurobodalla Shire Council, to share his experience and thoughts on a way forward. Warren was a steady presence throughout the bushfires. He led and guided Council's response, spent countless hours at the makeshift Emergency Operations Centre. He lived and breathed what was happening around him. His speech to the Shadow Cabinet that day was emotive, raw and real. Many of the Shadow Ministers who were present that day have told me what an impact Warren's speech had on them, that it stayed with them. And many of those Shadow Ministers are now ministers in this government. Warren recently retired from Council, an incredible loss for all of the Eurobodalla. I want to sincerely thank him for his years of hard work and advocacy, and in particular in the disaster management space. You are an asset to our community, Warren, and you will be missed. I wish him all the best. Deputy Speaker, I also want to make special mention of the Minister for Emergency Management, Senator Murray Watt here. Murray is an absolutely fabulous emergency management minister and a great friend. What has made him a great minister? Being on the ground, listening to people impacted by so many natural disasters around the country for years. He knows his stuff. He's been there and he is really passionate about it. The Minister visited the South Coast in the wake of those bushfires on many occasions. He travelled with me through Conjola Park, one of the hardest hit areas of the Shoalhaven, very soon after the bushfires. As we drove down one particular street, we saw a group of people sitting on a picnic table out the front of what used to be their home, looking out over the blackened forest to the lake, an eerie sight. We stopped to hear their stories. Murray listened intently, as he did everywhere he went. Murray listened intently to the owners of the bait shop in Burrell Lake. They were afraid their business wouldn't make it. I want to thank everyone in our community who shared their stories with me, and with the many shadow ministers who visited the South Coast over the last few years, because now we have this legislation. Our stories about the woeful state of the Eurobodalla Emergency Operations Centre, run out of a hall in Moruya, off tables from Bunnings, mean that we have now, in the budget last night, delivered funding for a new emergency operations precinct for the Eurobodalla. A dedicated precinct for all our emergency services to be based in one place in Moruya, with fit-for-purpose buildings, fit-for-purpose equipment, and no tables from Bunnings. I started calling for this after my very first visit to the Moruya Emergency Operations Centre during the bushfires. The Shoalhaven has one of these precincts already. I have spent countless hours there since my election for bushfires, floods and more. It was mind-boggling to me that the Eurobodalla didn't have a facility that anywhere near compared to that one. I could see the difference it could make and how badly it was needed. I walked out of that hall that very first day and vowed to get them a proper EOC. Thanks to the Albanese government, now they will have one. It is really exciting. Deputy Speaker, one of the other things that happened during the bushfires that has really stayed with local people is the loss of telecommunications and the loss of power. It left us all in an incredibly vulnerable and dangerous position. So, as part of the Disaster Ready Fund, we will spend $750,000 to fireproof the Mount Wanderer transmission tower, something that Warren Sharp advocated strongly for, because it will make sure that local people don't lose telecommunications in an emergency. Mount Wanderer is the main telecommunications infrastructure for the whole of the Eurobodalla, so this is a hugely important project. Another fabulous local advocate, Trevor Daly from the Durras Community Association, shared his community's harrowing experience with me, with the now Minister for Emergency Management and with the now Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese. Durras has one road in and one road out. They lost power, they lost telecommunications, and it was terrifying. Trevor wanted an NBN cable put underground so that it won't be vulnerable to disasters. He also wanted the power poles that lined the road into the town from the highway to be upgraded from timber to composite poles so that they could withstand fire. So, as part of the Disaster Ready Fund, we will spend $221,000 to do this. It doesn't sound like much in the scheme of a $1 billion fund, but it is so important for this community. Deputy Speaker, many people may have also heard the stories about hundreds of people stranded on the Princes Highway as they tried to escape the bushfires. One other thing the South Coast is famous for, and it's no compliment, is our infamous mobile black spots. Because for many of those people stranded, they also didn't have mobile phone reception. Just imagine, middle of nowhere, no mobile phone, stuck, and knowing a bushfire is coming. It was horrifying. It was terrifying, and it should never have happened. So we are working to make sure it doesn't happen again. As part of the budget announced last night, we will spend $5 million to fix the mobile black spots along the Princes Highway from Ulladulla to Turos Head in my electorate and right down to Eden in the wonderful member for Eden Monero's electorate. We will also spend another $3 million to fix mobile black spots in Jamberoo, Kangaroo Valley, Warragee and Lillypilly. Making sure people can stay connected is one of my top priorities. We must be more resilient. We must be better prepared. We won't let a dollar go to waste. These are the things that this Disaster Ready Fund can do, the difference that we can make now as the Albanese government. This is a $1 billion fund to mitigate potential disaster loss and damage. It is critical. It will save lives. It will make sure that our devastating experience during the bushfires hasn't all been in vain. I listened to the stories from our community. The trauma our community experienced and continues to experience because we weren't well enough prepared cannot be overstated. It has had a lasting impact that can never be erased. Deputy Speaker, along with everyone in our community, I too lived the traumatic experience that was the 2019-2020 bushfires. I've been right there on the ground with our community every day since, as we try and recover. I've heard so many stories of tragedy, of resilience, of fantastic community spirit. It brought us together, binded us together in a way that is hard to describe, a shared lived experience. Deputy Speaker, listening to these stories, you cannot help but be moved into action. I took those stories back to the Shadow Ministry. They listened and they acted. And now the Albanese government has put real steps in place to build a better future. It will have a tangible difference in Gilmore and on the South Coast. It will make a tangible difference across the country, and I am proud to be a part of it. Thank you to absolutely everyone who contributed to this. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for their contribution. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Emergency Response Fund Amendment Disaster Ready Fund Bill 2022. We know climate change is real for Australia and the rest of the world, but in particular for us, as we are a continent incredibly exposed. Immediate and deepening risks to our natural environment, economy and way of life. I welcome the government's initiative in shifting disaster and emergency spending from reactive recovery to adaptation and mitigation measures. We need to start being a more preventative policy-making institution here. The governments of the day need to start focusing on the long-term planning that is required to tackle a challenge like global warming. This bill changes the name of the Emergency Response Fund to a Disaster Ready Fund. Sad to think that we have to be ready for disasters, but it certainly is a more preventative approach. Allows up to $200 million per annum to be debited from the Disaster Ready Fund for natural disaster resilience and risk reduction, and allows the responsible ministers to adjust the maximum disbursement amount via a disallowable legislative instrument, and facilitates the transfer of responsibility for fund expenditure to the National Emergency Management Agency, and it streamlines administrative arrangements in relation to transfers from the fund. So they're all probably quite administrative aspects, but what's important is when we are trying to build resilience for communities to ensure they are ready for those disasters, it is important that these processes are streamlined and not unnecessarily bureaucratic. So I welcome the commitment to proactively spend the money set aside in the fund. Mitigation and adaptation projects will tangibly benefit Australians by lessening the impact of extreme weather events brought on by the climate crisis. The recent floods across much of the east coast of Australia, less than 2 years after the devastating 2019-2020 bushfires, are a reminder of those risks and the devastating impacts they have on our communities. It was clear during the Royal Commission into our response to the bushfires that there had been warnings that had not been heard and heeded, that there were aspects of preparation that could have been attended to, and they may well have mitigated the extent of some of the disaster in relation to some communities. So it is really important that we shift towards a more preventative approach to policy. We have to talk about the health risks of unmitigated climate change, and it really cannot be understated. The WHO has classified climate change as the defining issue for public health in the 21st century. So it's essential that we address these challenges head-on and we do our best to mitigate the risks of climate change before they occur, rather than spending primarily on recovery after disasters have already occurred.
There's absolutely no sense in hiding behind statements of these are 1 in 1,000-year floods or these are unprecedented events. The reality is the science and so much of the global community has warned us time and time again. These events are going to be exacerbated, they are going to be accelerating, they're going to be more frequent, and they are going to be more and more extreme and severe, which means they will cost more in human life, in native bird and fauna. It will cost more in disruption to our communities, and it will certainly cost more in repair. And so all work to do that adaptation piece is incredibly important. In the climate change bill that I presented in the last parliament, I outlined the need, and it was a key component of that legislation, for national climate change risk assessment to properly prioritise our next steps in mitigating climate change as a nation. It was just astounding during the course of the inquiry in relation to that bill that the New South Wales Association of Local Government acknowledged that there was no coordinated national risk assessment process, that we had public infrastructure of some $212 billion worth along the East Coast exposed to global warming impacts. And when I asked the then Minister for the Environment responsible for that, for response to risk assessments, whether we had a national risk assessment process, the answer was no. I think that's really telling in a continent where we are so exposed that we're not even prepared to acknowledge and prepare and assess the level of risk. So I welcome the government's commitment in yesterday's budget to establishing a national climate change risk assessment and the $9.3 million over the next 4 years to build climate risk management capabilities and systems. I strongly encourage the government to establish ongoing process and 5-year plans, as I had proposed, to improve the mitigation programs that will be supported by the funds. We've heard many contributions in this place about just how devastating some of the natural events we've had of recent years have been for those communities. We need to make sure that there is that regular process of risk assessment and adaptation and planning that goes with acknowledging those risks. So aside from informing mitigation and adaptation progress, proposed 5-year plans would allow an adaptive response to the identified risks, relevant both nationally and regionally for economic sectors including agriculture, biodiversity, national parks, marine parks, health, energy, transport, services, education, planning, construction, infrastructure, and so many more. Furthermore, proper risk assessments encourage investment in critical infrastructure to cope with the increase of severe weather events and inform insurers and the community alike of the risks they face. National climate mitigation and adaptation plans. Once we assess risk, we have to have a very clear and accountable process to make sure we put in place adaptation planning. It's something that, again, I had proposed, and I have had discussions with the Minister in this respect about the need to implement that as a regular aspect. Risk assessment, national adaptation planning, once produced, can include, and this is important for communities, the objective to protect against and mitigate those risks, strategies, policies and proposals for meeting those objectives, timeframes to implement strategies and policies and proposals, measures and indicators to monitor progress, and how the strategies will be funded. This bill, it comes at a crucial time. The CSIRO report into our future world predicts that for the decade ahead, escalating impacts of unprecedented weather events, highlighting the urgency to invest in this climate adaptation and preparation. The Insurance Council of Australia has indicated that insurance is already becoming more difficult to access due to the rising premiums after insurers recorded over $13 billion in claims costs over the 2 years following the Black Summer fires of 2019 and 20. It was welcome that in the budget delivered yesterday, there was some $25 million over 5 years to improve insurance availability and affordability. We know the predictions of how many households, it's up to 1 million households in Australia by 2050 will be uninsurable. Now, that poses a serious question for communities and individuals. It poses a serious problem when it comes to lendability for credit, for banks. The risk associated, the climate risk, it becomes too big for that mortgage portfolio. There are really serious questions that need to be addressed when it comes to those ongoing impacts of climate. The State of the Environment report found that we're in a rapidly changing climate, with unsustainable use of resources contributing to the deterioration of our environment. Immediate action with innovative management and collaboration can turn things around. During the COVID-19 pandemic, I wrote to the then government urging them to provide support to communities because the Disaster Recovery Fund to assist through the Disaster Recovery Fund to assist with recovery from COVID-19. Now, we know that during lockdown periods it was incredibly important for governments, both state and federal, to come up with mechanisms to deliver assistance to local businesses as quickly and efficiently as possible. Unfortunately, the definition of natural disasters did not allow for pandemic to be recognised. Payments under the mechanism would have been effective and simple to administer using existing processes through Services Australia, and they would have been of great assistance, for example, during the Christmas lockdown on the northern beaches in 2020-21. Unfortunately, that request was denied on the basis that the definition of natural disasters did not extend to pandemics. But we do know from the WHO that the risk of pandemics is incredibly increased as a result of warming global temperatures. So I think it is important for the government to consider that definition of natural disasters and whether or not pandemics should also be included to ensure we have a prompt process to roll out assistance. So I encourage the government to consider broadening the definition and include pandemics, as there is no other existing mechanism established to rapidly deal with such dire situations as we found ourselves in multiple occasions over the past 3 years. Further, I believe it would be appropriate for some of the Disaster Ready Fund to be in fact invested in pandemic preparedness. So I welcome this bill and the government's commitment to proactive measures of mitigation and adaptation to natural disasters. Impacts of climate change are already baked in to our environment, and we need to access and assess what the risks are, adapt to them and mitigate them as best as possible. Australians know that this is true. We're seeing this on a daily basis with the floods running across the east coast of the country for the past year. So I welcome the changes to this legislation, but I urge the government to develop a plan to conduct regular national climate risk assessments. 2, to develop regular mitigation and adaptation plans in response to those national climate risk assessments. And 3, to consider broadening the definition of natural disasters to include pandemics, to provide a shovel-ready tool to distribute funds in the event of future events such as COVID-19. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I have the great fortune of being in a city seat in Melbourne that also touches the fringes of the outer skirts in regional Victoria. I've got the suburbs of Wonga Park, North Warrandyte, Warrandyte and South Warrandyte, and within those communities are 4 country fire authorities. There's the Wonga Park CFA, the North Warrandyte, Warrandyte and South Warrandyte CFAs. And when I've visited them, and I've been to many of their awards, and it's just such a treat to meet members of your community who have other jobs. They're tradesmen, they're lawyers, they're people who work in sales, in retail, and here they are giving up their time during the week to do training and on the weekend to go and help prevent fires. But more than that, they've signed a contract with their life. They have put their life on the line to defend our community when the call is made. And that's a real risk. One of the first things I did as a candidate was I spoke to one of the captains of those CFAs, and I said, what is your fear about Warrandyte and a Marysville type scenario? And he said, it's not if, it's when. It's when. And I hope he's wrong on that, but his view, and it's full of families, is there will be a day when devastation will come through that community. And that's something that I know the local police, the local council and the CFAs practice and rehearse again and again. We hear so often about 1 in 100 year events, from financial crisis to floods to pandemics. But here in Australia, in this continent, natural disasters, they're more than 1 in 100 year events. They're a part of life. And so it is right and proper that we consider that. And my next door neighbour is the member for Casey, and I had the great honour of hearing his first speech in this, in the main chamber. And I was sitting just in front of him, and I looked up, and I didn't have a preview of what he was going to say. And he described the Black Saturday experience that he had. And he described a moment where he looked at his now wife, who was his partner, and thought, I've done something that will get us both killed, but they survived. And I was waiting for the detail, but he moved on. So we were out at dinner, and I said, tell us what happened. And he goes, I didn't want to say it because I couldn't get the words out without crying. And I'll tell you what he said. So he was driving through Yarra Glen, which is not far from Liddell. It's in an hour you can be in the CBD of Melbourne. But on that day, he was driving out of Yarra Glen, and he saw this firestorm in the distance. And he thought, well, I'll keep driving east and then turn north and get out of it. By the time he travelled east 500 metres and turned north, that firestorm had completely engulfed him and his car. And he couldn't see anything except red fire and smoke, and thought, I've killed my future wife. But he put his foot down and kept going, and somehow went through the other side. But in that moment, I said, what did you say to each other? And he said, I love you. And she said the same back. And so he had that glimpse of what we think of in the worst of times, and it brings out the best in us. But he got through the other side, he pulled the car over, and he looked back and thought, oh my God, the poor people who are in that. And all across Victoria, in many different areas, in Marysville and in other areas, people didn't get out. But what we do know is that members of the Country Fire Authority, they weren't driving out, they were driving into it. And that's what they've signed up to do. And again, when I think of Warrandyte and I think of the families that are there, whenever I visit the schools, I now ask, what is your evacuation centre for children? Because you can imagine if these things come on so quickly and parents are in the city and the children are studying, that they would be terrified, and you don't want cars moving in and out. And so they've tried to turn the basketball courts or the production theatres into evacuation centres. And again, this bill and what it's seeking to do is to do just that, to make sure that we're preparing in advance to save lives. And they're mostly young people who rely on us to care for them. Now, it's not a perfect bill, and it's not one that is without flaws. We do note that perhaps there's some better transparency required. It's a lot of money in the fund. Better transparency about how it's looked after and how it's distributed. There's no definition of what constitutes mitigation or disaster prevention project. And again, in the last few weeks, I've been poring over the National Anti-Corruption Commission bill, and that's going to loom large over everything we do in this building and the public service. But short of corruption, and no one wants that, is just proper management of money. And it's a lot of money. It's important that it's allocated well. We also note that the Minister refers to consultation on guidelines to be held with stakeholders. And again, who are the stakeholders? What are the guidelines? Sometimes bills with the best of intentions head off on tangents that none of us expected, because the person who knocks on the door or makes the call and gets their voice heard takes it down a path that we wouldn't expect. And this is a feature of US politics that thankfully we don't see too much of here, where they'll have a headline of an act or a bill, and within it is foreign policy, new bases, a new aircraft carrier for someone, a new road, and there's all this horse trading that goes on behind the scenes. So we've got to make sure that when we set up funds like this, we haven't in other ways.
A division has been
policy
called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. Okay.
There he is.
Okay, I could call a member for Menzies.
Thank you, and see the clock paused for us. So I started talking about the wonderful CFAs that I have in my corner of the world in Warrandyte, and could I mention it to my colleagues who are sitting to my left? Your Greens candidate for Menzies, wonderful person. We actually became quite good friends. Yeah, he lives in North Warrandyte, and he runs this Facebook group about spotting platypuses, and I've checked it and had a look. So he's a former journalist, but the community love it and they love the work that he does. He also won the primary in North Warrandyte, so he'd be the member for North Warrandyte if that was a booth. But yeah, wonderful person. We had lovely conversations on pre-poll about all sorts of things. But that it's a unique part of the electorate, and I want to give a particular recognition to the councillors that cover those areas. Again, as a candidate, in order to find out, all I could about a particular area, I reached out to all of the 11 councillors that cover my seat. The seat of Manningham is entirely within Menzies, but there's one ward from Nillumbik, and then there's a few from Whitehorse. And I've been thoroughly impressed, again, from all sorts of political backgrounds and stripes and persuasions, but each is a person who understands and knows their community. And the councillor who covers Warrandyte, Kylie, she took me on a lovely drive of her electorate. And again, I keep coming back to Warrandyte, but it's the one area that I think will benefit most from this particular bill. And she took me up and through North Warrandyte, out to Wonga Park, and pointed out, I won't say his address, but the very famous resident of John Farnham, who lives in Wonga Park. And John Farnham hasn't had a great time lately. He's been unwell, but from media reports, he's sort of come through. But again, there's a unique perspective on life there that I think this bill will speak to, and I will always be their representative, working hand in hand with the councils, as well as the state member, Ryan Smith, all working hand in hand to help people. And God forbid that one day when something horrible happens, wherever we are, I know we will stop what we were doing and get to our communities to help in the best way that we can. And there's a lot of things you can do in advance, and there's a lot of things that can be done in the immediate aftermath. And again, this particular fund will be very important for providing that assistance. So I probably had my chain of thought broken, so I'll finish early, but I commend the bill, and thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to. I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Are we ready for disaster? Only last weekend in Ryan we thought we had to be, again, a mere 8 months from the last one, from which so many have not yet recovered. The Bureau started sending out urgent warnings of impending possible flooding, pings on phones in the middle of the night. We're all hyper-vigilant at the moment. In Victoria, we've seen unprecedented flooding over the last month. Lismore was issued an evacuation order, again only 8 months out from their last devastating floods. And when this La Niña year ends, it'll be bushfires again before too long, and my home electorate of Ryan, with its enormous stretches of beautiful bushland, is also at risk here too. Climate change is here, it's getting worse, and we have to be ready. We in our electorate office have been meeting, planning, taking advice from locals, getting a picture of what dozens of remarkable volunteer organisations across Ryan have been doing and building relationships so we can support them and help the community look after itself. And that's how we see it. We see our role as using the resources of our office and our vast network of Greens volunteers, not to replace the work of these groups, but to complement and to support them. In fact, one of the most encouraging things I've found since beginning this work is getting to understand the depth and breadth of community action in this area. It's actually quite astounding how many amazing groups there are doing this work. We have the Moggill Bellbowrie community-led emergency disaster recovery group who are doing incredible disaster preparedness planning for the Moggill Bellbowrie Anstead area, coordinating resources, communication, crisis accommodation. We have the 4069-4070 action group, building community in their areas, pushing for community-led solutions to things like the isolation of the Moggill Bellbowrie area during floods. There's SOWN, Save Our Waterways now, keeping creeks and waterways healthy and flowing by removing rubbish and weeds and revegetating. We recently met the amazing team at Brookfield Rural Fire Brigade, a volunteer-run organisation protecting our large area of bushland in our electorate, including hazard reduction. Other groups include the Mandalay Progress Association. I went to their festival the other day, formed after the 1974 floods, still going strong. The GAP Sustainability Initiative, pushing for a range of sustainability initiatives in their particular area, including energy security. Meals on Wheels, who fed so many people in need during the February floods. Briswest Connect, Transition Town. There are great environmental groups like the Wilderness Society, Moggill Creek Catchment Group, Cubbulawitten Catchment Group. We've got social assistance groups like the Indooroopilly Uniting Church Refugee Hub, who look after some of the most vulnerable. Pickabeen Community Services, Lions and Rotary Clubs, women's groups, the list goes on and on. This is just a sample of the extraordinary community initiatives across Ryan. There are so many more and new ones forming all the time. Great volunteer-led groups doing essential work. In fact, 45 very worthy Ryan volunteer-led groups applied for grants recently, and we were very happy to be able to award 23 of them. I really feel that all these groups are the sort of social infrastructure of Ryan, and they're what gets our community through when disaster strikes. I also recently had the really good fortune of meeting the incredible group of people behind Sweltering Cities, doing excellent work, fighting to climate-proof Western Sydney, a great example of the type of community initiative happening all across Australia. But as amazing as all these groups are, just rolling up their sleeves, putting on the gumboots, getting out the generators, organising sandbags, food shelter cleanups, proactively creating more sustainable and resilient neighbourhoods, they need real support. And to do that, they need funding, and that funding needs to focus on preparedness, not just clean-up after-the-fact assistance. This bill does propose to repurpose the existing Emergency Response Fund to focus on disaster mitigation and risk reduction, on building resilience and preparing for future natural disasters. This is welcome. But there is one problem. There's no more money in the fund. It's just shifting the same amount of money from before, from disaster recovery to disaster preparedness. Anyone living in my electorate of Ryan or in places like Lismore or Melbourne, in fact, will tell you we need an overall increase in the funding for dealing with disasters. Anyone who lost their houses or who choked through the 2019 bushfires will tell you the same thing. This new Disaster Readiness Fund is only $200 million a year for the whole country. I'm sorry, but that just doesn't cut it. Whole cities and suburbs need major redesigns of infrastructure, planning and development to prepare for the increased extreme weather events that are being driven by climate change. Emergency accommodation, escape routes, buying back properties on floodplains, building new evacuation centres, retrofitting homes to deal with heat waves, creating new fire breaks, restoring creekways and developing new drainage systems. All of this is going to cost into the tens or hundreds of billions. So this has to be seen as an investment in the future, any expenditure here. And the Insurance Council of Australia has said that we need to spend $30 billion in large-scale coastal investment over the next 50 years. So that's $600 million a year, every year, just to protect against storm surges, erosion and sea level rise. Bring it back home to what this means to my electorate of Ryan. we have an entire section of the electorate that gets totally cut off from the rest of the city in floods. This is the Moggill-Bellbowrie area. And just as a note, Moggill, the word Moggill comes from Magill, meaning water dragon, and Bellbowrie means place of flowering gums in the original language, which are sort of beautiful descriptors of the natural original character. These days, it's an area of high population with limited social infrastructure, relying on one road in and out, and that's Moggill Road, which is cut off by floodwater at more than 3 points when it floods. So while the locals are doing that incredible job coordinating and looking after each other, they shouldn't be cut off in the first place. What many locals are calling for is very reasonable: a bridge from Bellbowrie across the river to Wacol or River Hills, a bridge that would operate for buses, cyclists and pedestrians in normal times, but during emergencies would function as an escape route from both floods and fires, and a way to get crucial supplies to support the area. This is a really good example of essential, urgent disaster readiness infrastructure, I think. The cost for a bridge like this, even at the lowest estimates, could be around $300 million, and that's one piece of critical infrastructure. How many similar projects are needed across the country? How is $200 million a year supposed to cover all of them? And this doesn't even begin to cover the kind of community infrastructure that would allow that area to be more resilient, self-sufficient and prepared. We owe it to Moggill, Bellbowrie, Pullen Vale and Anstead people. Compared to the scale of what we need to keep our communities safe from the effects of climate change, this $200 million for disaster preparedness is obviously deeply inadequate, but compared to what this government is funding in this budget, it's actually quite stunning. We've just seen Labor commit $2 billion of public money, new cash, for expanding the gas industry. The budget also contains $40 billion plus in fossil fuel subsidies. It contains $254 billion in tax cuts for the wealthy. The government's going to be spending upwards of $170 billion on nuclear submarines. Even just highway upgrades will cost this budget billions each year, but only $200 million a year for preparing for disasters that threaten Australians' lives and livelihoods and the economy. Come on, people, I think we've got to do better than that. So when the Minister introduced this bill, she said that the management of climate change and its impacts was, and I quote, one of the most important issues that faces our country. If that's the case, why does it rank so desperately low in the government's spending priorities? This government has a lot of rhetoric about addressing climate change, but when you dig a little deeper, you find support for new coal and gas, and you find that the investment in keeping our communities safe just isn't there. So when the original bill, which was the Emergency Response Fund Act of 2019, was brought in by the Coalition, the Greens raised concerns not just about the inadequate scale of the fund, but about the way the fund works. These real concerns about the original bill, like ministerial discretion to expend significant funds with absolutely limited guidance and scrutiny, remain. And in fact, we're concerned that those very issues may become more acute under the proposed pivot from reactive to proactive spending. The fund also suffers from the fact that the amount available each year is tied to the earnings on a capital fund. Stock markets take a hit one year, we mightn't even be able to fund the $200 million. This money should be guaranteed not on the ebbs and flows of financial stocks and derivatives. Climate change won't wait for the stock market to recover. And in the ultimate irony, among the corporations that this $2 million invests in are, guess what, coal and gas companies. The fossil fuel industry, the root cause of the problems. That is some kind of perverse, inverted circular economy, I reckon, feeding off itself, creating ever more difficult disasters. So instead of our Disaster Readiness Fund investing in the very corporations who are causing more extreme and frequent disasters, another thing that the Greens said back in 2019 is that this fund should be expanded by instituting a levy on coal and gas corporations. Since then, we've had devastating, deadly bushfires and repeated unprecedented floods. And since then, we've also had record profits for coal and gas corporations. Coal and gas companies have known for decades that burning their products will lead to exactly the effects we're seeing today, but they keep doing it anyway. They have made and continue to make enormous profits while causing dangerous climate change. So with that in mind, I think it's only fair and rational to impose a levy on these big corporations to fund the billions in disaster preparedness that Australia obviously desperately needs. And that's the message. No new coal and gas, phase out fossil fuels, and in their dying days, tax these big fossil fuel corporations to fund disaster preparedness and renewables. I don't think that's a radical proposal. The radical proposal is that we can keep tinkering around the edges when the effects of climate change are bearing down on us, devastating our communities with predictable regularity. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Brisbane.
Thank you. Natural disasters across the country are becoming more frequent and more intense. We are feeling them right across Australia. Even as I stand here speaking now, people living in New South Wales and Victoria are being subjected to intense rainfall and flooding. This is at 1 degree of warming. In my home electorate of Brisbane, the City Council recently released an updated flood map for the city. This map shows the extent to which Brisbane is susceptible to climate change-induced increases in rainfall and flooding. Residents of Brisbane already knew the widespread devastation that resulted from floods earlier this year, but to have it shown to us on a map of our city is truly confronting. We see suburbs that have never previously flooded now being inundated. We see communities who had previously flooded now being even more severely affected. This is at 1 degree of warming. Local businesses in Albion are now increasingly anxious whenever rain sets in. It is not just flash flooding and rising creek levels that can impact them, but now dam releases as well, if these are not done early enough before the wet season. Residents in Stafford saw their backyards shrink by as much as 10 metres as rushing floodwaters of the Kedron Brook inundated their homes and properties. What was once a quiet stream turned into a fast-flowing river carrying shipping containers and debris for miles. Many residents of Brisbane are now no longer able to get insurance on their properties due to the impacts of climate change on their homes and communities. These more frequent disasters cause immense damage to agriculture, our food sources and supply chains, pushing up prices and making a bad situation even worse. This is at 1 degree of warming. When it comes to these climate-fueled disasters, mitigation must be the way forward. It is not enough to rely on the resilience of the people in this country every single time a natural disaster occurs. Communities should not be expected to quite literally rebuild their streets, suburbs, and even towns every few years, or even less. It is the role of government to keep people safe and to mitigate the risks posed from climate change, especially since successive governments over decades have ignored science and advice from global experts about the damage to individuals, communities, and the economy that climate change will cause. Supporting mitigation efforts in communities is the very least that we can do. And this bill is simply a rebranding of the Emergency Response Fund. This bill shifts $150 million set aside for disaster recovery to instead sit with the $50 million spent on public works to minimise the impacts of natural disasters before they hit. There's no new money. Even the Insurance Council of Australia, as my colleague the member for Ryan quoted, and I will quote again, has stated that we need to spend $30 billion over the next 50 years on large-scale coastal mitigation to protect communities against increasing storm surges, erosion and rising sea levels. That is around $600 million a year. The $200 million a year the government is proposing is not enough, and our communities deserve better. This bill is not spending any new money while it is relying on stock market returns to ensure the fund stays topped up. But perhaps the most glaring issue here is where this money comes from. The fund is allowed to invest in the very companies that are causing the climate crisis, like Santos, ExxonMobil and Whitehaven. Australians are being asked to rely on the stock market returns of the fossil fuel companies causing this damage for climate mitigation and infrastructure. The government is choosing to rely on the ever-increasing performance and profitability of the fossil fuel industry as part of its climate policy. The Greens believe that we should be making these fossil fuel giants pay their fair share of tax to fund the services that we need. We should not be investing in fossil fuel companies to prop them up and support our communities. Because these companies are serial tax avoiders. They shift huge amounts of their profits offshore. They pay among the lowest royalties in the world, receive billions each year in subsidies, send us the bill for the mess that they make, and donate millions to the major parties to get away with it. We should not be handing out money to and investing heavily in the fossil fuel industry. And with another La Niña event being declared, communities in Brisbane are anxious. They reach out to my office every single day. We are already experiencing a wet spring, and we know that the rain will continue into the summer. And I want the people of Brisbane to know that my office has put together a flood information sheet with key information and points of contact, which we will be distributing to every single household in the electorate. We will also be seeking community leaders and volunteers to express their interest in participating in any flood cleanup efforts with us. I want the people of Brisbane to know that I have your back, and I will keep fighting for you. The Greens and I will keep pushing for more to be spent on climate change mitigation in our communities, to stop the billions in subsidies to fossil fuel companies, and to make sure our country does not continue to remain captured by vested interests.
I thank the member. The question now is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of this bill. The bill proposes to amend the Emergency Response Fund Act 2019 to repurpose the existing Emergency Response Fund as dedicated, ongoing source of funding for natural disaster mitigation and risk reduction, to be known as the Disaster Ready Fund. The Disaster Ready Fund is expected to commence on the 1st of July 2023. This bill will also allow up to $200 million per annum to be debited from the Disaster Ready Fund for natural disaster resilience and risk reduction. It will allow the ministers to adjust the maximum disbursement amount via a disallowable legislative instrument and facilitate the transfer of responsibility for fund expenditure to the NEMA and streamline administrative arrangements in relation to transfers from the fund. Mr Deputy Speaker, I represent an electorate where this fund would matter. I'm grateful to the Minister and to his office for detail on its proposed operation, including its focus on built environment projects such as levees and community resilience projects, including preparedness plans and place-based responses. I understand the disbursement of these funds will be directed through eligibility guidelines. This is very important to ensure these funds are going to worthy projects that stack up, because the last thing that emergency-affected communities want is white elephant projects that look good to announce but do nothing to build our resilience. I supported the former government's Emergency Response Fund bill in 2019 when it was passed in September of that year. Back then, my electorate was experiencing drought. The Benalla Rural City Council and the rural city of Wangaratta became eligible for Drought Communities program funding, with these areas experiencing hardship as a result of years of below-average rainfall. Who could have foreseen that since that time the pendulum would swing right back around, with floods brought about by the third La Niña event in 3 years, and of course the Black Summer bushfires that ravaged my electorate. It is regional Australia that endures the brunt of disasters, the droughts, the floods, the bushfires that are becoming increasingly severe and happening increasingly often. These aren't one-off events. We barely get a chance to breathe between them, and we can't keep reacting to disasters. We can't keep going with knee-jerk reactions. A ministerial announcement, an ad hoc appropriation. We need to shift our focus from recovery towards prevention and mitigation. We need to reduce the economic and psychological impact of these disasters, which are increasingly becoming a part of our lives. Right now, my electorate is very wet. Rainfall records for October have been tumbling. Benalla, Euroa and some parts of Wangaratta have experienced flooding, and there's more rainfall forecast. Right across Murrindindi, the rivers are full and overflowing. Our soil is saturated right across our electorate. This will be an ongoing situation for us. I've spoken with Federal Emergency Services Minister Murray Watt and Local Government Minister Kristy McBain about the support that's needed and the repair works. I'm grateful for their attention to the unfolding disaster and their rapid approval for disaster recovery payment. I'm very grateful to Minister Watt for his frequent phone calls to me over the course of the last couple of weeks, checking in on the community. Our councils, though, are now facing enormous costs to clean up and fix potholes on our roads. The price tag is eye-watering, and this is for councils with already low rate bases. Before the flooding, we had significant problems right across our rural roads network, and this flooding, of course, is causing enormous damage. That's why I was disappointed to see the lack of new road funding in the budget. I was heartened to see that the government will continue to partner with state and territory governments to fund projects under the Road Safety Program, with the delivery of total nationwide funding of $3 billion to continue through to mid-2025. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, so much more is needed in these times to equip us. It is incredibly difficult for local councils, I can't underscore this enough, to keep up with the necessary repairs. This area needs significant investment, and Labor missed an opportunity in the budget to strengthen roads further in light of the recent floods. I was pleased to see in the budget last night a measure that addresses insurance premiums for areas that are prone to natural disasters. I have lobbied the Minister for Emergency Management, Murray Watt, from the day he took office to address skyrocketing premiums for businesses and households affected by bushfires. Insurance premiums are driving our iconic businesses to the wall, especially in our alpine areas. And I pay special mention to Mr Steve Belli from the alpine areas in Indi, who I've worked with closely on this really difficult area of insurance. He's come to me many times. He's worked tirelessly in bushfire recovery, and he's been a champion for the businesses in our alpine resorts. And Mr Belli, I hope you're listening, because there is a little glimmer of hope in the budget, but so much more needs to be done to address this insurance crisis. I welcome the government's commitment of $22.6 million over 4 years to start tackling this insurance problem. We know how complex the issue is, and greater regulation will not solve the issue on its own. The government has proposed partnerships between government and the insurance sector and to inform mitigation projects to reduce the cost of this essential protection. The measures in the budget papers last night were welcome, but they're light on detail. I want to see evidence that shows the government's proposals are linked to real action. Madam Deputy Speaker, the first 3 years of my parliamentary career have been marked by me fighting alongside the community to get access to government support to help my constituents recover from the impact of natural disasters. After the Black Summer bushfires, affected communities were nonsensically excluded from support. This was a gruelling process of advocating for their inclusion and resulted in the long-awaited extension of the $10,000 Small Business Bushfire Recovery Grant to Indigo, Wangaratta and Mansfield, 6 months after the fires, sadly too late for many businesses. At the end, together with the community though, we made progress with our recovery and resilience through securing $938,000 for 18 primary producers, including grape growers affected by smoke taint. $6.43 million for 642 small businesses and $2 million for individuals and families impacted by the 2019-2020 fires. My observation is that through this hard-fought process, this government is incrementally getting better to responding to communities' needs. There's more consultation, recovery payments flow quicker. Time is of the essence with these emergency supports. It needs to be responsive so that it can save businesses and get lives back on track quickly. Because we know there's a long tail for recovery, and the economic, psychological and social impacts last for years and sometimes decades. We also need to continue to systematically engage affected small businesses and primary producers to identify whether the support provided is enough to sustain them. If it's not, the government will have to decide what price it's willing to pay to save regional communities affected by disaster. Natural disasters will continue to dominate our lives in regional Australia, throwing lives into chaos, affecting businesses and disrupting our agricultural and production sector. This bill is a good development, but we do need more. I'd like to see the inclusion of emergency services precincts or emergency operations precincts in eligible projects. These would coordinate emergency and volunteer services efforts. These would help recruit the much-needed volunteers, and everywhere I go across my electorate, most particularly in the last couple of weeks with the floods, when I speak to the SES, to the CFA, they tell me that their volunteer numbers are down and those that are left are exhausted. So when we're talking about resilience funding, we need to make sure that the guidelines enable us to address that as a key problem and to address the fact that multi-service precincts is a great way to go to capitalise on the volunteers that we have got, share resources, share information. And I believe those things fit squarely within the resilience aspect of these funds. I know right now in Mansfield, in Myrtleford, 2 places that could benefit so greatly by emergency services precincts. Madam Deputy Speaker, we need a nationwide plan to adapt our country to a changed climate. This would involve practical steps to protect our farm and small business sectors and keep our communities safe. We need to restore funding to research organisations leading this work. I suggest that the government adopt my proposal for an adaptation plan for the agricultural sector, including research investment into climate-resilient crops, more support for farmers to diversify into new types of crops, and payments to landowners for their extraordinary ecosystem management. Farmers have so many answers. We need to back them when it comes to adaptation and climate change. And finally, we must reduce the likelihood and severity of these disasters by cutting carbon emissions at home and abroad. As long as emissions continue, our temperatures will rise and these crises will escalate. To say this should be as controversial as saying water flows downhill, and it flows a lot. Regional Australia bears the brunt of natural disasters, but we also have the most to gain from smart, practical action to lower emissions and create new industries in rural and regional Australia. The opportunities are there if we're clever enough to seize them, and the opportunities in this bill are there if we're smart enough to realise what communities need to be resilient. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
And I thank the member. So the question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I give the call to the member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Earlier this year, I visited Lismore. I saw the devastation with my own eyes and heard stories of horror and survival from the local community. One young woman told me how the floodwaters trapped her and her mother and her 2 dogs inside their own home. The water rose to within inches of the ceiling. As the hours passed, she thought she would die. This is just one story, and there are thousands more which are never told. During the most recent Lismore floods, waters reached 14.4 metres. Previously, the worst flood reached 12.3 metres in 1954. These disasters used to occur decades, even centuries apart. However, it is now clear climate change is causing climate breakdown, and Australia is at the front line of these impacts, experiencing more devastating fires, floods and storms more often. Recently, communities in 5 states were under flood warnings, just in the last couple of days and weeks. Communities in Victoria and along the Murray River are reeling as we speak. While sadly, authorities have reported a woman has died in the floodwaters in Western New South Wales. The ongoing clean-up has been amongst the most expensive in Australian history, and people are still living in tents and makeshift accommodation following the floods and the Black Summer bushfires a few years ago. In the May budget, it was estimated that $6 billion would be spent on relief and recovery following the Queensland and New South Wales floods. And as we heard in the budget speech last night, the latest floods have caused a downgrade in the GDP growth of 0.25% this quarter. The McKell Institute estimates that extreme weather in the previous 12 months cost every Australian household on average $1,500. This is estimated to grow to $2,500 by 2050. The government has put aside $5 billion for this coming summer, with authorities warning that flooding is likely to continue for months. There were many lessons learnt from the Lismore floods. These include the need to provide up-to-date weather warnings for communities, the need to deliver evacuation orders faster, and the need to dispatch emergency services faster. It also showed the desperate need to redesign and adapt our infrastructure for a warming world. I'd like to thank those at Resilience Lismore for explaining to me the web of complexity they faced in accessing government funding and support services. Overwhelmingly, one thing was clear. Community groups who have recovered from these natural disasters need to be consulted and funded to actively participate in developing a blueprint for recovery of their communities. Those local community organisations should also be funded now, before the next disaster. We need to build resilience to enable to prepare for effective community-led response for future events. However, what has become clear is that Australia has not put aside adequate funding to help communities adapt to these climate change-fuelled natural disasters. In 2019, the then coalition government legislated the Emergency Response Fund Act. The ERF was set up with seed funding of $4 billion. It was designed to release $150 million annually to disaster recovery and resilience, except by the time the flooding events occurred on the East Coast last year, the ERF had only disbursed $50 million, and this is despite having generated $800 million in interest. Is it any wonder communities were not prepared? Despite this fund, the then Minister for Home Affairs set up a GoFundMe page for flood-affected Queensland communities and suggested that people crowdsource for their own protection. At the time, the former government said it had spent $17 billion on disaster response. But they did not tell us that out of that $17 billion, over $13 billion went to pandemic response, $3 billion went to bushfire recovery, and $1.5 billion to the floods in northern Queensland in 2019. The argument by the coalition was that the ERF was not set up to respond to every natural disaster, but as families were left stranded on their roofs, the fund's interest rate was going through the roof. This was a failure of public administration on an enormous scale. We were dealing with life and death. So how do we move forward? This bill picks up the pieces and will name the ERF the Disaster Ready Fund, increasing the fund's annual expenditure to $200 million a year, which the states and territories will match. The government has committed to dispersing the funds faster than the coalition, and I look forward to holding them to that. This is a start, and we know for every dollar invested in resilience, the return is far greater. Unfortunately, this increase will not touch the sides of what is needed. The Insurance Council of Australia estimates that we will need to invest $1.8 billion a year in disaster resilience by 2050. Every million in funding results in more hospital beds, more emergency vehicles, more microgrids, more flood and fire resilient homes and communities. Deputy Speaker, there are 3 things that can be done to fund a safer future for Australians. First of all, we need to look at repurposing our current spending on fossil fuel subsidies and shift those funds to support disaster adaptation, to prepare our communities for the future. Every good health carer knows that prevention is better than cure and far cheaper. It's high time we stopped handing out taxpayer money to companies that are making these disasters worse. Secondly, Australia must ensure that we stop multinational oil and gas companies from avoiding the payment of their fair share of tax. And we can do this by closing the enormous loopholes in the Petroleum Resource Rent Tax, the PRRT. Multinational fossil fuel companies are raking in enormous profits currently using our resources, and Australia is not benefiting as it should. These profits have been turbocharged by the Russian invasion of the Ukraine and come at the expense of Australian energy consumers and our environment. As former Treasury Secretary Ken Henry said, there is simply no economic reason windfall profits could not be taxed. This already happens in Norway, which is how they built their $1.7 trillion sovereign wealth fund. Finally, we also need to charge a reasonable rate of royalty on our resources. Queensland is already doing this, and the federal government should follow. Although this fund will assist with adaptation efforts, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has warned that if we continue emitting greenhouse gases at the rate which we currently are, we will reach a point where adaptation is futile. Climate change is the driver of catastrophic floods that have inundated the East Coast. The Prime Minister, in comments this week, admitted this, and I praise the Prime Minister, for recognising the impact of climate change on fuelling natural disasters. However, if we don't reduce emissions quickly, we do face a dark future. Deputy Speaker, as Australians, we must accept our responsibility for making these disasters worse, both here in Australia and globally. Australia is the third largest fossil fuel exporters in the world. According to an analysis by the Australia Institute, our exported emissions account for almost 5% of global emissions. While some actions are being taken to reduce domestic emissions, the government is still approving coal mines and recently approved the $1.9 billion taxpayer-funded Middle Arm Sustainable Development Precinct in the Northern Territory. Middle Arm will link up with gas fields in the Beetaloo Basin and will power gas manufacturing at the hub. Environmental scientist Dr. Michael Petroni estimated that this precinct could generate 15 million tonnes of carbon emissions per annum. That is almost the pollution of 7.7 million cars on the road for a year. We need to stop approving these fossil fuel projects if we want a safe future. Deputy Speaker, this bill is the start and not the end. We can do so much better. The people of Mackellar believe we can safeguard communities from natural disasters. We can become a renewable energy superpower, and we cannot waste $1 more on fossil fuel subsidies. I'll finish by thanking the local Rural Fire Service volunteers and brigades in Mackellar, our local SES volunteers, ambulance drivers and emergency workers. They do a phenomenal job in what is turning out to be a very tough job indeed. I hope that by passing this bill, we provide them with the support they need and deserve. I commend this bill to the House.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Nichols.
Thank you. Thank you. I rise to speak in support of this amendment, but I also bring to this debate the personal experience of the past fortnight as my electorate of Nichols has been ravaged by an unprecedented flood emergency. The Emergency Response Fund was set up by the Coalition Government in 2019, funded by the uncommitted balance from the Education Investment Fund, which was then closed. It is an investment fund intended to grow over time and maximise the Commonwealth's capacity to support states and territories to respond to major natural disasters into the future. As at December 2021, the ERF balance was $4.7 billion, comprising $3.978 billion credited to the ERF when it was established and $750 million in net earnings. That earnings figure in reserve has grown even more since. Under the previous legislation, the government could access up to $50 million for pre-disaster resilience measures and up to $150 million for emergency response and recovery each financial year. Following the devastating Lismore floods in March 2022, the Coalition Government was criticised for only spending $50 million of the $836 million interest earned by the fund on mitigation projects. Labor made an election commitment to revamp the fund to spend $200 million annually on disaster prevention and resilience, and the Emergency Response Fund Amendment Disaster Ready Bill will repurpose the ERF, turning it into an ongoing source of funding for natural disaster resilience and risk reduction. There is a place for risk reduction and mitigation, but the bill lacks any detail or definition of what constitutes these activities. The Disaster Ready Fund, as it will be known, will provide $200 million per financial year for natural disaster resilience and risk reduction initiatives, but there is no transparency about how the funds will be distributed or what constitutes a mitigation or disaster prevention project. In the past week, I sat down at a kitchen table in the small region of Undira in the Nichols electorate. Seated at the table were local farmers, some with a history on the land dating back many generations. They had seen floods through the generations and knew how to respond. They have a levy to protect their properties from the Goulburn River, and they knew 1 week prior that it was in a fairly poor state in some sections. They set to work, but between local and state authorities couldn't nail down who was responsible for the levee's maintenance. They took matters into their own hands, making repairs and purchasing sand to fill sandbags to reinforce the levee. They battled with the elements and time, and ultimately many areas still flooded as the water flowed over the levee and then undermined it. They now need urgent temporary repairs because the Goulburn River is still high and the risk of further flooding has not yet receded. At the time we sat around the kitchen table, they also needed to find hundreds of missing cows. They didn't know if they had perished or had dispersed into the regional park. As I've travelled throughout my electorate, the sounds of helicopters overhead has been fairly constant. The farmers wanted a quick flyover to locate their cattle so they could at least attempt to get feed to them. The ongoing emergency meant that that wasn't possible for them. And I mention this because it reflects that in an emergency, the immediate needs of flood victims are many and varied. Shelter, food and comfort are the most immediate, and in Seymour, Nagambie, Shepparton, Mooroopna, Rochester and currently in Echuca, that help is available in my electorate. Emergency financial support is also important, and I thank the Minister for Emergency Services, Senator Murray Watt, for being engaged and responsive to my community needs. We do not yet fully understand the scale of the impact, but it would be correct to assume that there is more to add in terms of assistance and much more to be done as the region shifts from emergency to clean up and then to recovery. Only this afternoon at 2:12 p.m, an emergency SMS network was used to send a text to people in the flood zone, informing people queuing for flood relief payments at the Shepparton Showgrounds of lengthy delays and urging them to instead make their application online. The demand for support is great. People's circumstances are dire, and the level of support needs to ramp up to match that demand. And the people of Nichols are like many Australian communities. They are stoic, practical, empathetic and selfless. Across the flood-affected areas of my electorate, we have seen and heard of the countless acts of kindness during this crisis. Neighbours helping neighbours, strangers helping strangers, and a community spirit that is the very essence of what it is to live in rural and regional Australia. And as their local member, I'm so proud of them. And as the situation worsened and floodwaters approached thousands of people, the community got out there and helped to fill, distribute and lay sandbags, a last desperate attempt at mitigation, which in many cases was sadly not enough. Others helped families to evacuate and gave them shelter on higher ground. Communities rallied to distribute food, water and other necessities wherever they could. In a part of North Shepparton, which was isolated for 4 days, a lone stranger in a kayak paddled through the streets delivering water and homemade sandwiches. Daniel Cleve, Caden Richards, Kurt Arthur and Michael Hand use a tinny to make supply drops around their estate in Shepparton. The food was supplied by members of the local boxing gym. Communities formed on social media, sharing their experiences and helping stranded and isolated people find out about their relatives and friends in other areas. Many residents evacuated to the safety of refuges, where again, volunteers from the community did everything possible to feed and to comfort. Day and night, people stranded in their flooded streets checked those around them. It was a familiar scene for people about to gather on their front porches and shout across up and down the street. They would establish who needed supplies of assistance, but it was also a way of lifting each other's spirits. As their accessible world shrank with the rising water, people stuck together and did whatever they could to support each other. And this is what good communities do, what regional communities do. And that support is also evident as flood victims deal with the shocking reality of what these record floods have wrought on their communities. The clean-up and recovery tasks are massive, as unprecedented as the flood itself. Again, these strong and resilient communities will rise to the challenge. On the weekend, I joined one of many football and netball clubs helping to coordinate clean-up volunteers, but having seen firsthand the scale of the damage, they can't do it alone. In Rochester, an estimated 90% of the homes and buildings have been flooded above the floor level. Rochester, or Rochi as we call it in my electorate, has been through it before, and history records how they helped each other after the 2011 floods. But with so many people impacted and dealing with their own calamity, the volunteer workforce is stretched. I stood in a flooded Rochester home with 83-year-old Lorraine Wilson, who was cleaning the mud off her cabinets of collectibles and treasured photographs of her late husband. She raised 5 children in that home, and one of them's name is Lee Wilson, and he's been doing an amazing job rallying and supporting his community in Rochester. After the Brisbane flood, there was a mud army, and Rochester needs an army, our ADF, to speed up the initial clean-up and get the town on the road to recovery. The longer the sodden, smelly mess remains, the worse the impact on the community, which right now, frankly, feels a bit forgotten and neglected. They need help and they need hope. Across my electorate, business owners have been hit hard. Some have wept openly at their loss. They need support to clean up and re-establish. The IGA supermarket in Rochester, despite the efforts of a gang of volunteers, may not be fully operational before Christmas. That's the only supermarket in that town. Outside the towns, there are stock losses. Milk has been dumped because the tankers couldn't pick it up. Healthy crops that should have produced a bumper harvest have been destroyed. And we don't yet know the full toll on mature fruit trees. Our infrastructure has suffered greatly. Roads, bridges, footpaths, community buildings, schools, sports facilities have all been impacted. The cities and small towns and rural communities impacted by this flood want to clean up, rebuild and move on, but they can't do it alone. They need government assistance, and a lot of it. We will also need to turn our attention to the future and what mitigation or disaster prevention projects there are. The Coalition Government established a fund to support such measures, and as the amendment notes, we are concerned that this measure from the new Labor government is seeking to remove an additional source of funding for natural disaster recovery at the very moment when many communities across South East Australia, including communities across my electorate of Nichols, are facing many months of work to clean up after these devastating floods. Thank you.
I thank the member for Nichols, and the question is that the amendment be disagreed to. I'm giving the call to the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to just begin by taking us back to 2009 at Christmas time. My husband and I made a very last-minute decision to go from 2J down to Esperance for a bit of a Christmas break, and I'm extremely grateful that we managed to secure cancellation in a couple of places to stay on the route down, and then in Esperance itself, which was some 1,000+ kilometres from my home in 2J. And fortunate it was indeed, because unfortunate that time a fire took hold in 2J. 38 homes lost, including my own. Since then, I've lived in communities such as Parkerville, where in 2014, 44 homes were lost. In Wirraloo in 2021, where 86 homes are lost. The nature of climate change, the nature of where we live, means that we face incredible and real risks of natural disasters. And be they floods on the east coast and fires on the west, these are matters that we absolutely have to have focus on, because there is no greater threat to our people, our property and our environment. And I'm extremely proud to be part of a government that is now unlocking funds, taxpayer funds that should be and rightfully should be made available to mitigation, to reduce those risks and to protect our communities. So we'll now see some $200 million per annum being made available for mitigation, response, recovery, to ensure that our communities are well and truly protected in the to face these very real threats that are coming at us seasonally and outside of seasons as well. It's incredibly troubling. The focus that this government is placing on it is absolutely evident in the fact that the Minister for Emergency Services, Murray Watt, when he made his first trip to Western Australia, he immediately ventured into my electorate, which is a very high bushfire risk-prone area, to meet with the City of Armidale, the City of Swan, the City of Kalamunda and the Shire of Mundaring, in which I live, to sit down and fully appreciate not just the issues and the mitigation measures that are needed to lower the risk to families and communities, but to consider the impact of the fires that these people have lived through and to work through what is the quickest and best way for recovery. We've got a government that's focused, a minister that cares, and a government that will absolutely work to deliver on this commitment to ensure that we're protecting all Australians. Thank you.
Thank you. And the time being almost 7:30, the debate will be adjourned and made an order of the day for the next sitting. And I now call on the member for Hasluck.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
I second the motion.
Thank you, member for Nichols. And so the question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And the Federation Chamber will stand adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you.